I have already found myself in a key. It is Saturday. We have some 15s done, but we're looking for more 15s. We are playing initially. This first thing today is apparently a Boomy, double Shaman, double Druid. This is the comp right here. This is the comp. I've got some ice cream I would like to take a few bites of before we actually start this key. And otherwise, things are going well. Things are going well. So we do a quick stream setup and we go key. And we go key. The idea today is to fill out some more 15s and then maybe normal raid. Maybe. It's either normal raid today or tomorrow. I'm going to have to do it because I want my tier. To be fair, I should go get tier before that, but I don't really feel like doing that right now. So we're going to start with this. Yo. Good morning, Sir Duder. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. I have been working on routing videos. I can't put them through to YouTube yet. They are on Patreon for completely free. If you're watching this, you can go find them. You don't even need a Patreon membership. You can literally just go click the link in Discord. I made, basically, if I time key 15 or first day, whatever it is, I will tell you exactly what the things you need to watch out for as a tank guard. What's up, Wanda? I already got ice cream type. It's a little frozen still, though. All right, so let me just get things set up. The people are waiting for me. I happen to recognize two people in this key. So I'm kind of tempted to do really well. Can you show me the talent use of Druid Tank? Of course I can. Yes. I will not only show you the talents, I will show you them in action momentarily. Because we're about to do a 15 murder row. Yeah. But I'm playing with some big names right now. I just happened to find these guys in queue. I'm on the way. We're just getting set up. But I happen to recognize this Elishami's name. Do you recognize his name? And I happen to recognize this Boomy's name too. He has a TikTok. He's got a TikTok, I tell you. I posted a little video this morning. I was at the gym recording some videos for clients, and I figured, why not make a little bit of this? I've been struggling with bear aggro. This bear form looks the best. Which one? The one I'm using right now. Every time I go into bear, it's a different form. I have the glyph. You. All right. Let me turn this MDT helper off for today, because we're going to be gaming. And a flask, a buff, I get ready, and then we're going to roll. I am not worried about dying in this key shy of 2 pulls. There's like 2 pulls maybe on 15 that are a little scary. I do wish I had foresight. All right. Eating some ice cream. I've got 2 sundaes here. Got one. I'll eat the second one. I guess I'm going to space them out a little bit. So this first one, I already went to the gym today. I already took care of some stuff. I already did what I had to do. Hold up. Spilling the chocolate. And that's the one. Cool. I'm going to put a little Discord notification out. In case people want to come hang out. Oh, that is delicious. That's perfect. Okay, now, we're going to have to take our time eating the sundaes. First things first, do key. First things first, do 15 murder row. But let me pull a little Discord notification out. All right. Guardian Druid versus 15s today. Nice. Working out is tight. Let's do it. Okay, so basically, I kind of really want to do well because I'm pretty sure that that's actually Bond, and I'm pretty sure that I know who Chorch is, so I'd also like to do well. Why do you eat so much ice cream? Mostly because it's delicious. Like, honestly, because it's delicious. At the end of the day, because it's delicious. That's why. Drink some water. I have water next to me. I'm hydrating here. But once we lock into the key, of course, we lock into the key, so. I have a hard time eating enough food. I have a hard time gaining weight. That's the reason I actually eat so much ice cream. You can play no Apex if you want to play no Apex. The thing is, you should be aware of the fact. Yo, what's up, Wallman? I don't remember that. Apex is more damage. It is also, in my opinion, it's around a similar tankiness. Like, I think Apex might be slightly more, but don't feel like you have to, under all circumstances, play Apex. There is absolutely a world where if you did not want to, you would not have to. It's not like it's absolutely crazy mandatory. Ultimately, tank damage has this weird thing where a lot of times people think that it is like the end-all be-all. But the truth is that that's not why tanks are invited to keys. Tanks are invited to keys because you are tanky tank. I'm going to dispel myself here, otherwise I die. Like, my ability to do this pull is more important, simply, beyond anything else, my ability to do this pull is going to be more tank damage. Is it cool that I'm doing 500k? Sure. But the truth is, if I did 400k or 600k, you know what? It wouldn't matter. I think that people over obsess like crazy about tank damage. And the truth is that at the end of the day, tank damage is actually not why you play tanks. What's up, Blitz? Yo, you're not usually up this late. Yeah, sorry, dude, my time difference is crazy. I've been trying to schedule the next like podcast episode and trying to schedule a few collabs coming up, and it is tough. It is very tough, actually. Sometimes with time difference. Yep, Thailand time difference though. Was wondering when the Guardian Druid. Okay, here's the thing. I can't post it during the Race to World first because there's this very strange thing that happens with content creation, and you're basically turbo bricked on the algorithm. The algorithm gods basically say that during Race to the World first, I am not allowed to post content. That's straight up. If I think that there's a giga video, I'm actually not really allowed to share it right now. Yeah, you stay turbo bricked. That makes sense. That's a sign of health. Well, unless it's for more than 4 hours, in which case. Basically, in a little bit. And here's why. It's because World of Warcraft as a category, if you think about it like this, it goes from, let's say that there are 100, for an easy math here, let's say that there are 100 new WoW videos that get posted a day, right? During the Race to World first, or especially season start, all of a sudden there are 500 videos because everyone is playing. And on top of the fact that there are 500 videos, now all of a sudden you're dealing with also like the amounts of the channels are all Race to World first. They have 20,000 viewers, etc., etc. It's a vibe and day. You just kind of vibe. Like, it's the most fun time to play the game. I love early season push. Super, super fun, in my opinion, to do like early season Mythic Plus. However, you have to be extremely careful about posting like a big, like for me, a Guardian Druid guide is something I'm very passionate about. I want it to be received well, in which case I have to wait. Like, I don't really have, does that make sense? Guardian is very strong right now, yeah. Not only does it do, like, really good damage, especially once I get 4-set, which, remember, I don't have 4-set right now. It's amazingly tanky. I swear people were sleeping on this. It's been the same for a while now. People have been sleeping on this tank for a bit. It is very good, yes. You will be doing very well as a Guardian. I'll in-cap roar this first one, and then I'll go kick. I think you can chain these mages in earlier, but I also don't think it's necessary. We shouldn't have timer problem in this dungeon. Eloons is currently tuned better for damage. You can actually play, if you wanted to, Druid of the Claw. Like, it is tanky. We proved that on beta, or on PTR, but Eloons is better right now. I don't think so. I don't think Blood DK is nearly as dominant as people think it is. I have yet to see proof that Blood DK is truly as amazingly oppressive as people think it is. I don't think so. Yo, old pork chop just subscribed. I'm noticing that Apex build that I'm waiting on Thrash and Mangle. I saw you say that in Discord this morning. I was just very busy. I apologize for the lack of response. Thank you for coming to ask me on stream. If you ever have a question, 100% come ask me on stream, because it's so much easier for me to respond to things live on stream. So the answer to your question is this. Outside of Incarn, like let's say this pull right here, I'm going to walk in. I'm going to make sure I'm defensive. I thrash for aggro. You have to understand where Guardian Druid threat actually comes from. And that is the major flaw with threat. A, I was ahead of my team. B, I've actually thrashed, which is the global I need. Thrash gives threat. Moonfire, no threat. Swipe, no threat. Mangle, no AoE threat. You press it in your rotation. But when you are filling outside of the thrash, you can fill with another ability. The idea, though, is that this is a filler. In World of Warcraft, the old pork chop, we consider this to be a filler. You want to hit the main spell. The main spell you cannot hit permanently because it has a cooldown. So the question is, what spell are you going to hit while the main spell is on cooldown? For right now, the filler for Guardian is either Moonfire or Swipe. Swipe is probably 1% better on damage. But you know what? It is not like it is crazy mandatory, and you could probably just Moonfire for ease of access. Does that make sense? Hopefully that answers your question. Keep being awesome. Thank you, Blitz. I appreciate that. I appreciate you stopping by to say goodnight. Sometimes I'll be trying to stream a little earlier, I think, coming up in a bit. But as of right now, I've been busy. I have like work in the morning and stuff. Right. So as I walk into this boss, I'm going to set up my damage. I hold the Feral Frenzy for the damage amp, and I'm still going to Apex right away. But my rotation here during Incarn, this is part of the guide, but you always alternate Thrash plus Global. Thrash plus Global. There will be no, for example, there's no Swipe, no Moonfire during Incarn. This is very important, actually. A lot of Guardian Druids get this extremely wrong. If I was to make a general Guardian Druid, well, I mean, I'll do this, of course, throughout the season because I'll be playing it. I don't know how many other people will. I swear Guardian is actually way better than people think it is right now. Like 100% Guardian is significantly stronger than many people were giving it credit for. I still attribute that mostly to the fact that people are just playing the wrong build on beta. I don't know why. Beta being PTR, right? Yeah, you got the Flask, the Freight Runner. Nice. I still need trinkets from Mythic Plus. I still need a lot of trinkets from Mythic Plus. I also still need Forset, but you'll see my damage is about to skyrocket. Big damage numbers. I only maul on this damage amp. Huge damage. Huge 110. Not bad, not bad. Not the best either. I could have actually planned that, I think, a few globals better there. Forset will help. Oh, I got an Apex proc. I have noticed that my bark skin is not going off when I want it to go off. What's up with that? A little lag, maybe? A little lag? Not sure what to use for other trinket. If you're going for Mythic Plus, the best trinket is the Bellowstone. Both are from Murder Row. You use the On Use, which is the Freight Flask thing, and the Freight Runner's Flask, and then the passive one is the Bellowstone from Keys right now. The other option is from Raid, which is going to be harder to get. Liquid killed a Heroic Eula Tech today, yeah? There's not like another day where they didn't kill it. I went into their stream about an hour ago just to check if they had killed it, and all I heard was them talking about the new Liquid breeding program. They wanted to basically make a breeding program to spawn the next generation of world first raiders. I greatly appreciate their confidence. It was very funny, actually. It was clearly a joke, but I do like their broadcast. The casters do such an amazing job keeping the race interesting because every time I tune in, I'm not actually hearing about the race. I'm hearing about their own personal lives and some random stories, and honestly, they're very entertaining, so I'm like super down. But yeah. Do you think Paladin is the meta tank? No. The question is, not only will they kill it in splits, but whether they'll do mythic splits as well. This has been a weird first week, right, Cheeky? Like, this is a very strange Race the World first week. I don't know what to make of this first week. It's strange. It's not... It's different. It's got a different vibe to it than many other races have had. Yeah, the main thing is that it really feels like they're trying to do Mythic Raid light. Like, the heroic bosses... Some of the later ones, they don't feel like heroic bosses. They look like mythic bosses. And that's not good for me. Because I have to pug those. You know? Like, I'm a little bit... They did it on accident? Wait, what? Alright, what do I get? What do I get? Please give me the good RP. Oh, I like the broom. I'm good with the broom. Yeah, the raid is interesting. I don't know if it's a numbers thing. I don't know if they thought people would have more item level. I'm not sure. Either way, by the way, I had a very nice morning today. What is the difference between the build you're running versus end of season 1? The rotation changes, double meat palace, and the talents change. You are playing the new Apex, which is different than the old Apex. They revamped it. So new Apex has a different priority. Your damage comes from slightly different sources, and you are min-maxing a slightly different minigame instead of just Lunar Beam. Lunar Beam no longer has cooldown reduction, so you're not doing this thing where you're trying to like absolutely game your Lunar Beam uptime. You have to delay it a second actually for min-max. But I can only really min-max when I get Forset. I don't love start of seasons like that because I can't really show you how much damage I'm going to do because I don't have Forset. Does that, you know what I mean? Like, I literally cannot physically show you what Guardian Druid will truly look like because I don't have Forset. You know what I mean? It's a little strange that this is part of the new season, though. I do think I like this build, yeah. I'm actually pretty okay with this build. I enjoy this. I think this is a perfect balance, to be honest with you. I really do. I think that where we've landed is exactly where Guardian needs to be so that it's still the most straightforward, simple tank. It's very friendly, but also at the same time, powerful, strong, doesn't feel bad to play. It's not oppressive. You don't have to dual resource management, which I still think is the actual core of Guardian, in my opinion. If you force the raise playstyle, then you're all of a sudden managing 2 resources where you have to now decide between offensive spending and defensive spending, and that's Prot Warrior. Like, that's a different tank fundamentally. So I like where Guardian is right now. I'm really happy with it. I think that they did it right. Yeah, I'm okay with it though. No problem. You just have to understand when to defensive that boss, Spanky. The biggest thing, yeah. So that boss is hard. He hits pretty hard, but it's Gilded Destruction is 12 seconds. I think it's 12 seconds at least, and you need defensive on Gilded Destruction. It's the frontal that he does. That's when you need help because your team has to move, your healer can't help you, and you're in trouble. So make sure to defensive Gilded Destruction. That's mostly how you fight that boss. It's not... Sorry. Yeah, you need to know when the damage is happening, because I think otherwise it actually, like, it totally surprises people. What's up, G-Dub? Thank you. Yeah. I went to the gym this morning. I filmed, actually, I don't know if y'all saw this. I decided randomly, many people have asked me over time if I would ever make fitness content. The answer is probably no. But this morning, I was at the gym and I was recording some videos for people. So I decided to film a little something for World of Warcraft players. Just 5 minutes. It was a, hey, watch this for 5 minutes, feel better while you play WoW. It was genuinely a lot of good health information. Just like, it explains a little bit about how, it's not actually meant to explain. It's mostly just meant to keep it nice and simple. Yo, do spinal rotation. Everybody who's ever worked with me knows that I'm really big on being able to move your spine. Moving your spine, especially in rotation, actually creates better shoulder mobility. It creates a chemical reaction in the body, which leads to better health. It's got so many benefits, and all you have to do is basically this. I actually did make a video. I was pretty proud of myself, to be honest. Where's the other green barrel? Oh, sorry. I almost messed that up. So yeah, there's a little fitness video. It's not going to do well. It's not going to get views. It's not meant to. I didn't put a single tag on the video. It's not meant for, like, exposure. It's literally just, hey, WoW players, please watch this. You're going to like, it's going to help you. It's meant for WoW players specifically. So yeah, I thought that was really nice, actually. Big pull, care, aggro, sec. We can do the big pull here. I just need my team to give me a second for aggro. This pull, of all the pulls in this dungeon, by the way, this is where I might die. This is what will probably kill me, just to clarify, though. Yeah, swipes on my bar jet, but it's not crazy priority. You don't have to, like, really be gaming with it that much. All right, ready? Okay. No death. No death. Owu does not die playing with nice people who I want to make a good impression on. Owu does not die. Owu does not die. Repeat it with me. Owu does not die to this. Right? Not gonna die today. Not gonna die today. I'm going to get very good aggro as well as not dying today. I missed my Apex by a few seconds because I was focused on not dying today. I Vortex. I Typhoon. I'm not gonna die today, 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 not gonna die today. This is a hard tank pull. If you're gonna do this pull, it's pretty hard. There's a lot to manage here. Watch the Fel Rage. Watch the health funnel. Okay, Owu does not die today. Owu does not die today. In about 5 seconds, I'm gonna need a SI. 5 seconds, 5 seconds. I'm gonna go in for this kick. 3, 2, 1, I have Lunar Beam down. Lunar Beam, I don't die. I don't die through Lunar Beam. 3, 2, 1, make a decision. SI. Just to overlap with it. Overlap with the SI. War Stomp that. Manual Soothe, 3%. Still has a 60% DR attached to it. Owu does not die today. It's a combination of many things on this pull. It's just a lot of mobs. A lot of mobs, and each one has kind of an individual tank mechanic here. It's a lot of damage, but you can see my HPS is vast. Okay, my Boomy's about to get massive threat from me. 1 second. This pack in particular is actually tough for threat because of the layout. I can't thrash the first few I walk past, so I kind of need to just get here a little faster in the future. And then we focus damage the Warlock. If you want to time Murder Row, so much of it is actually single target prio damage. The only damage that matters here is the Warlock damage. I cannot chain as long as the Warlock is alive. As unfortunate as this is, if you truly wanted to be ethical and actually time this key, you know that you should single target this pack. Isn't that sad? I'll turn to spine rotations. I'm lying on my laptop to induce. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. So spinal rotations have to be done polite, like respectfully, because it is an easy way to injure yourself if you're not careful with it and don't load it properly. But the idea is that it is still helpful and it's good advice. Okay, so we have to kill the Warlock. I cannot chain. This is where single target damage really starts to matter because this guy scales hard in high keys. You basically have to single target him, as sad as it sounds. Not Gonna Die Tonight is a skillet song. It is. It's a good AMV song, though. Do you have any guide or high key tips for Bear? I do. There's a guide I made on Patreon and YouTube members. I don't feel comfortable putting it out publicly yet. I have to wait like another week or two because it's a really good guide and it fully explains how to min-max Apex. And when I get 4-set, you'll see I do like crazy damage and stuff, so it'll be really good. However, I can't put it out yet. Any video right now is just going to underperform. Every single one. Oh my god, I wasn't in bear form for a second. I call that lag. That was fully lag, by the way. That was 100% just lag. I'm going to have a struggle with aggro for a second. That was a misplay. That was a misplay on my part, but so far so good, so we're not going to misplay again. From here, only good plays. I don't know what that was. That was close. It's still a 15. We must respect the 15, and the next pull hurts. Gonna kick that. Yo, what's up, easy bars? Any quick tips so I can press your friends with your damage? Thrash more. Honestly, your gameplay loop is maximizing Thrash cast, which, to be honest with you, I really don't mind. I actually am very okay with the fact that it's min-maxing Thrash. Like, Thrash is kind of Guardian Druid's identity. In my opinion, like, the Guardian Druid identity is actually not massive attack or, like, raise or ravage. Those are new, in my opinion. I think, like, Guardian Druid has always been big Thrash. In Shadowlands, we had the Legendary and no cooldown during Incarn. You literally used to be able to actually just Thrash perma. You remember that? Back before they changed that interaction. This is going to be... I have to be careful about Boomy Threat. I'm sorry. Yeah. Taunt this one. Get this here. Perfect. So this gameplay right now is focused so much on amping Thrash and just getting bigger Thrashes. Most of my damage comes from Thrash. This is not a bad thing. I don't want... They shouldn't nerf this. It's not degenerate because I'm actually using my kit to amp my primary hitting ability. The Thrash gives me Absorb. The Thrash is life. But really, if you actually take a look at my overall damage breakdown here in a second, where I'm doing 160k as of right now in Murder Row, I will show you. Yeah? How about this? Look in a second. I do use Apex to maximize damage. Apex is going to be more damage, especially single target, especially after I get my new 4-piece, which I currently do not have. Reminder. Don't have it yet. Do I incarn here? I think I'm going to hold it for boss. Our timer is okay. Our timer is fine. I will show you. I can't do it because Ellesmere. Oh, yeah. Look at my overall damage breakdown here. You want damage tips for Bear? Look at this. You need mana? Okay. Look at my overall damage breakdown, Melchi. You see? Because I'm min-maxing this. Because I'm not wasting the Apex cast. Because I'm actually gaming this properly. It's a lot of Thrash. Yeah. Cool. Everybody knows how to do this, I'm assuming. 3, 2, 1. Pulling boss. Okay. Now, normally I open with a different combination here, but today we're going to go like this. I'm going to wait for the tank hit, and only after the tank hit will I actually go here, then Incarn, then I go Apex, then I Thrash, then I Maul, then I Thrash again, except that was not on my Lunar Beam, so I've actually lost damage, because I normally open this boss differently, and I was scared about taking the tank hit in Feral, even though I normally know I can, because, just being safe. So... I lost damage here. My single target burn is lower than it should be technically. We also have no Spirit Link for this fight. So, I'm going to move the boss a little bit. Okay, that was slightly off my bed. I'm supposed to have him a little bit more in the corner. Okay, that's okay. Acceptable. This way. And then we need to game the move. We need to have extra movement. You cannot spread the fire extra. You must spread the fire enough for my melee to hit the boss. I'm just going to go like this. Yeah, and then I'm going to go like this, and then I'm going to natural resilience shield myself, because this actually kind of hurts as a tank buster, and then I'm going to try to save some room here, because this boss, you do actually need to conserve room. This is a boss where you should be thinking about space conservation, and then he comes in here, we kill the axe, going to put a little skull target here, everybody knows, and then people need big defensive here, big defensive in 2 seconds. It's going to be this, yeah, you should lust this right now, I think. All right, I'm going to go up here. Yeah, this is big defensive in like 3, 2, 1 is big defensive. The first one is harder. Okay, everybody's full health. Nice. My healer is doing good. My healer is excellent right now. He's on top of it. He's on top of his game. So now we walk up here, though. I have so much patience not to send it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You really want 4 set. 2 set for Guardian is very lackluster, guys. Listen, especially for Guardian. I know some classes are a little different, but every single... Don't send your Catalyst. I don't know. I was surprised to see how many people did not like that short that I made. A lot of people were like, bro, just send it. I'm like, dude, it's like you will be weeks behind with 4 set. That's not a little bit. Like, it's a massive loss to send your 4 set right now. If you waste your Catalyst, like, you are in turbo. You're not breaking your season. Like, I want to clarify. Like, your season is going to be okay because you'll catch up, but it'll take you 5 weeks. Alternatively, you could get 4 set next week if you don't actually mess this up. Like, there's a 2 to 4 week difference between actually sending or not sending your 4 set right now and your Catalyst. Live. Okay, good. Wait, Pat. Left. Wait, Pat, go left. Timer is healthy. Just focus Warlock next. You just wait for this, Pat, and you jump up left. What is the add-on for the callouts in the middle of your screen? It is called Xboss. It's called Xboss. It's pretty good. You should get it. It's very easy. I think I put my profile in Discord. Just defensive as I walk past. Thrash. Tag these. Go kick this actually first thing. Don't die. Awoo's not going to die today. Awoo's not going to die today. Awoo's going to get aggro on this and not going to die today. Perfect. All of those casts are on me right now. Just beware. I'll War Stomp to get a little bit of help here. We do have a Boomy Beam coming at some point unless he sends it early. And then I will Vortex. Typhoon. And then we're good. Okay. Yeah, those imps can be a little scary. No. There are a few pulls in here where if you're not aware on how they hurt you when you gather them, you'll die. Thoughts on season so far? This is going to be a weird season. Do you like more of the physical comp for Bear? I do. Physical comp for Bear is nice. Focus Warlock. Hold up. Warlock Prio. You have to Prio the Warlock, okay? Warlock is pretty much the only thing that matters in this pull. Everything else is secondary. Like, literally, all you have to do is kill this Warlock. They are super annoying, and I honestly think they should get nerfed just a little bit. I think their shield should get nerfed, or their drain life should get nerfed. But this is pretty much the only thing that matters. If you want to time this key, the pretty much only thing that matters is this. I know, people are going to just full send AoE and stuff, and the only thing that matters is this. Okay. Yeah, keyboard. Grab Xboss. It is very helpful, and there's no reason not to have it. It is very nice. Cool, charge back in. I think that they should either make... I don't know about interruptible, but like maybe CCable or something. But it's kind of annoying how this mob works. This mob is very frustrating. Okay. My enjoyment of this season, massively fun right now. My question is, how are we going to feel about it in a month? That is my problem. Xboss. Yeah. It's linked in Discord. Xboss with EX. EXboss. Xboss. See how healthy this Warlock is? That's what I meant when I said the single target is the only thing that matters. I cannot chain him. It's very frustrating, but there's nothing... I cannot chain this guy. We have to sit here. Even though our timer is kind of ticking down, like, you cannot chain him. I literally... There's nothing I can do. I actually have to sit here and just hit this guy for nothing. He wants me to chain? You can't chain the Warlock. Are you going to chain Warlock? My problem is that the timer is getting a little bit suspicious. No, our timer's fine. Our timer's fine. No. Kill. Our timer's okay. Timer good. Timer good. I think you have to kill him. I think you just have to kill him. Trust. Our timer is good. You will die if you pull this in. Whoever gets drained life is going to die. Trust. I honestly think, yeah, just trust. You got to kill this. Definitely don't chain this. All right, he's going to die in like 2, 1. Here. You could just walk around this one. Can you? Wait, you can? Okay, kill him. It's fine. I know that cooldown's already. I'm sorry. You can? All right, that's 100% going to be the play. Because I can grab percentage somewhere else. Wait, you can? Cam, okay, honestly, I didn't know that. You can? Oh, I know exactly where to get percentage. There's a poll we did on PTR that's actually not that bad for Bear. Wait. You can? Okay, no joke. I didn't know that. I actually did not. I did not know that. All right, we're going to pull this down a little bit. Because there's like a weird thing sometimes. Where this can target things below. So just be careful about that though. Yeah, it's just like a new weak aura. It's basically just weak auras, X-Boss. Basically, I think this season is all about fast dopamine, which concerns me. Basically, because we have so much gear that we're getting early on. Think about it like this. I would make a YouTube video about this soon. We have crazy gear we're getting right now. So we have so much power that we're gaining in the first week. But my problem is, what about after that? Because it slows down dramatically. Now, the problem is that you're going to gain all of this dopamine, right? Focus ads. And we're chilling. And then you're also going to do all these keys. You're like, well, I can get a plus 12 day one, like week one. I can get plus 12s. Like, that's crazy. I can get 3K IO. But the thing is, it kind of invalidates 3K IO because it's no longer really a chase goal. If I can do a 15 and get all 15s on the first week, basically day 3 of the season, then what do I do later? What am I going to do 3 weeks from now? Am I going to be working on my 17s? Well, it's like, okay, but eventually you hit a wall. Well, eventually you're going to hit a wall. So yes, I'll grind 4K, but the question is when? And how quickly do I actually obtain those results? I'm not really going to play else this season. I want to make videos. Like, I want to record the podcast stuff. But you see the problem with this? In my opinion, this is actually something to be considered. Also, I have no idea why. Do you know that Guardian is like, so you could just literally walk through this. It's not even that bad. Okay, I was wrong. Last time, I could walk through it last time. This time I might die. I didn't realize. It didn't give me that debuff last time, I swear. They fixed that. Okay, so it was broken. Now you can't walk through it anymore. I might die. This is bad. This is bad. This boss does fire damage. This is really bad. Okay, I'm going to live. Big live, big live, big live, big live. All right? Watch this. I was wrong. I was wrong. That's a bad tip. Don't do what I just did. Bad tip. Big old bad old tippo. All right, here we go. I'm going to live. I'm going to live. We have to just really CC these ads and do not let them cast on me. I will die instantly. I will literally be turbo bricked from existence. It's okay. I'm alive. I'm alive. Yeah, I didn't realize it gives you 50% increased fire damage done. Do not click the portal. I click portal now. Okay, I lived. Okay, you could probably still do that. That's very scary, actually. Live, my boomy. My boomy live. Okay, a few more ads. That's okay. This boss actually can clap tanks. When the little ads spawn, if they all sync on you, you die. I have had one ice cream. I've got another ice cream to my left, but I wanted to do this 15 murder row first because I happen to see this in queue. My point is, I think that even if you're progressing this a little slower, this season is going to be like 1 month. Because you hit a wall with the way that keys scale means that like what we're doing right now is very doable. But you will very quickly start to only get 1 key level per week. And then very soon after that, it's actually half a key level. So the whole point is like, okay, but you've set the expectation that you're like, oh, okay, cool, I've got 15s week 1, but then what? Do you see what I'm saying on this? The question is, but then what? And that's what this season we're gonna see in retrospect if they did a good job with it. Because I have a prediction that the way that this early season is going, I think you would see the most generational drop-off at the end of this season. But I also have a tinfoil hat theory as to why this might be happening. You want to hear it? It's really good, but it's kind of like, it's a very conspiratorial. You want to hear it? So I think that maybe this season's, the whole point of it is actually the fact that Classic Plus is coming. GG's. Well played, well played. Easy enough. I have a feeling, potentially, it's because Classic Plus is playing. And let me add you, by the way. Nice to meet you, Bond, by the way. Nice to meet you guys, by the way. Need stone. Ooh, he got the stone. He got the stone. Does he need it? Oh, he does, right? Yeah, he does it. Whoa, he's already got Biss. Look at this. He's got Heart and Seething Core. Who is this guy? He can't trade. No problem. No worries. No worries. Let me add them. Wait, what does? Somebody's trying to trade me something. What does? It's okay. I'll get the stone eventually. He can't trade it. You got 308. You need to ride. Wait. Oh, he can. Yes. Hell yeah. Bet. Oh, sweet. Oh, nice. Nice. Solid. I'm very okay with this. There you go. Well, there's my Bis trinket that I don't have to worry about farming anymore from Murder Row. Very solid. Very solid. Nice. Beautiful. Well, that's one of the last items I needed, and I didn't know when I would get. Oh, nice. Nice. What 16 you get, by the way? What 16 do we get? Mine doesn't pop up with everybody's loot. What do you get? I think so. I think so, yeah. I think you can walk around. Walk around that last warlock. He's really annoying. You definitely want to skip him. There's a poll. There's a poll we did on PTR that's giga percentage and easy. Before, aside from the warlock. But yeah, I'm worried a little bit about this season in terms of its drop-off and its player retention. But I also think that maybe it's designed for the fact that I have a feeling, basically, this season might be designed so that Classic Plus, when it's announced, basically just takes people away from the season. Hot, since it might be... What is, like, the actual add-on that shows this? I'm not sure. I think it's Xbox? Mine has always showed up like this. I have no idea, actually. Chorsh. Nice to meet you, by the way. In person. I never met you before. That was our first key, I think. I feel like Bear is good. Yeah, me too. Me too. There you go. Me too. I also want tier. What is this tier you speak of? What is this tier he speaks of? I also want tier. Yeah. Basically, I get 4-piece and I'll blast. I hear what you're saying, and it sounds like that brick wall might get really sad. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Ooh, it is storming in Thailand. The storm has begun. Alright, GG's. Well, that was a nice little 15 to start out the day. Also, speaking of damage, this trinket, compared to my Sporefall trinket, will probably be really nice. Although, interesting question. Is it better than the nerfed version of Alnseer? I'll eventually replace it either way, but that is a nice trinket to get. Let's see what we got. Let's see what's in queue right now. There's a 16 Den of Nalarak. Man, Vicious is already 32.97. What the hell? What the hell? I thought it was nerfed by 20%, so I'm not sure if it is still considered that good. Ball. 16. I mean, I think a 15 was easy here. 16 probably is a little tighter. I feel like I need 4 set. I feel like I want item level before I go 16. I feel like I want tier. You can live 16. I just think the timer will be tighter. 15s are chill. Les Spec. Lesp, how you doing? You know, your name is Les. It reminds me of Les Brown. Do you know who that is? Kind of a classic. I played Brewmaster, Edric says on YouTube. You got 1%. I want to try Prop Pally this season. Prop Pally and Brewmaster could literally not be more opposite. If you are coming from Brewmaster and you're going to Prop Pally, Edric, are you still there? I would love to briefly tell you the difference. They are they are literally on the opposite spectrum. In fact, they could not be more different. Prop Pally is super fun. I mean, fun is relative is the thing, right? Fun is very relative. Delicious. All right. Yo, what's up, healer? I enjoyed my milkshake yesterday. Kitty enjoyed her snack. Huh. All right. The 15 murder went well. I think let's look for some to find out some more 14s, and I also need to push on my own key, probably. We can play with friends, but let's see what we can find here. First of all, let's do 15 Void Scar. I basically think that fun is quite relative when it comes to WoW. I don't think you can truly do that. Alright, cool. Yo. Hello. If I got all 15s this week, I'd be pretty happy. We're pretty close to 3.2 now. I just need to fill out these last few. And then we're chilling. The Bellowstone will be nice. I'm kind of geared now. I just need tier, and then I'm sort of set. Xbox profile and Discord. I will link it right now again. I will link it right now. Okay. I don't know if I'm right. It's managing cooldowns. Brewmaster doesn't really have defensive cooldowns. You kind of just walk in and you say like this. You see, Edric? That's what you do on Brewmaster. But on Prop Pally, as you go in, it's more like a snare. It's a little bit less of a budum. You kind of just go badum, like it's different. It's a completely different. Actually, it's more like a trumpet. If you were to compare them musically, one of them is percussion and one of them is totally like a trumpet. It's basically like this, right? That's about the sound that a Prop Pally makes. So, effectively, an actual answer to your question is this. The whole point of playing Prop Pally is that you are hyper aware of what cooldowns you are going to press probably before the poll even starts. Whereas Brewmaster can respond reflexively and walk in and say, yeah, I'm going to commit my Fort Brew on this poll, or I'm going to commit my Ox here. But ultimately, I can kind of just be in the pack gaming and learning. And if I'm really good, I won't waste my globals and my damage, and I'll be much more self-sufficient. But Prop Pally, you just die. You can't really reflexively respond on Pally. It's a mitigation-based tank. You are not a self-healing monster. So if your health drops to 20%, and you hadn't made a plan beforehand, your buttons don't necessarily help you. As in, you can't press Ardent or Kings when you're already at 20%. You need to hit them before the damage happens. And you can't like Guy Plin's Imperial Brew yourself back to full health repeatedly in a poll. Word of Glory doesn't quite work like Purifying. So you need basically a plan. Speaking of plan, first poll, we go right. I will kick first. Volley, Warrior, second, and we alternate. Hunter, can you kick the shout? The shouts? Let the bolts go. Prop Pally would be a tough tank to learn, although if you understand the basics and you just do so consistently, it'll be good regardless. So there are basic rules to Prop Pally. Fundamentally, just as an example, if you hit Sentinel and then you hit Ardent, you're wasting one of those buttons. You probably don't need to overlap them, because now in 20 seconds, you're going to get punished for the fact that you don't have both buttons. So the whole point of Pally is that you're going to need to start gaming in that way, and it's a different vibe than Brew. Also, this first poll is going to get spam reset in a lot of keys. I've called the kicks, right? I've called the kicks. Hunter gets the shout. Warrior here is going to be on me with the volley. Okay. Focus, totems, carry kick. I'll pull mini back, line of sight around first corner, right? Like right over here, green marker. We're going to line of sight around there, basically, give or take. Okay. Let's see if it goes. If we get past the first pull, we can probably do this down here. Combat potion 3, 2, 1. I have already used 105 combat potions this season. Kind of crazy. If you are curious to know how Season 2 will go, the very first poll of Void Scar Arena will actually be an illuminating thing for you. Because this pull is an example of their new dungeon design. There are many kicks and a ton of coordination because these guys spawn totems. The totems are not hard to kill, but you have to kill them. If you don't kill the totems pretty much immediately, then you die. So that's going to be my kick. Nope, that's the warrior's kick. Good. I apex. There's a totem around there. Perfect. And this is my kick. You actually have to... Oh my god, I inted my kick. Holy hell. All right, good. I am the one that is trolling. I am the troll. I cannot believe I just did that. I thought I was kicking the right target, but it turned out I was kicking the wrong target. Unbelievable. Wow. Never mind. I can't lecture you anymore. It's over. I can't, there's nothing for me to say. I actually almost, luckily somebody filled that, but that was close. There's a lot more personal responsibility this season from DPS. Yes, you actually need DPS to help. Yo, what's up, George? I don't know. Keys are also... I'm really interested. Keys are super chill. Like, the weird thing is right now, the keys are really chill. I've been tanking while dancing, singing Mulan on a treadmill. And it's definitely an easier season for tanks. So, we'll see if that ends up being a good thing. I'm actually really curious. I'm very curious about it. Also, Chorch, did you see I got to do a Boomy guide and a conversation with Mr. DeWilks? Very cool experience. He's awesome. Of course, you know Mr. DeWilks. Ah, it was cool. Once I get my 4-piece, I will blast. You like it? I want to make... It's a goal of mine to have a guide like that for every single spec in World of Warcraft. That is the plan. Kill this. Beautiful. You also did the AA upside down. Yeah, that was awesome. Chorch, you ever see that? I gotta show you that at some point. Alter Fangs, where you hit 310k DPS, and the next hit 215. Yep. So, tanks don't realize. I barely watch YouTube videos relate. Oh, that's right. That's okay. I basically am never on TikTok. I've been meaning to post. I keep telling myself, oh, today I'm gonna post a funny reel, and then I never do, and then I haven't in like a week. And I go to sleep, and it's usually Pokemon related. That's fair. You know what I end up watching that I don't play anymore, but I watch almost every video about? It's like my peaceful video. Diablo 2. I watched like so many of Sweet Phil's videos and Cooley's videos and this video, and I love like the Nuclear Rabbit has got to be one of my favorites. There are so many Giga videos for Diablo 2, even though I don't really play the game anymore. Like, I bought the new expansion for it, played a Warlock to level 27, and then stopped, and I haven't played in months. And yet, for some reason, I love watching videos about Diablo 2. Nah, Moonfire is now, it's a filler. So they changed the interaction with Moonfire so that you're not prioritizing it nearly as much anymore. Well, anyways, Chorch, thanks for hanging out. I'm glad I caught you in a key. It was nice to meet you. And yes, the Boomy video. So here's the problem. I'm a very sincere, honest individual, sometimes to a fault. And I will tell you, I am proud of that. I am proud of the fact that I absolutely despise lying, okay? I don't like being dishonest. However, I'm also sarcastic as hell. So I am a very sincere, genuine person. It matters to me a lot, okay? It matters to me that I wear my heart on my sleeve. And I hold myself to a standard that oftentimes is uncomfortable. It can be genuinely uncomfortable. However, I'm also crazy sarcastic. I cannot help myself with how sarcastic I am half the time. And this mini-boss hurts. His AoE is no joke. I think you actually might want to pull this next pack with the next mini-boss because it might be too much, though. How do I deal this much damage? I have no foreset, but a lot of it is the fact that I played PTR and I understand this new rotation pretty well. Yeah, we have to rally cry. I think this AoE is actually, like, you don't take this lightly. I'm very familiar with the new Guardian Druid's theory. So it's a different rotation. My damage comes from slightly different sources than it used to. But since I already played PTR and stuff. Yeah. You should cancel Aura Starfall. It is something that a very good Boomy, in my opinion, would be able to recognize when they should cancel Aura Starfall, yeah. If you're in a mid-late, tank has been to gather or something, where things are being chained. Anyways. Part of my humor, Chorsh, is the fact that I always want to say the thing I'm not supposed to say. But then what happens with YouTube Shorts is that I get clipped out of context. Because context is never applied, right? Like, I don't get the benefit of the doubt with a YouTube Short. And a lot of people only interact with me from YouTube Shorts. So even if I say for 3 hours, it's like, bro, any spec in WoW is valuable because here's how World of Warcraft actually works. Where if once you develop mastery on a spec, you're actually going to get so much better at it. You're going to learn your cooldown timings. You're going to master your rotation. And even if tuned poorly, a good Boomkin is significantly better than a bad Blood DK. Or sorry, a bad Unholy DK. Kind of unfair to compare it to Blood. But then the thing is, right, like, if that gets clipped out of context, then I'm like, so the thing is that Boomies are, in fact, competing with tank damage because, you know, you can't really compare them to an Unholy DK because that would be unfair, so you got to compare them to a Blood DK instead. See, that's funny, and somebody's going to clip that, and then that gets posted. And it's funny. But then if you take that seriously because I'm a sincere person, you see the problem, yeah? You see the issue with that? Is now all of a sudden, if that thing gets attention, then all of a sudden people are like, wow, woo, you're actually like completely trashing Boomy. I can't believe you would do this. And it's like, no, I'm trying to compliment Boomy, but it was a joke. It was a yoke. I was yoking. I was just yoking. You know? Yeah, so you can, I wouldn't say you need to cancel, or like a good tank will be aware of it. When I play with Boomy, there were like 2 times that last key, for example, I had to actively slow down. I had to be pretty hyper aware of slowing down that last key, knowing I had a Boomy in my party who was going to do damage. If I can tell he's starfalling, then I have to be a little bit more aware of aggro. But Boomy doesn't do damage, it's bad. Look, Wild Juju. From a personal point of view. From a personal point of view, I agree with you 1000%. Also, it's very annoying that these packs don't spawn properly. I think that I was supposed to pull this slightly earlier. That's my bad. I kind of didn't see. I thought we had already pulled this one. The timer here is not a problem if we can live and do mechanics, although we have had a few deaths. I could have saved like another 30 seconds here, probably. My bad. Yeah, it's a simple rotation, but I don't mind simple rotations. I think simple rotations are good for a while. Wild Juju. When was the last time that you were in a pug and your pug DPS did no damage? How often does this occur? It occurs less if a spec is simple. You see? Always. There you go. So simple specs are harder to fuck up. Another Juju. There is another Juju. Hi, kitty. Simple specs are, in my opinion, hard. If you lower the floor and can raise the ceiling, which is not easy to do with design for what it is worth. That's very difficult to do. That's like a big ask because that's like it's not so easy to get that perfect. But if you can manage it, I think, in my opinion, that is better. You still have massive skill representation, by the way. Like when BM Hunter was meta in the end of the War Within, you had some hunters who just did absolutely trash damage with respect. Then you had others who were just doing unbelievable damage. The spec is not complicated, but there's infinite nuance. Boomy still has enough nuance where I just don't know if it's going to be as fun for Boomy mains is the question. That is the more interesting question. We're not... Okay, so we didn't stack these. We're going to go to this corner now. I don't know if this 15, from the initial part of this key, it doesn't appear to be going fantastic. We're going to kind of be over in this corner. I'm going to roar. The hunter, in a little bit of danger. Okay, he's come over here now. He's with us. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Lines here, and then we're going to put these puddles here, and then we're going to go to the left. Or the right. Shadow Priest is fun. Well, you like Shadow Priest? You want to know something about Shadow Priest? Come this way. These will disappear. I need to move the boss more. It's gotta move. It's gotta move. I'm gonna lose some damage. I'm sorry. I'm not tanking this perfectly. I blame only myself. There you go. It's probably not all there. I mean, so this is the thing, Chorsh. Hold up. You're the one who said it. I didn't say it. I didn't say anything. My boomy slander is at its end. After that, you know, because somebody, Chorsh, listen, man. I posted that short. It was funny. I was being sarcastic. It was just a joke. But now look what happened. One of the comments on that short was, "This is why your wife left you." And I was like, bruh, I didn't do anything. I was just kidding. You know what I mean? This is the thing. Like, I was just joking. But yeah, I have to be careful about posting jokes. Even you were like, "Oh, woo. I can't believe you." And I was like, "What? What did I do?" And you were like, "Oh, woo, I cannot believe." You were like, "Oh my God." You know, you have to be, yeah, you have to understand you're in a position where people listen to you. You can't say this about the spec. And I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Nobody should shame this. Oh, yeah, I mean, it happens. The thing is, I've learned, here's the thing, George. Yeah, well, here's the thing I've learned. It happens regardless. If, for example, I make a sincere guide, people will say, "Why do you take this game so seriously?" And if I make a guide about how to min-max your gear going into Season 2, people will say, "Bro, just send your catalyst. Like, it's a game." And if I make a guide that says, "Yo, it's a game, guys," the truth is there's a way to game your catalyst so you'll make sure that you get 4 set early, which is very important, and I think you should do it. Then people will say, I know if I say, for example, "Guys, it's a game. You don't have to game your 4 set." Then they go, "Oh, woo, this is terrible misinformation, and I can't believe you would recommend this. You're actually bricking people's seasons. This is incredible. Why would you do this?" And I'm like, "Oh, so you can't win." And then the whole point is you don't try to win. You got to stop trying to win for sure. I've learned, if there's one thing I have learned making content, it's that I'm going to make the content that I want to make, that I would deem helpful, and that I would like. If I was learning how to tank, I wish my videos were accessible. If I was learning and I was, for example, going to play Boomy, I wish that I had the guide I made with the Wilks. If I was learning how to play Hunter, I made a guide with Banchers. I wish I had that. That's my goal. At the end of the day, I can't please everybody. You cannot. But I can make content that I love. Yep. Also, by the way, Booming content is nowhere to be found. Well, there's some people. Best mark available. I still think Druid is heavily underrated. I think Guardian Druid was absolutely sandbagged. I have said this from day one of PTR testing, and I hold my ground on this. I think Guardian Druid is way better than people think it is. Walk left. You can just walk left here. I can find a Boomy guide if I YouTube it. Yeah, there's going to be a few. I didn't actually do my research, really. I just made it with the books. If I want to craft, I think you should do two-handed folking, although it depends a little bit on where you're at, because kind of one of the things to understand about your weapon thing is, I don't know if I'm killing heroic Eula Tech, man. Heroic Eula Tech look kind of hard. I don't really know if I'm going to be pugging my heroic Eula Tech next week. So I think crafting a weapon is ultimately just what you should do. It's a little bit sad if you RNG and you do bonus roll heroic Eula Tech tomorrow, or like in a few, sorry, next week. And you loot the weapon, you'd feel bad. When I used to make Boomy guides, yeah, you remember when Naguro made Boomy guides? I'm so proud of her. That's like a success story. You could be happy. I'm happy that she can just ride a mountain bike and be healthy and live her life, but still have a career out of this. Good for her. Good for her. Yeah, didn't Teddles make a guide? Anyways, I was saying about something. About content, about this. Oh, yeah, right. Like Kafaze. Shadow Priest. You like Shadow Priest? Are there any people who enjoy Shadow Priest right now in stream? Like any 5 of the Shadow Priests who still play this game? You? Daddy, you play Shadow Priest? Okay, you like Shadow Priest? You never played one. Me? Okay, so wait, those are a few people. Do you guys know who Loyal X Dice is? Are you familiar with this character? You still main it. You know who Loyal X Dice is? Podcast episode with him coming out tonight. Our 20-minute discussion with Loyal X Dice about what it means to play off meta in High Mythic Plus. I have a podcast episode coming out with him tonight. I have a few extra things I made with him as well, including he said he would make a Shadow Priest guide with me, but I made a mistake and forgot I didn't have my priest leveled, so that'll have to be later. But eventually I'll get him to make an actual Shadow Priest guide with me too. He is funny. I think he's very funny. I enjoy talking to him. I'm curious to know what other people will think. He's a character. He's got a personality, and I like people with personality. You're finally making wins with plus 13s. Yo, nice. How does your Brewmaster feel, Mango? He's very straight. Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically salty. But I'm like super here for it. I am 100% like... I think that it's better to let your personality shine. In my opinion, it's better to just let your spirit go than try to be too much like everybody else. I think normal is boring, you know? Okay, let's get rid of the ground here. Dispelling that, so we're good. Yep. But anyways, there's a podcast episode with him tonight. It was my first time meeting him. We did a long-form discussion. So the podcast tonight will be about playing off meta, and it will be featuring Mr. Loyal X Dice. I also will eventually ask him to make the Shadow Priest guide with me when I get a time to level my priest. It might have to be delayed slightly, because I didn't realize it's one of the only characters I never actually leveled in Midnight. I forgot that the start of Midnight was so tough to level characters, and I never actually got it. Okay, kill the creeper. Stack creeper on boss, but otherwise I have to run. Creeper needs to die, creeper needs to die. Oh, we're dead. I res. All good. Thank you. Now, Faye, what's interesting is that wasn't planned. I actually asked Korame if she would make a video about healers with me, but I didn't tell her it was going to be a podcast. I recorded it. We ended up talking for an hour, and then a little bit after that as well. And then what happened is I was like, yo, by the way, I kind of want to start a podcast. Can I just put this as a podcast episode? She was like, okay. So it ended up being a podcast out of pure happenstance. You know that? This is hurting. This is hurting. This is hurting. We're going to die in like 3 seconds. Defensives. Help your healer. Health potion. Health potion. I help. I dispel immediately if it's not on me. I live. I live. Big live. Big live. Big live. Okay. Ad is dead. That's good. Nice. Solid. Now Spec Rank and Loyal. Yeah, I know. He did the same thing. He did the exact same thing with me. That's exactly how he started. I know. That's why I'm saying he's a character. The very first thing you hear, I give him a little intro. I'm like, yo, what is it like to play off meta at a high level? And he just hits me with the... I'm going to be quiet about this, okay? He just hits me with a... Hello? And I was like, oh my God. And I think that the only thing is that I wonder if anybody would tune off at exactly that moment, because it was kind of abrupt and loud, and I did not turn his volume down nearly enough. But it's funny. Like, in my opinion, it's funny, and you just see me laughing. But it was a good conversation. Like, it was a genuine conversation about meta stuff. I think I'm actually going to pull all of this. So we need extra percentage here. You need a lot of counts here at the end. This is a tough tank pull. Given how this key has been going thus far, I think that there is a chance of death. There is an absolute chance of death here, I think. There is a strong potential of death. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold this for a second. I go boom, bam. I cannot let the fear go off under any circumstances, though. Yeah. He was also very nice. Like I tell people, the only thing I tell people before the podcast episodes, it's us totally unfiltered. I don't give them a script. I give them give or take. I'm like, here's kind of the first question I'm going to ask you, and then here's kind of what I'm thinking for this episode. Here's the topic we're going to discuss, yeah? All I told him was I wanted to talk to him about being off meta and like Shadow Priest. Okay. All I tell people is you cannot curse. Like, preferably, do not curse wildly, because it's bad for monetization, in my opinion. And don't hit the hard R. Like really simple stuff. I was like, don't make an inappropriate reference, and no large cursing. That's it. Those are the only two things that I tell people. And he was like, I wouldn't do that anyways. And I believe him. He just seems like a nice guy. Some people have a harder time with it than others. That's it. Because obviously, yeah. No racism and no actual obscenities. That's it. That's all I tried to maintain for this. Okay, now we're gonna go right here. I don't love either of these packs. I think you have to fight this one with this. It's not the end of the world, but try not to pull anything else. We can pull jellyfish with this, but I'm kind of dry on defensives. These packs, they hurt me a lot. I'm going to make sure I get the Screamer. Somebody will get the Shout, the Hunter probably. I'll kick the Screamer in a second. Good. Demo Shout. I need to be very careful here. This one's SI. I need to get back to my in-card, and then I can pull the Jellyfish, especially when I have aggro. Okay, good. So I'm going to pull Jellyfish now. We need kind of all the Jellyfish, so we are going to want them. Thrash, boom, Apex proc's good. Nice Apex proc there, actually. And then Shriek, 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 Shriek. Holy. Apex proc again, not bad. I have to Emergency Typhoon, because that Shriek's going to go off. I'm dead. No, I'm alive. I kick, I kick, I kick, I kick. In-cap roar. Totem. Aye. What time? What's our timer? Ah, I don't want to overlap this bark early. Help. 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 I think this is probably the hardest area for me to tank. I think this is harder than Altar of Fangs. Okay, proc Apex now. I'm really dry. This actually is living too long. I don't actually know what is really killing people here. Ow. 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 What killed people there? What was killing people there, out of curiosity? Was it just Totem? Oh, Totem was just owning. Ah, I see. All good. Nice try, nice try. Was it Totem was the thing that killed people? I see. Noted. What's up, Malden? Being both a raid lead and a tank means loot weapons in particular. No, I get it. Yeah, I think craft. I think you just craft. I'm assuming we just had no damage for Totem. That pull lived a very long time. Eventually, I was gonna die. I think you could check. Hold up. Actions, deaths. Let me see. This one, boss. Oh yeah, it was just Totem. Yeah, it was actually just Totem that killed people. Oh yeah. No swap to Totem. Understood. Well, we get the next one. It's okay, Mango. I think that as a tank, you can soak one of the orbs in Temple, to be honest. I think one is probably pretty doable. I don't know about two. I think you could soak one. All right, today I'm happy to play with friends. I'm also happy to just keep looking for some keys. 16 Altar is tough. Like 15 is pretty doable. 16 is tough. They do need a Druid. I mean, if you're looking at what tank they want, it's a Druid. I'm honestly not sure about timer on 16 without me having foreset, and I don't know how geared they are. It is a genuine question to think about how geared they really are here. Because, like, Altar is a pretty tough timer, but I'm kind of down to clown if they want me. I think 16 timer is hard. 15 is okay. If they want me, I'll do it. I'm trying to think about how you would even route for 16 in Altar currently. The nerfs to Altar, certainly welcome. Yo. All right, we could try it. Yo. I think 16 timer is, like, tough. But 14, the 15 can do. Oh, I might be full. I delete people. Let me eat someone. My friends list might actually be full. 1 second. I don't know if the nerfs are in yet. There is a first poll I can do. I think it was nerfed already. That'd be helpful. I don't know if it was nerfed after reset or before. What's up, Aladdin? Quick Q, do you know how to skip G33 on Fort Scar Arena? This one, walk left, Salty. You literally just go bloop, like this. You just go bloop. You just walk around, and then you jump over this thing. You don't need any stealth. No tech to it. Nothing. Just this. No need. Yep. Also, hi, Godfor. I think you asked me a question earlier, and I might have forgotten to respond. Always come to mainstream if I forget to respond. I do that. Here, let me just go ahead and delete some people. I don't know if... I genuinely don't know what the route is that is required to time this on 16 right now. I would be very curious about this. Mythic raid... Oh, I don't need this guy. Remove friend. So I can't jump the mini railing thing. I think you just jump over it. I don't think it's too crazy to think about. Okay. 2 hours ago, 14 days ago, very good tank. Seems like a nice guy. Well, sorry, 14 days ago, bye-bye. And I remember this guy. He's good. How I remember him. He gets to stay, probably. Probably keep him. Healful. Well, we know him. I don't delete him. All right. What about Jesse? Not going to delete him. Hot Grandpa. Got to keep Hot Grandpa. Horatio, Camilo's friend, pretty bad. Oh, shit. That's not good. Goddamn. Dude, that's a tough note. Holy hell, that's a friend note. Oh, my God. Wow. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that is tough. Wow. I always try to note people when I add them to friends list because otherwise I can't keep track, right? Like part of this is keeping track. But that's a tough note right there. Oof. Okay. Rough. Yeah. Well, it was a long time ago. I'm done being polite. All right, anyways, let me add these people. That's rough, buddy. That is rough. Here. Sorry, I didn't get the summon though. I can teleport. I believe in our time. I believe in our time. It's okay. Here. This is the warrior we were just playing with. What did you make my note? Are you online right now? You like it? You didn't get one because I'll remember your name. Because you have a very distinct name that I'm going to remember. That's why. That's why you didn't get a note. Because I'll remember you. You only get a note if I'm not going to remember you. He was a fairy. That was your note. Okay, let me ask them about the route here. So, on PTR, if Nerf is in, do we try to Gigapole or just go regular? What dungeon do you find the hardest this season? I think for pugs, Den is going to be pretty tough. Just go regular. Okay. Here's what I have been doing. I think to skip the Ulatex. So basically the first poll, because like on PTR we did 1 and 2 together. I can live, but I think is death. Basically, this is not. We're not going to do the weekly route. The difference between the weekly route is that you're not going to pull this extra side here, and I think you'll be fighting extra things over here. I just don't know exactly what you're supposed to do, actually. Because you kind of need these. I'm already skipping this. And then you pull 2 extra blades. You kind of funnel this in at the end, basically. Poll 21 here is going to be over like this. Did you send route? No. The problem is that if you want to do the end Ulatex Chosen skip, like, I don't think you want to be pulling these serpents. Like, I think these serpents are bad. I really don't think I want to pull the serpents, but technically speaking, in poll 3, you can add these serpents and the leeches, and then you have percentage without having to pull this. And then poll 9 is over here. Although they did nerf these guys, I still think it's something like this. Ignore weekly stuff. It's basically this. I think you just basically do this. 4 and 5 together. This was made for weekly stuff. So you go 4 and 5 together. This is the push route. We're changing this. So basically, 4 and 5 are together, obviously. I just live this and kite. Then you go 5 like so. And then you go 6. Yeah. So you can do it. It's 4 kicks and an ew, but I don't know if we need to. I think if we, I think we die. I think we would die. Die. Split it is. You're a Fury. You're a Fury. We split. He's a Fury warrior. We're not going to take this all together. What's up? Yo. Hardest dungeon this season. I actually feel like Den of Nalarak is going to be really hard for pugs. I have a feeling Den of Nalarak is going to be tough. 5 is a spicy pull. Oh, yeah. 5 is spicy for me, but I'm going to have to figure it out. All right, ready. We're just going to have to do it. I mean, if... I feel like I think it's doable. I feel like, yeah, I'm curious. I think we just W. All right, W. HTTPS://oscopy. Let's go. If we time this, that'll be cool. I think I would be the second bear in the world. I think Squish did this already. All right, here we go. You probably don't even waste the global on Soothe. You just kite. I don't even think you can really soothe that. What I can do is a Boomy Heart of the Wild into the Barkskin, into a Taunt here, and I can pull these guys a little bit early. Because what this will allow me to do is if I don't die on the first pull, and then I Apex right now while the Lunar Beam is still active, and then I basically double Apex right after this, and I am probably going to need to reset these at least once. Although, for what it is worth, what we do here is that the snakes do hurt. However, I get a cap totem by my shaman, which will allow me to stay in the pull and blast. I'm doing big damage, already almost 1 mil, and I haven't even obtained my 4-set. Imagine what happens when I obtain my 4-set. Then, all I have to do here is I misclick my kick, which is normal for me, and then basically I'm just going to either Vortex or Typhoon. I think I just drop a little Vortex there. It's easy, and we got a little stun here as well. I can come back into the pull even. It's really not that bad, and then we can actually chain this in because I'm so confident that I can already go into the next pull. Easy money. Big damn. I out DPS my Fury Warrior. He feels bad. It sucks to be a Fury Warrior who's target capped. I don't know as Blizzard, but he's going to pump the rest of the dungeon. I fully believe in him. Now, you'll notice my health didn't drop at all. I think it's pretty hard to watch this and not tell me that Guardian Druid is looking a lot more meta than many people realized. Because, like, come on, man. I'm pretty tanky. Like, that I was really tanky, and on top of that, I do really good. I don't even have my 4-set. I've gotten some dungeon drops. I'm not, like, low item level, but really? I swear, other tanks, I think this is the tankiest tank. Other tanks are actually getting hit on that. I was feeling strong. I feel very strong right now. I'm feeling good. Yo, what's up, Shin? Yo, how are your splits been going? How's your raid? I have heard some wild things about this raid. I haven't stepped foot into it. I've just been doing keys. We're in a 16 altar right now, and I am showing the people the power of Guardian. I'm proving a point. Guardian strong right now. Guardian strong. When I don't die to this pull, at least. The first step here is that I cannot die to this pull. So that's going to be like step number 1. And then step number 2 is going to be, we just got to pull this over here. I need these leeches. And then we're going to group these serpents in. Surely somebody gets that kick in the back. Surely somebody's going to go get that kick in the back. And then if it goes off, we're just going to live. Big live. Nice. Good awareness. There we go. What's up, Shin? I hope you've been having a great start of season thus far. Raid is tuned pretty crazy mode. That's what I've heard. How is your guild progressing? I have heard I've been watching Liquid do Eula Tech, and all of a sudden I am not looking forward to it because I don't have a guild, and I was thinking I need to basically go pug the heroic Eula Tech, and I'm pretty sure it's going to turn into a Eula G. Like, I think that the Eula Tech thing is not happening here. I think that basically what's actually going to happen is probably you just add G instead of Tech. And that's really going to be my experience next week, having to try to get my items. Yeah, I came up with that on the spot, by the way. That was pretty good, huh? Not bad. My brain is firing on all cylinders right now. What is the minimap? So this is called MDT Helper. I don't actually use it, Cosmo, but I have it up so that people will ask about it because I think it's quite useful. I think it will help a lot of people if they knew that they had an option for this. MDT Helper. It is an overlay. It does require you to have a preloaded MDT route. So it copies straight from your route. It doesn't give you one. But if you have a route, you can find it in my Discord, or I don't know if Shin has routes for his potential push keys or MDI stuff. But the idea is, yeah, it's very helpful. And then we're just going to put a vortex down. We're going to backpedal so that they stay nice and stacked. And then we come back into the pull. We reset their bleeds like so. And we're... This pull has a potential, so I'm just going to SI here. And then the major question with routing is, since some of the PTR changes, I don't know how I'm supposed to route this. Like, this next area, you're really tempted, because it's a sad pull otherwise, you really, for example, don't want to do just the next pack and then the 2. I think you're going to be tempted in higher keys to pull all of it, but I also think that'd be harder. MDT Helper, it does. So it's not fully updated yet. You got to remember that add-ons are not sponsored by Blizzard. Like, they're very not sponsored. So the people who make them are kind of just doing their best. You know what I mean? Like, they're really, when the update comes, they're doing their very best. It's very frustrating that Blizzard does not officially basically like collaborate with add-ons, I feel like, because the developers have to basically use their own resources, among other things, and that's frustrating. Aggro. Good bubble. That was a fair bubble. It's my bad. I should have pulled that in 2 seconds later, and then it would have been easy. The question is, when do I chain these next 2? I think they're kind of dangerous, even though we do have a win rush. So we're just going to push those away for a second, reset the bleed 1, bark skin here, and we're good to go. You've just been doing splits. You got to run? No problem. Thanks for coming to buy. Thanks for dropping the kids off. We're not old enough for that to be dirty. And this isn't a pool. I've been doing like long streams again because I want to relive my childhood when I could actually just game degenerately at start of seasons. So we're going to get the totems after, but the question is, I just don't know when you're supposed to chain these. Like, for safety, I think you pull them now. For efficiency, you would have to have pulled it earlier. But I think these guys suck. I think they're hard. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just coordination to get out of the stuns. Magic dispels. So, anyways. I miss when I was younger and could basically just slam monster energy drinks and play start of season for all of time. Oh, you know what? We have Pally Freedom and Windrush and Tiger's Lust. I could have pulled this in the previous pull. Now that I think about it, we have so many ways, and the real dangerous part of these is actually just that Magic Dispel dot, which is a snare. So I should have pulled this with the previous thing. I definitely think that would have been a better idea. That would have been smarter. I admit. Looks like a good team right now. If not the 16, we'll get the 15. I'll have to see what the timer looks like here. Cool. Got this. Nice. With all these snares removal, I'd pull that with previous pull. Next. My bad. I forgot how easy those were. All right. Wait for people. Wait for the warrior. Wait for warrior. Wait for warrior. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I definitely think you want to route that a little bit differently in the future. I'm going to go Feral Frenzy. Don't get clapped, though, because this guy does hurt. The fresh meat is there. Good visual that they've added to this boss, by the way. Yeah, Freedom makes that OP. And then also, I just realized we have Tiger's Lust, and we have a Windrush from our Shaman. And the Shaman is the healer, which means he's actually going to use his utility node in. So that actually makes a lot of sense. You still slam monsters? I am so incredibly sensitive to caffeine that I don't know. I think I'm just not allowed to anymore. Okay, watch my own health. This guy's been nerfed a lot, so I don't think tanks will get one-tapped anymore, but still 16, still respect the 16. Still wish I had Forset. I don't know. My damage doesn't feel terrible even without Forset. My single target is the thing that will increase dramatically once I get it, though. Bark skin here. Once I get Forset, like I'm doing 70k right now, which is pretty decent, but the second I actually got Forset, I think it would be a big boon. The damage. Okay, roar this way. Nope, not this way, this way. Oh, I mean, look at that visual. See, this is the type of thing with World of Warcraft that I actually think is so impactful. Stronger visuals. Okay, you can clip this. Did you guys see that just now? That is exactly what World of Warcraft needs. Stronger visuals. It could not have been more obvious that I was not supposed to be standing where I was standing. Make that more obvious for tanks, always. If there is a tank mechanic and you will wipe your group by simply not understanding you have to drag this guy to the thing that doesn't have the actual corpse on it, make it super obvious. Look at this. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah, I'm going to scroll out just to show you. I normally don't like playing like this, but for this, I'll show you, okay? Wait for this next tank mechanic. Let's hopefully that's a bad clip now because people just died. But wait, he actually starts glowing dramatically. Watch this. Watch this. Okay, so they're gonna drop, and then if I am next to the wrong pile, because there's gonna be a corpse behind me. Look at this. He glowing dramatically. Look at that. Look at that. You see the difference? That's super obvious. Why don't they do that for more mechanics? That should always exist because it makes sense to me. Otherwise, there's no way a new tank player would even know what to do with that mechanic. They wouldn't know what to do. It's not obvious. It's super, super, super not obvious, that one. I think that a lot of tank players were like bricking their runs because they didn't understand this. And all they have to do is actually think about it from a new player perspective for 2 seconds and realize that you just have to put a more clear visual. That makes so much sense. Yeah, I think that type of stuff I like seeing that. I think that that's very impactful, actually. Now remember, if you do get hit by this mechanic, fun fact, you get a 50% damage down. So don't get hit by it. Even if you live, you still get 50% damage down for like 20 seconds. Cool. Look at that. Look how obvious. Look how obvious. Beautiful. Excellent. I like seeing them add stuff like that. I find it to be so beneficial for the new player experience when they do that. Okay. We're going to get one more puddle. I will soak this one. It's my job. Melee should have uptime. Okay, so now I'm in a torn decision about whether I need to spend SI here. I think with the nerf, I don't get one shot without it, but triple shot is coming. And then I'm going to get clapped, regurgitate, dodge, big dodge, boss dead. Timer at 11 minutes at this end of fight. That's pretty decent. I think you want to be like 10, but not the worst. Okay, I'm playing more zoomed in, though. I actually can't do this, though. How can I learn to avoid the toxic comments as a tank? I have suggestions. You're just not going to like them. I do actually have suggestions for you. Do you really want to know my honest thoughts on this, Ryback? Ryback on YouTube basically just asked, how can I avoid the toxic comments as a tank? Like, you want to tank dungeons, but you're scared of the toxic comments. No matter what, people are going to yell at you. But I honestly think that muting party chat is not the end of the world. And I think it's probably a good suggestion. Don't be toxic back. Don't fight fire with fire. It doesn't work. At the end of the day, many people take things in game very personally, and they view your ability to succeed as a tank as a direct indictment on their performance. So it's a big deal, but at the same time, there's probably a world where you shouldn't play tank if you truly are, if you can't let things roll off your shoulder a little bit. I went to chain, but it was too early. This guy needs to die before you chain. To be honest, I really believe inherently, unfortunately, like I wish this wasn't the case, but I kind of do believe, in fact, that tanking might not be the role for you if you genuinely obsess and care a lot about what people say. We do need this, by the way. One caster here. I'll go kick. The bloodletters have been nerfed, so I think this is okay. But I think for percentage here, you needed all of this, and then we'll be good to go. I think that it's not a bad idea when you're learning and you're going into like a +2 to straight up tell people, hey, I am new and I'm learning. Because if they kick you for that, then they were going to be toxic for you anyways. Because like, let's say that you say, hey, I'm learning, I'm new here. Are you okay with that? And they say, no, and they kick you. Keep in mind, that was not the group you wanted to be in anyways. But just know that there is no winning. People criticize me all the time. Oh, well. It is what it is. It's okay. Some people just do that. You're not just tanking mobs, you're tanking emotional damage. It feels like that sometimes. The community is not kind to new tanks and new healers for what it's worth. They're not kind to either. It's rough to be a role that has so much responsibility. Chain these guys in, it's no problem. It's not easy. But I think that the most important thing is at the end of the day, this is a game. Make sure you're having fun. Whatever you decide to do, just make sure that you are, in fact, having fun. I think that that's probably the best advice because sometimes it is more fun when you can just copy a build and a route or use single button rotation. I know. People are going to be like, oh, I can't believe you just told. Yeah, you know what? If you like single button rotation, use it. If that will allow you to enjoy the game, then who the hell am I to judge you for that? I'm not going to judge you for using... Why? I don't understand that. If it works, it works. Are you going to be in a world first key using it? Probably not. Is that okay with you? Absolutely. If more people realized that this was a game we were trying to enjoy and not actually a job that we're trying to be professional at, we would have a much better time in game. But the problem is that so much of the advice and so much of the content about World of Warcraft is made as if everybody's trying to be a rank 1 world first raider. Like Shindig came to say hi, and I know he's got a track. Like he really wants to be pushing the boundaries of what you can do with guilding and raiding and whatnot. But not everybody's trying to do that. Some people are, in which case there's plenty of good advice, but it's not everybody. Most people are actually just basically trying to enjoy the game. And at the end of the day, enjoying the game is what's important. That's good. Right? So I actually just functionally don't fully understand some of the advice that is oftentimes given as though 2% more crit or 2% more mastery is going to fix your gameplay problems. It will not. I guarantee you, if you are currently parsing single digits, no matter what secondary stats you change, it's not going to help. You got to fix your rotation first. You got to fix the bigger problems. But once you get more comfortable, if you want to optimize, then great. Do you see? I think that these types of things are just not often talked about. They're not talked about enough with not just WoW, but gaming in general. There's always a meta, but I swear meta pressure is not as crazy in other games. I feel like WoW has a very particular relationship with it, and I don't love it. I can say I'm the biggest fan of how WoW is currently feeling with meta pressure and FOMO and meta rerolling and whatnot. It's a lot. I understand why it happens. So I'm never gonna judge somebody for, like, imagine that somebody was like, hey, I think I'm just gonna reroll meta next season. And you go, nah, bro, don't do that. You love your spec. And you're like, well, what's his spec? And he's like, Marksman Hunter. And you're like, oh, maybe you should reroll. Like, let's back up a second. Let's never say never. It was good advice. What was your second favorite spec? And you're like, Holy Priest. And you're like, ooh. Well, no problem. No problem. What's your third favorite spec? And they're like, Windwalker Monk. And you're like, okay, Windwalker Monk is looking good. And then it gets nerfed. And you're like, ooh. Do you like Unholy DK? Can I interest you in some Unholy DK? Of course, actually, for what it's worth, this season does appear to be better in my opinion. So far. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I just think that oftentimes we have this very strange relationship. I'm gonna stun in 3, 2, 1. We're good. And it doesn't necessarily spark joy. It's not something that helps the community. It's something that hurts the community. Public question. Do you feel you need to raid in order to Mythic Plus? This is a tough question because technically the answer is unequivocally yes. Do you need to? I mean, this season has created a lot of pressure with that as well. But the truth is, I'm in a plus 16. It's day 4 of season 1. I have not stepped foot into raid. I guarantee you that I can get 1% or 4K IO or whatever it is I want to do this season without stepping foot into raid a single time. However, I am now missing a substantial amount of damage. Like, it's not a little bit. It's something like 5%. But that's the question, though. Is 5% really worth it? Well, I like to take my spec to the nth degree. So, yeah, for me, it probably is worth it, actually. But how much of my life is 5% damage worth? And it's like, I don't know, man. A lot, unfortunately. I sort of wish that I had a healthier... Oh, I just Typhoon on accident. That was really bad. That was a very bad Typhoon. I meant to Vortex first, and I was distracted. So let me just lock in for a second, because you can very much die to this pull. I know they're going to be good with their CCs, but I also have to be good with mine. Because we can Dispel. The poisons are not the problem. The Evolves are the problem. So I'm going to just hover over my in-cap here. Wait. I'm responsible for getting a lot of these. I'm going to let that Envenom go because we have Poison Dispels up. That's on me. I'm going to kick this one. Poison Dispel him. Don't let them stack. And then wait for the next evolve. Get it immediately. They heal. So you're going to go 3, 2, 1 in Cap Roar. In 3, 2, 1 right now. Got both. Nice. Beautiful. And then the next one could be a War Stomp, or I'll just War Stomp now, actually, because we're not going to need another one. And then I could Emergency Typhoon. That Typhoon costs a little bit of damage. Let them get the totems first, and then I'm going to drag the 2 from down. Cool. Grab the totems first. Grab this first before I get out of combat. Wait. Perfect. And I'm going to go pull these now. Yep. I've got it. I got to make it back to the boss. I've got it. Oh, little sketch. Vortex. I think you do need this in this because otherwise you can't really drag these into the next pull. A little Vortex Typhoon action. There we go. It'll be a little bit tough on this first set, but I think it's what you need to do for a 16 on day 4 of season 1. Season 2, my bad. No gate, dodging. Tank knockback. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, X-Boss. I think our timer is looking like extremely strong right now. I'm not noticing any timer problems. I don't know about you guys. I think we're like hard chilling actually. Maybe not hard chilling, but we're doing good. Our damage is more than enough for this right now. So don't greed my own damage. Just make sure that I get this Thrash, get another Thrash, Apex proc, beautiful. And then we're here. Well, DH. I'm in a plus 16 right now though. This is the highest key in the world. I thought a 17 had been done already by this point. It's a weird season. There's a lot with this season. What about Bing chilling? Well, he's a warrior. I know who that is. There's a different warrior we're playing with. Oh, they're already in the 18s. Yeah, that's crazy. This is also, I think this is one of the harder 16s right now. It has been nerfed. Wait, don't these still spawn? No. Okay, good. We skipped this first chosen, and I pray that I didn't somehow mess up the route, because this is a 100% route. So you skip this first one, you go right. We are going to need all 4 of these, though. I think you lost the last pack, potentially. Yeah, could do. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go taunt these. You do need all of this. And then you have to pull this into this next Ulatex chosen. And I need to get close enough to kick the first Mass Envenom. Wow, I got a Blessing of Sacrifice here. I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm chilling. I'm not going to die. I'm Big Bear. Routing decisions, if our timer was super hell, I mean, like, this pack can kill you. This is like a super toxic pull, and I kind of wish you could skip this. I'm going to SI just to help my healer, not because I'm going to die. That's a fair Spirit Link on this first one, but he really wants Spirit Link when these living Venoms and die, because we're about to die in 3, 2, 1, live, big live, big live, big live. Nope. Spirit Link was a second early there. I B-res this. Means we are shy 1 B-res later. I think we needed that Spirit Link. Like, that would have been a perfect link if it was 2 seconds later. Because you want it to be not just on the AoE, but when the little ones explode on the AoE. Now, these blades, they do physical damage, so congratulations with a Ret Paladin in our comp here. We have Ret Paladin plus Windwalker. Sorry, plus Ret plus Fury Warrior. Wow, my words. The Windwalker is the one who's in danger on this pack. Cool. If we lost the last pack, then I'm going to go into here. I think I'm going to actually commit my SI right away. I need aggro with this Thrash. Boom, into the Bark Skin. I watch the Primal Serpents. And then I can devote my Incarn here. I will be chaining 2 of the next altars, which should be exactly 100%. And if I'm wrong, then rest in peace, Key. But our timer's pretty healthy right now. So what we're going to do is we're kind of just going to... I think we're healthy here. I think this pack is easy, so I'm going to chain these in now. I'm not going to chain them into the last one. I do think we need these 2, though. They are part of the route. I'm going to make sure I have aggro. Perfect. Let's taunt that one again. During Incarn, taunt has a reduced cooldown, so you can go here. I'm going to kick this. Beautiful. And then we dodge. This route has been pretty clean so far. I can clean it up a little bit more, for sure. There have been a few little things that I know I could like increase the pace of and the speed. But otherwise... if we survive the last pack, and if we're at 90%, we should be at 88.5%, basically, when everything dies here. Oh yeah, we're fine. I actually overpulled. You know what? I overpulled the second area. I didn't even need these last 2, but let's call them funnel. Let's call them funnel. I'm just gonna pretend I did need them, because well, yeah, my bad. Okay, kick the Mass Envenom, Bark Skin myself, Lunar Beam. I'm good. Don't panic. This pack does hurt. This pack hurt a lot. So we don't have Link, considering Link was used about 2 minutes ago. And if we don't have Link, then we're just going to be depending probably on a Healing Tide / Ascendance here. I'm not sure currently what Shaman is playing. I can't track anymore with the addition of this patch, so that sucks. I'm going to commit an SI. No, I'm chilling right now. I'm going to commit SI on top of that hit, just to help my healer. And then I go into Incarn. I mean, borderline, I could hold Incarn for boss, actually. This pack kind of got melted with Lust. All right, bet. So we have Incarn for boss. Solid. Easy time right now. Very easy time. Nice little 16 in the bags, actually. So be a nice little upgrade for the day 4 of the season. Kind of locked in. I'm going to go take where the Windwalker is, so he saves the defensive. Windwalker be the squishy one. I got this. He saves the defensive. I'm good. I'll take this one. I think it's Windwalker or Shaman, but my Shaman's the healer, so I think I just take this. And then my Windwalker can just be, he be chilling here. Cool. Boom. Bam. As long as we have no deaths, then we can't lose the timer. So let's move the boss. You know, actually, in terms of this boss, I'm not 1000% certain where I am supposed to be tanking him. Interestingly enough. I think it's like you go corner, and then you just dodge together. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to go corner, and then the tank most likely takes the first one there. And then you're just going to drag kind of corner to corner with the goop. Pretty sure it's something like this. I don't think you use the mid. I think you just kind of drag around the edge. There are a lot of bosses like this. And then they need to get hit. Nope, just the warrior here. Perfect. Nice. Let's bark to help here. Beautiful. Easy tank buster. Go back to the middle. They changed his cast time slightly today, this morning. So we're going to go back here. I'm going to get this one. Basically keep it consistent so my team knows where I'm at. I can save this next Feral Frenzy for my Lunar Beam and also my Bark Skin to make sure I just don't accidentally get clapped, which would be very sad because we have this time easy right now. I don't need to greed my damage, but there's going to be 3 of these arrows. He doesn't melee me during them, so I go back into Bear. Perfect. We're going to go back into this corner now, and then I have Bark back up. Beautiful. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Good. We're going to have like a few more sets of this. Get in here. Come this way. This is not nearly as hard as I thought it would be, actually. Going into a 16, I was like a little bit locked in. Turns out, I don't need to be that locked in. I could have lived this on 17 or 18. I wasn't even close. Oops. That was a good call, actually. I didn't. It's okay. I'm the tank. That's called tank privilege. I didn't need to soak that, but I did anyways. I'm okay. Good catch, actually. I was pinged by my team, and that was not a toxic ping. That was a very fair... That was correct. I actually soaked that, and I did not need to because I was ranting. So we big lock-in. Big lock-in moment. Let's go, Thrash. Apex. All right, lock-in. I almost misclicked there again. I was very close. Boom. Now, Bear feel very strong. I've been on deaths this whole time, too. Here. It's not troll, but here. Damage done. Cool. My overall is not looking bad. Without Forset, I feel like my overall is pretty strong right now. Like, our damage is really good. I'm not feeling... When I get Forset too, I'll have like 200k overall by the end of season. By end of season, this will be a 200k overall dungeon. Watch out, watch out, watch out. It's kind of tough. Again, I should be doing my own corner strategy. I've decided to we're timing this, and I'm not locking in. Anti-locked in behavior. Cool. Last SI, we go back to phase, and then basically he's dead. Beautiful. Yeah, we had room. So without the mistakes, we timed this on 17 without like the 2 deaths and stuff, and without people getting hit by first boss. But then there is a world where I'm going to need to route this like eventually. I'm going to need to go a lot harder. But it's also just a little bit of item level tier set. I don't know who has what. It's day 4 for me. I have not gotten all my drops. I've gotten a few key drops. But no tier set. Bear 4 set is like extremely powerful. I don't know. I felt good. We played it kind of safe too. I could have saved an extra minute there. Nice. Jeez. GG's. Well played. Well played. Easy little 16. That felt good. I think post-nerf that felt good. Wait, what'd I get? 2-handed. Don't need it. Nice. Congrats. What's... I want my 4-set. 4-set would feel really good. Voila. How do you know what mechanics need to be avoided and what can be tanked? A lot of it is actually just reps. Like, to be honest with you, a ton of it is just reps, to be honest. Solid. That felt super easy. Like, no problem. Yeah, for sure. That was actually like super easy. I'm like that guy. Yo, what's up, Equinox? We just timed 16 altar. Post nerf, this dungeon is not as scary. We did 16 altar. Like, not bad at all. Bare 154, no 4-set. I think with 4-set, I'd feel a lot better for sure. 4-set starts to definitely get this up further. But 16 altar, good time. 28, 40. Not bad. Few deaths, few mistakes. Pulled kind of safe though. Yeah. First pull only 8. I definitely think... Yeah, I think that basically... it was like a pretty YOLO route. I think the route here is good. I think that route... I like that route. I like that route. Maybe it can combine like 2 things. But it's kind of pushing it already. Maybe you can combine like 1 and 2 potentially. Or... Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I was being lazy. I was playing safe. Yeah. The thing is, the timers are not... I don't think they did a good job this season with timers. Yeah. I was going safe. This comp is kind of nice. It is. I like this. Really good. What key you get from that? We could blast if that's, I think, where's the most tight, no? I think this timer is most tight. Which is the timer? Which is the hardest timer to do? I think 17 den. 15 den I did was pretty chill. 15 den I did was pretty chill. 16 is fine. 17, I don't know. I haven't done 17 yet. I have no idea. We can do den. It's bedtime for me. Aight. Tomorrow maybe. See you later. Thank you for group. Cool. That was nice. That was solid. Thank you for group. How do you get gear fast? Where do he's? Well, I hope you invite me. Invite me as a bear. Brew looking good after those buffs. What buffs? What buffs? Wait, did I miss Brewmaster buffs? What do you mean, what buffs? Wait, what? What buffs? Class tuning. What? Where? Who? What? When? Why? Wait, Brewmaster got buffed? Wait, hold on. Let me look at this right now. Link it. Is there... Okay, I have to turn on my VPN for a while. Wait, whoa. Where? I might have actually been so distracted with work this morning and filming stuff that I might have forgotten to look. Midnight hotfixes, August 21st. Okay, hold up. Upcoming class weekend. I see Ret Paladin Warlock buffs. This one? Let me turn on my VPN and let's find this together. Okay, I'm looking. I'm gonna look. What do you mean? The hell? We knew it was gonna happen, but now I want to know how they did it. Okay, hold up. News. Did they revert to Celestial? Wait, let me see. Okay, hold up. Brewmaster Monk buff. Okay, I need to actually look at this. Classes, Death Knight. Frost, buffed. They buff for raid. Yeah, Frost, okay. Every Frost DK is happy about this. Well, I actually didn't see this. All damage increased by 3%. Havoc. Makes sense. Mastery increased. That's a joke. I mean, come on, man. That's a joke. Really? At some point, they gotta stop doing this for Vengeance. It's not actually. It's an attack power buff. They gotta stop. They've done this like 3 times. But they've done this like 3 times. It's just attack power. You get like a little bit more attack power, I think, if it matters like that. But what is this passive armor outside of spikes? Okay. All right. They got to rework the mastery here. Time to stack mastery. Still bad. Druid. Rejuvenation and wild growth feeling weak in season 2, particularly in dungeons. Genesis duration. They reduced it. Wait, increases. Okay, no, increases it. Got it. Big Resto Druid buffs. No, Nature's Bounty nerfed. Okay. Everbloom heals 5 targets. Raid nerf. But this is good for dungeon. That's actually a fairly large. That's a substantial Resto Druid buff. Even though Nature's Bounty, you just won't take that talent now. Actually, you just drop this. This is a free talent point. You're not going to take Nature's Bounty with it being 10%, I don't think. You don't need it. At this point, you would drop this for Resto Druid. Okay, Evoker, Preservation, Healing increased. Increased! Oh! I mean, granted, the only Preservation Evoker I've played with is Kigalion, and he was not struggling. Increased. They got buffed. Okay, so Prez buffed. Solid. Beastmaster Hunter. Okay. That's a large buff. That's... Oh, why does it seem like their class tuning is so AI sometimes? Bruh. Is that not actually a large buff to BM Hunter? That's quite a bit in AoE. I'd be curious to know how that plays out. That's a large... I mean, this is interesting. All right. From the guide I made with Banchers, that's a lot of damage. All right, Survival, 4%. Frost. Problem removal of health, improve from Ice Barrier. Had a passive far survivability. I really think it's AI-based. Like, imagine putting in... Hey, Claude. How do we buff VDH? Mastery, 24%. Who comes up with this? Who comes up with buffing their mastery by 24%? Out of curiosity, like how do you come up with this as the way to buff Vengeance? That doesn't make sense. You could do almost anything. You could affect like any other value. But why mastery? In this case, you know what they should do? They should give an interaction for Brewmaster Haste. And also, if they're doing this for Vengeance, why don't they affect Prop Pally Mastery? If they're going to look at Mastery, I think they should look at Prop Pally Mastery too. Prop Pally Mastery is in shambles. It's so weird, that stat. Okay, all right, let me look. All damage increased by 3%. Equinox, you had me excited. I thought they were actually going to buff Brewmaster. What is this? I thought they were buffing Brewmaster. What is this? All 3%? Okay, 3% is still something, but 20% to Celestial is huge? Be honest with me. Are you trolling? 20% to CB is huge? 20% of 10% of your max health is now 12% of your max health. It's not that much. Oh, I dripped ice cream everywhere. I tripped. Do you actually think it's that big of a change? It's more than 10% now. But I mean, are you not just going to use it rotationally? You don't assign, this is the thing with like, it doesn't affect how you're going to use it in your rotation. You already press it nearly on cooldown because of your Apex. Do you not? The 3% damage is solid. Like, you'll take 3% damage. But I don't feel like this is that impactful because it won't change how you press it, no? I mean, I guess it will be something. Yeah, that's what you'll just be tankier. Yeah, but the whole point is, like, it's not going to make it so that you are now committing this to defensive rotation. It's just, like, it'll be something, but I don't know if this is... I feel like I would rather them give a baseline buff of some kind. I feel like instead of them giving 20% on the actual absorb of Celestial Infusion, I would still... I mean, what would feel better is 20% CDR on it. Like, I actually think what if you did 10%? What if you did 10 seconds off the cooldown? Like, literally anything that's CDR on this would make it feel better because of Apex, no? Because you're already pressing this on cooldown. Oh, what's up, C-Noob? Yo, thanks for keys. They were chilling. They were really chill. I think Bear is super underrated right now. I don't know. I haven't played with a lot of other tanks myself, but I mean, we're like hard chilling. They're very, very, very. I mean, not even. My health is not moving. Yeah, I think Bear. I've been saying since early PTR. Once I get 4-set too, I feel like my damage is pretty solid. I don't know what other tanks are doing. I was looking at the notes. I don't know what other tanks are doing. I feel like my damage is pretty decent. Single target with 4-set will be awesome once I get it. But like 153 without route, 154 is not bad, I don't think. Like, unless Equinox above me is going to tell me you're doing 200k already. Like, that, then I would feel bad. But including Mark of the Wild, I really feel like Bear is highly competitive on damage. Unless you're already doing like 220 overalls, in which case I'll feel bad. Could you explain your build? Yeah, what's up? You do like 170, 190 in high AoE dungeons. So including Mark of the Wild, I'm basically there. And if I had 4-set, then that would immediately be 10, 15%. Yo, what's up, Fusad? It's nice to meet you. I like Windwalkers. I hope, did I send you a B tag request? Because I like Windwalkers. Bears, it has been from early PTR. People were sandbagging the hell out of it. And to be honest with you, I probably should too, because I don't want them to nerf it. But it also just seems like the season is not hard to tank, right? Like what was very interesting, and I'll tell you this as a conversational point. When I read the Altar of Fangs nerfs, half of the Altar of Fangs nerfs were for tanks. Did you notice that? They nerfed the Descendants. They nerfed the first boss. They almost never do that. Think about it. Skyreach wasn't touched all of Season 1. Algathar Academy was not touched. The battle axes were never looked at. Not a single time in Season 1. The Seat of the Triumvirate was never touched. They almost never tune to help tanks unless something is wrong. They're really trying to make this season friendly for tanks. They don't want it to be hard. It's kind of evident, right? Like, I really think they're trying to push it so that tanks don't die as much, which I'm a big fan of. We'll have to see how it really plays out at the end. I'm very interested in that. Because all the tank players were basically coming in and saying, hey, how do I not die in Altar? And it's like, well, so this mechanic works, but then they nerfed it. 10%, that's a lot. I think it's an interesting talking point. BM Hunter will be going straight to S. I think that was a lot. Yeah, it's a very... So, Altar, to be fair, like, tanks will still die eventually, but if you're aware of it, felt much easier. First boss, yeah, we could have. I was playing safe. I think as I was like first 16 here, the previous Altar I did was 13 pre-nerf, and I was a lot more cautious. Yeah. Also, first boss, if you get hit, it's a 50% damage down. Even if you live, by the way. I learned this the hard way as a tank, because I can live the first boss, but it also gives you a 50% damage down. Fun fact. Little fun fact for you. Little fun fact. You, in fact, don't want to get hit by that. It's 50% damage down. 20 seconds. What's up, Fate? Do you think Blood DK damage gets nerfed? No. I don't think Blood DK is nearly as dominant as people are saying it is. I think it's good, and it has been, but it was already... The few percent nerfs have already made it feel interesting. Yeah. Guardian Druid lacks... There were some aggro moments there. The Paladin saved himself at one point with Bubble. He was incredibly smart. That was a very heads-up play by him, because I chained something in without Thrash, and he stole threat. C-Noob, you were pretty... everybody in that team was very reflexive with threat. As in, I was doing good on it, but there were a few moments where I did lose aggro, but people were quite aware of it, though. It's propped up by a bug. If they ever revert the Blood Beast bug, it's cooked. I think even... The problem is that I was looking at a lot of logs, by the way. The main thing with Blood DK is that its single target was never good, even pre-nerf. Like, its single target is not... It's propped up by AoE pad. I looked at the log... I was looking at a bunch of logs. I did this Equinox, like when I was doing the tank tier list, and I was not convinced. Like, it had the highest overall, but it also doesn't have a group buff. And I think that it was ahead, but it wasn't like... people were acting like it was 30% ahead, right? You know? I don't have a team this season, though, Team Noob. If you want to do more, I'm happy to. I really want to game this season. I feel like Bear is pretty good right now. 16 Ruby. Be kind of chill. mean fuck. Who's fuck? Fuck you. No, sorry, that was a bad joke. Who this? The Windwalker? I mean, so this is the thing, right? I said this, I made a video a while ago, and it was the advantage of being off meta. You want to know what it is? I'll tell you, this is funny. You just listen for a second before you go to bed. I know it's late for you. Listen. Hear me out. This is a real thing. Listen. The true advantage of being an off-meta specialization in World of Warcraft is that you know for a fact people want you for you and not your Fodom reroll spec. I'm just saying it is the actual advantage. People like you and want you for who you are. You end up networking and making friends, and you can clip all of that. It's the weirdest thing, but what happens when you end up playing, like if you've been a brewmaster for a long time, you end up making friends with Fury Warriors and Feral Druids and whoever, because you kind of need them. So if you're a Fury Warrior, you're like, hey, Mr. Brewmaster, like, how's it going? Or like, hey, Mr. Windwalker, like, the Forgotten Spec, like, how's it going? Like, you really try. You end up networking a lot harder because you kind of have to in order to be competitive. So although it's frustrating if you're just pugging, it's quite interesting for your B tag. Because you end up networking a lot harder. Like talking to Shaw, for example, and he was like, yeah, I mean, we just play off meta. And I was like, you developed it over time, but part of it is because you love Brewmaster. And even when Brewmaster isn't meta, you have to basically, you have to make a team. Just if you need to. It's basically you're forced into it. Yeah, Reddish. That's exactly right. The main thing is, I stopped last season. I got my 4K in May, I think, C-Noob, and then I just stopped. I was not interested. My Windwalker, when Windwalker was bad, yeah, your Windwalker was good, though. And the thing is that every spec is tanky if you're good. If you're a DPS player and you're like, bro, I've got nothing. The thing is, I've got nothing. And you're like, well, that means you've misplanned somewhere. Like, almost certainly, like, even Windwalker, you don't have a lot. But you still have to plan better. You're like, hey, my shaman has put down Spirit Link. I'm not going to Fort Brew. Right? Or like health potion outside. My shaman has just used his major cooldown. I will health potion the next overlap or whatever it is. Now that you tried all these specs, especially with all these guides, which are awesome. Thank you, Chilical. Which class spec has the smoothest and nicest rotation? Can you clarify what that means to you? Like for DPS, for tank, for healer, Chilical, what does smooth, nicest rotation mean? Reddish, I think you're right, but let me ask you a question. Do you like the fact that Blizzard occasionally forces you to do things? I want you to think about this for a second. Do you like that Blizzard kind of makes you do things sometimes? Because they do. That's part of their design. Is like they're like, hey, you kind of have to raid, or like, hey, you have to network, or hey, you have to do this, right? Do you like that? Let me see if I can find any keys. If we can find some. No, I don't. But I understand why they do. You seem really stoked on Ret Paladin. Not so fond of all the buttons a little. Nope, cool. 15th Temple. Let's do it. Yo. I want Mythic Plus to be a lobby game. I might agree with you, Lacus, but it wouldn't be good for the game. Like, it would be cool for us. It would not be good for the game. It would be bad for WoW in general. Also, welcome to pushing. I hope you enjoyed it, C-Noob. And definitely, if your last season was your first season pushing, you'll learn extremely fast that WoW is 50% social. If you're still here for a second. You will learn extremely fast. Probably more than 50%. Yeah. A lot of people don't realize this, and they genuinely think that it is like, you just get better secondary, you get better stats, you get better gear, you get better rotation. Like, yeah. All that's good. The thing is, you need to be able to have access to the keys that you want to do in order to practice them. And Brazil, plus just the evolution of gaming and WoW, your friends list is the greatest resource that you could possibly have. Like, if you want to push keys, your ability to contact people for those keys is significantly more important than your ability to be good at this game. You gotta have both. You gotta have both. Don't get me wrong. But a lot of people get high keys, whatever that means to you. For some people, that's a plus 20. For some people, it's a plus 23. And for others, it's a plus 25. But for a lot of people, they get those keys because they have friends. And if you're the type of person who gets very wet in the shower, you know what I mean? You're in the shower, all of a sudden the water's going everywhere, but you realize you haven't turned the shower on. Perhaps you're a freak and your mind went somewhere it's not supposed to go. What I'm referring to is you crying. You're crying because you're lonely. You're so alone. You're crying because you have nobody. Then you need to get people. Because pushing IO in that scenario is not good. It's not, you're wasting a lot of time. It's significantly harder. You will triple the amounts of effort you have to put in if you're using Linking for Group. If you care about your IO, you should really be focused on making friends. You don't be lonely. Also, human beings are not meant to be alone to begin with. No matter how introverted you are, you do need other people. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, Sinoob. It's a very important, very impactful thing. Yeah. Cool. Anyways, speaking of which, it's nice to meet you, Sinoob. I love to tank if you want a druid later. Yep, sounds good. Sounds good. GG's. Thanks for keys. I'll see you later. I did the wrong thing, and I have a low key right now. I forgot to actually not take my vault until I did my first key, so I need to either push mine up or just wait next week and go next. Yeah. That 16 was pretty chill. What's up, Snugs? Hello, hello. Ooh, Didoi's playing Prez this season. Look at that. I think Prez is good. Oh, wait. I was looking at the buffs and nerfs. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to finish this. What's up, Hold up. Fanuggy. I like saying your name. Can I say it again? Fanuggy. I'm new to tanking, and I'm having trouble translating the map from MDT to the actual dungeon. You can use this overlay, but I also think that there are general routing tips that I would give you for what it is worth that go beyond just memorizing MDT. There are a few things you can do. One of them as a tank, which is actually not a bad idea, is macroing MDT so that you can actually just have this on your action bar. Watch this. If I have this on my action bar, then it will click every time I actually use this hotkey. I don't need to type /MDT every single time. That's just like a random little thing, but you can hotkey this and you can macro it for what it's worth. First of all, is that you don't have to actually be like, oh, like, what am I doing? Just go like boom, 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 boom. So that's like a really easy thing to do. Second, there's an overlay. It doesn't work perfectly. I think the guy's going to update it soon, probably, because it's not made by Blizzard. But you can get the overlay, which does show you what you're pulling. It's a little bit helpful. It can be helpful, which shows you like your route here, yeah? It does require you to have an MDT string, but this is not a terrible idea for tanks that are learning how to route. But I have a much better suggestion that you will not hear anywhere else. And I made a video about this. I think that there are 2 general rules that work very well. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Believe it or not, I made a video today, Fanuggy. If you're really curious about routing, it's like a 30-minute masterclass on how to route the Den of Nalarak. I did a 15 a few days ago. I did, yeah, I don't have a second monitor though. If you want, this is complete. You don't even have to have a membership. I just can't post it to YouTube right now. Here, let me here. This. If you're curious, you can just play it. You do not even need a membership to Patreon. But if you watch that video, one thing that I talked about was how in the middle of that dungeon, you're going to be doing a pull in the bridge area. Have you tanked Den of Nalarak yet? So rather than remember exactly what mob you have to pull, because that's a lot of information, actually the only thing I think about is I need the 2 bears. That's it. That's how I know I'm in the right pull. Observe. If I am aware that in Den of Nalarak, yeah, I make checkpoints. Because the way that each of these bridges work is that I have to pull these. There's literally no option. Like, this is the first pull up here. I have to pull this. They're in my way. By hitting W, I will be pulling this. But there's the Frigid Mauler up here. So this is the only mob I think about. I know that I take pull 5 into that Frigid Mauler, and then I pull it back behind the first tree. That's my checkpoint. This guy right there. The next pull, I know that I pull all of this up to the Frigid Mauler. This is ignore the push route. So I know I'm going to pull all of this up to here and then pull it back. That's the push route. I don't actually think about these mobs because they're in my way. I have to pull them anyways. So the only thing I think about in this whole area is the first time I see that bear, pull it back. The first time I see this bear, pull it back. Then I go into here. So it's actually 3 things. Does that make sense? That's like you can pick this up after doing reps of dungeons. So you don't have to translate MDT because you can't miss this. If they're here, you will take it. And in Pugs, you should just take this guy because he roams. So that's number 1. Number 2 is if you use my Platinator, there's a general rule which almost won't fail you ever. If you understand this basic concept here, I'll show you. We're going to do Temple of Sethralis, but let me just hearth and go back to Murder Row. I'll show you. I made a video about the 2 add-ons I think every Mythic Plus player should need, and then they fix X-Boss, and X-Boss is now the 3rd one. If you use my Platinator profile, 2 red mobs, 1 blue mob. Done. It almost always works. It's not a golden rule. Like, I can't say it applies to every pull, but watch. If I look at Murder Row and I'm thinking not about the percentage of how to route 100%, but just the pressure of what do I pull? Like, what mob do I pull here? Watch. If I did the entire first area, 2 red mob, 1 blue mob. Every pull is already scripted. Look. If I'm going to go in here, and I did this on 15 earlier. Blue mob, bright red mob with my Platinator. It might be different on yours, depending on what profile you're using. Mine is in Discord if you want it. It's completely free. You can just take it. See this? Bright red, blue. Don't pull 2 blue. Don't pull 3 bright red. So I'm not going to pull all of this. This pull right here, bad. 3 red. You see? Don't pull 3 red. Pull 2. So then all of a sudden I know that the pull is right here. That's the pull right there. Because it's 1 blue, 2 red. That's it. And then the next pull can be blue plus red. Because this is caster. 3 casters equals Pugs are going to die. It kind of works. To just determine blue equals mini boss, you normally only want 1 mini boss. If I look at this pull right here, think about it. I open that door and there's a blue plus 2 red. So if I go in here, look at this pull. The burgundy and the gray doesn't matter. Look at this pull. This is the correct pull right here. 2 red, 1 blue. If I want those guys, I can take them. Because guess what? Those guys are just burgundy. They're not bright red. But I can't pull this into that because 2 bright red. It's a very simple, it's a simplistic overview, but it kind of works. It's not a perfect thing, but as you're learning, it will carry you through every +5 to +10 to +12. It won't work for +18, but it will work as you're learning. Yeah, but you have to, that's accounting for basically 2 caster or 1 caster. Does that make sense? Hopefully that helps. And my Discord is updated with all of that if you want it here. That's the type of tank trick that I would recommend people to learn. But if you watch the routing videos I'm about to make on Patreon, hopefully they help. I just can't post them to YouTube yet because YouTube is like this. The YouTube work weird right now. Okay, observe. So hold up, what was I gonna do? I was gonna post this like here, like so, and then go voila. Oh, I was going to finish looking at the class tuning as well, but I forgot to do this. I was so excited about keys today. I always forgot to type this on the YouTubes. Boop, pin, message. Go. Solid. Voila. What is my favorite? So yeah, if in that case, Finuggy, then that tip works great, and you can learn over the season where you can basically speed up the pull a little bit or whatever, right? That's kind of where you're at. You'll learn over time, but right now I can tell you these dungeons, don't overpull. Don't overpull. you will have a much better season. Do not overpull. And you're going to have a much better time. Safer. Even if your team gets a little mad at you. The timers are not a problem if you don't have a group wipe. And you only have a group wipe if the tank over... I mean, so sometimes your team is trolling. Like, it happens. But don't overpull. Almost always. Yes, if you're playing Brewmaster, it's a very forgiving tank because you don't have a defensive management, if that makes sense. Do you think I get lucky in this normal tier-wise? Do you have 4-set yet, Equinox? I don't. I need to do normal as well, and I think I might do the degenerate streamer thing. But let me finish looking at these buffs, by the way. Sorry, I wanted to finish reading the buffs. Here were the buffs earlier today. I'm interested that you think this is cool. I personally just think this is kind of meh, but the 3% damage on Brew is nice at least. No 4-set, got it. Ret Pally. That's actually okay. Not terrible. Fair enough. This is raid buff, but it applies to keys. Okay. Ret's looking up a little bit. This is the... Okay, Affliction Warlock. Massive buffs. Whoa, your pet 350% damage. All right, hold up. Wait, well, let me read these and see if I understand them well enough. Unstable. Okay, UA 15%. 20%, 35%, 25% on the Apex talent. Agony by 20%, Corruption by 15%, Hellcaller Wither. Ooh, that's interesting. That's a fair bit. I wonder how Arson will do now. That's a big buff to Arson. Good for him. So Demonology also got kind of a buff here. Interesting. And Destruction, Rain of Fire, 30%. Warrior, 2% Magic DR. Okay. Hey, you'll take it. Interesting class tuning. I think this is light-handed. I think this is pretty light. I think that they're waiting until after Race to World first. Probably next week we get even more tuning. Most likely. When did you start playing WoW? A while ago. My older brother introduced me to the game when I was a kid. So I'm 29 now. About 21, 22 years ago. 7 or 8 years old. Classic was already underway. It was before TBC. It was around that time period. My older brother played, and he was like competitive back in the day, and I played basically. I didn't know what I was doing, but he used to pay me $0.25 to sit in Alterac Valley for him. Are you guys okay if I play more upbeat, epic music? Because this is kind of nice, but it's I didn't realize it was so peaceful right now, and I like peaceful, but this is too peaceful. Here, on my way. I think I know how to move the third boss here. I kind of want to play... This is peaceful music. I like this. Oh, wait, I like this song too. No, wait, I like this song. Never mind. I'm chill with this. I actually like this music. I heard that raid is very hard right now, Snugs. Yeah. You try DK tank? On PTR, I did a lot, yeah. On retail, I can only gear one character right now, so I'm not on retail. I've only played Guardian Druid this week on live, but I played a lot of PTR, so I tested it, yeah. That's your favorite. Reddish, the favorite healer I have for me probably is like Shaman or Mistweaver. Give me... Wait, this song is making me feel romantic things. I'm gonna take 2 seconds to go kiss my girlfriend. Now I'm running with Apex right now. I think Apex is more damage. I need to pick up the music. 1 second. Okay, I promise you we live this key and we time it, but give me a second. Give me a second. I've been like going to the gym. I'm tired. But I've got a plan. You see this? Listen. I like this music, don't get me wrong, but there's better music that I can play that will guarantee my energy goes up instead of down over this gaming session. I will show you what this music is. I'm going to turn on the treadmill. Shall we? Because it is time to play Disney. I will live this 15, I promise. I will live. If I die on the first pull because I'm doing this, I'll feel bad. Do tanks soak the orbs? You can soak 1, I think. If you have strong defensives, just know you're going to get clapped. You're not supposed to, I think, but I think you can soak 1. Ready? Okay. It is time to blast. Time to game. Time to actually get this ready. Thank you for waiting. Let's roll. Let's ride. It is time to actually blast this key. And therefore, we are playing the best music. And the best music deserves this plus 15. To defeat the Huns. I don't want to sing too loud because then I'll get copyright on YouTube given my flawless tones. When they ask for sons, do-do-do. Saddest bunch I ever met about. I actually had to do that too, Faye. I was upside down. I was so bored. I actually laid down mid-fight. I had to also finish my folio, as funny as that sounds. I did the same thing. Equal as a forest. In a second. Within. It's okay, I won't die. Guardian is probably the only tank that can live this. The signless pale, pathetic lot, and you haven't got a clue. Make a man. The stun if it goes off, like the 4-second stun that actually just casually goes off at this pull. Every single time I've done, that's the first time it hasn't gone off, by the way. Every other time, I have had to deal with that stun, Equinox. Every single time. I just soak the stun. And I just sit there. Okay, fair. Fine. Bubble count. You have to swim to be a man. Do man in cap roar. Do. I actually don't know what the exact route is for this place, to be honest. I've just been going here. Boom. There's going to be some tiny min-max about this, but effectively, the answer is swipe for damage. But at the beginning of a pull, I do think... Oh, home, you're through. At the beginning of a pull, you probably want a Moonfire just to get scintillating applied like a touch earlier if you're in danger. But either way, it's got to be like a sub 1% difference. People over-obsess about that filler ability and it won't matter that much. Maybe 2% at most. Typhoon. They're both extremely lackluster. They should buff swipe for bear, to be honest. Dark side of... we are man. Bam. Oh. You're mine. No BS. TDC? We're not. That's okay. We won't trade into boss. Is he waiting for a res? That's okay. Timer is not a problem here unless we actually have a group wipe. Are you going for haste crit? I'm actually going for crit verse. This season, I want crit verse. Yeah, I think I'm performing very well right now. You want to know what my haste is? You want to see my haste? Don't look. Don't look. It's not my fault. It's what drops I've gotten. Look at my haste. Also, we're listening to the live action Aladdin, Prince Ali. I'm kind of okay with this. I don't hate it, but it doesn't give me that sort of nostalgic vibe that I'm actually after right now. I also miss the Pharaoh Frenzy, but that's alright. This song doesn't do it for me. I thought the live action Aladdin was actually okay, to be honest with you. That was the best, one of the best ones. I also thought Lilo and Stitch live action also wasn't that bad, to be fair. Okay, I'm kind of feeling it now, a little bit. That lunar beam. Oh! I just Pharaoh Frenzied the wrong target, I think. Rest in peace, my damage. Really? That's fair. You don't like live action Lilo and Stitch? If you don't know the original plot of Lilo and Stitch, it's good. Like, if you're upset about what they did to... That makes sense, but if you were a kid watching it for the first time, I thought it was actually pretty good. Or the live action Aladdin. You can't... It's hard to compare to what you love. I think as an individual movie, it's okay. But that's also because live actions weren't overdone at that point already. Like, I'm having fun right now. I'm listening. I'm having fun. And ultimately, Disney movies are fun. They're supposed to be fun. I think I did Pharaoh Frenzy the wrong target. What? No. I actually consistently hit the wrong target on this boss. I should fix that. Whoa. Gifted subs. What did I just miss? What content? Do you also... Wait a second. Are my takes on Disney this powerful? Wait a second. My takes... Thank you, WowCloud. You're giving out subs. Thank you. Do you like my takes on Disney? Thank you. How is your season going, WowCloud? I think this will be a fun season to tank. Yo, thank you for the gifted subs. This is very appreciative. I wouldn't judge somebody for enjoying them as their first experience. I don't think they can compete. Nothing can compete is the problem. Are we still saying sub, bitch? If you would like to, absolutely. I would say go for it. I would say yes, Andraste. I'm still a fan of this, yes. But if we are going to be doing the start a conversation with me with what's up, bitch, I would love to clarify why. That's the only thing, because I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Reddish Angel. Is this your first time in my stream? Ooh, I overlap my kick. Because if this is your first time in my stream, then this won't make a lot of sense. However, yes, okay. So when I was younger, I have to give you a little bit of context. Some people already know this story. However, the best way to start a conversation with me, if you were to come in, you could say, hey, Awoo, or like, what's up, Steve? But, Steve? You know what I mean? I feel like the best way to start a conversation with me is actually, what's up, bitch? And let me explain why. Because when I was sick, when I was younger, I was extremely sick. I had a lot of medical conditions. I had a lot of genetic issues. I grew up in the hospital. I was frail. I was weak. And I was always doing poorly. There has never been a point in my life where I was just like, man, I feel super strong and everything's going really well. So for what it's worth, okay? I was always treated. No. This is a positive story, and the reason it's a positive story is because I'm alive and doing well now. But the idea here is this: people would always talk to me as if I was sick. You know? You want to go Guardian? To be honest, Guardian is super strong right now. Guardian is incredibly strong. I'm excited for Guardian right now. The thing is that when you grow up with chronic illness, or you've been dealing with some illness your whole life, people treat you like you're sick all the time. And when they start conversations with you, they do the whole, hey, like, how you doing, champ? And I'm like, bad. And they go, ooh, like, that's not good. You know what I mean? It happens all the time because I'm sick. And so they go, well, tomorrow, they say again, how you doing, champ? And I go, oh, not good. And they go, ooh. And it gets kind of annoying because they're doing it from a good place. I can't get mad at them for asking me how I'm doing. Like, that's very kind of them. And I'm glad that they care enough. But I have to tell them all the time, the answer is not good. And I kind of wish I didn't have to say that. So I started actually telling people when I was younger to stop asking me how I was doing. Does that make sense? Because, like, nowadays, the answer is I'm doing really good. Thank you for asking. I had the flu in May, which sucked. I feel much better now. That's why I can make videos and make content and, like, be here streaming and do keys. But back in the day, it was always tough to have to, like, justify and explain that the answer was not good. So now, if you actually start a conversation as if you were my friend and just were like, yo, what's up, bitch? It kind of makes me feel like a normal person. Like I'm not sick. And I appreciate that. That's why. What's up? Yeah, that works. You could do whatever is comfortable for you. But if you wanted to start a conversation with, what's up, bitch? That's why. So yeah, you could do that. Let's call it an inside joke or an inside reference. Whoops, we didn't want this guy here. That is problematic. We don't want two sand riders. I was going to split this area. Okay, let me poison the spell. First time viewer, what's up, Mita? If this is your first time in my stream, I should probably introduce myself. So, hi, I'm a woo, and I'm addicted to World of Warcraft. The first step is admission, and the second step is anti-locked-in behavior as a tank, and the third step is probably I don't know, I think dolphins are kind of cool. I've seen some videos on YouTube. I think the YouTube videos are really interesting. Because sometimes people watch like a short of mine or something. And is it okay in the US to say, I am not okay? Riarn. You asked me. Let me repeat the question. Riarn, you just asked me, in the US, is it okay to say that I am not okay? One of the best pieces of advice that I ever got, has changed my life, was that it is okay to not be okay. Life does not always go your way, and it's all right to struggle. It is absolutely okay to say that. There is a culture where sometimes it is deemed socially not okay to complain. There is a difference between complaining and accepting that it's a bad day. It's not permission to just complain to anyone who will listen or do nothing about your situation. But sometimes you are, in fact, not okay. And we should normalize that, not distract from it. It is absolutely okay, Riarn. Although I also grew up in the US, I don't live there anymore. And one of my favorite things about not living in the US is the fact that in Thailand, people don't really ask you that as much. You are allowed to be a bit more honest. Well, I live in Thailand. And the culture here is a lot more honest. But in my opinion, this is like a massive thing. It actually really bothers me that we do live in a world where basically, especially men's mental health isn't always valued. You don't always get to actually just tell people how you're really doing, and I think that's a shame. You know? How's my Thai? Bad. It's tough. Thai is a tough language. It's a tonal language, and I'm kind of tone deaf. What's up, Bruce Chan Lee? I believe personally that if you ask many people who have been successful, they will all tell you that the way you feel is important. Not to limit yourself by it, not to use it as an excuse, because there's always something you could do to move forward. But hey, man, the world is stressful enough without you having to add everything else on top of it. So yeah, I'm pretty passionate about that. It is very okay to not be okay, yeah. Makes sense, Rion? Oh, I'm getting hit by this. I'm bad. I'm bad. I gotta lock in. Anti-locked in behavior. Anti-locked in behavior. I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna die, but that was like the worst intermission that I could have had. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, that's that. I was moving it bad. I move it better on the next one. CC. Okay, now, anyways, let's go back to the wonderful Disney music. Now we have Moana. The Moana soundtrack seems to be getting a lot of plays on my Spotify. Still not exactly the biggest fan of it, though. I'm not from US, and I see you learned the European Asian style. Well, in Thailand, we have this thing called sabay sabay. It's like a mentality of how to live. It basically means Hakuna Matata. It's effectively just Hakuna Matata, to be honest with you. It means no worries, literally. That's what it means. Yes. I appreciate direct communication very much. If you actually move this better as a tank, okay, I do need my DPS to be aware that they cannot basically start attacking this until I have a threat. I do wish that was more understood. Do I have to res this? It's a massive... So yeah, basically when people say, hey, how are you? They're not actually asking you how you're doing. But if I ever ask you how you're doing, you're allowed to give me a paragraph. Just for what it's worth. Like, for example, if I'm like, hey, how are you, Riarn? You're allowed to actually tell me. I want to know. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask you. I think we should have saved the res. In my opinion. Like, you actually... You know what I mean? I don't know. There are many fruit vendors, TH. No, I haven't told the fruit story vendor in a while. Some people recently have asked me why I moved to Thailand. But yeah. Mostly... Meat, you said it was your first time in my stream. For what it's worth, I really genuinely believe in just... If we're here and we're putting all this effort in to live, we might as well have a good time with it. I believe very much in some basic human happiness, but maybe human joy, because sometimes life doesn't always go your way, so happiness is overrated. Joy is underrated. Okay? This is not going well. We're getting hit. Why are we stopping? What do you mean, why are we stopping? I had to go through the thing. What was I supposed to do? Quick question. Yeah, what's up? Do you have the recommendation about the Omnium Folio? I straight up ask people what they are using, and then I just use that. So not really, no. This could get rough. What's up, Para? I was doing Raid Who Died. I was doing the RP. Well, we had like 3 deaths there, but it's okay. There were some orb shenanigans on the RP. It's all good. I don't think the timer here is like not an issue if we don't actually have wipe on this next few bosses though. Almost season 1. Yeah, you still need to do it for season 2. It carries. The folio is still very active right now for season 2. I think I just actually asked like Equinox or whatever. I don't think it matters that much. Whatever you decide to use. But also to finish the Disney conversation, I oftentimes try to think about things not from my own perspective, but from the perspective of somebody who might not have ever had the content. So if you think about, for example, something like Naruto. Naruto is an amazing show with some of, you know, just incredible plot lines, incredible life lessons, incredible this. But if you're going to start watching it today, I think it might be hard to get into. So if I think about it not from the perspective of somebody who already knows what Naruto is and how amazing it is, you see what I mean? Have to get out of my own head a little bit, though. Yeah, you do. Normally, they don't do that between seasons, but the Omnium Folio is, in fact, a expansion-wide thing. And they'll probably expand upon it later. Hold up. What is this song? What is this song right now? I'm listening. I'm listening. I can't place this right now. I don't know where this is from. This is my Kiss Goodbye. Bro, is this High School Musical? Oh, no, it's from Sing. No. It's from Sing. I couldn't figure that out for a second. I see. Now, this song is good. This is a song right here. This song actually has some bars. It's me. This is back when movies had like more intense meanings. Live action remakes are more about 100% they are. 1000% they are. I don't disagree with you there, Poons. They are a very safe cash grab, 100%. There's no doubt in my head that they are made to make money. They're not meant to instill any sort of value, life lesson, etc. That's not why that's happening, by the way. That's not what they're meant for. I do think that originally things used to be meant to actually have like a direction and a message, but they've been pretty open in the last little bit of media that they know everybody's on their phone when they watch stuff, and so they're not really trying to make you think anymore. Everything today is flash. Like, they just want you to be entertained. And also, critical thinking, I would argue, is probably down. People are not dumb, but it's not exactly like they're going to appreciate some great literary stuff. You know what I mean? So I think that writers must be terribly locked. Colors of the wind. Oh, yeah, mid. Wait till you see me tank it upside down. Yeah, if this is your first time in my stream and you're like, wow, he's walking on a treadmill singing. Yeah, wait till you see me tank upside down. Oh, we missed a soak. Bad. Very bad. Thank you. I've been playing Druid for a very long time. This tank is like second nature to me. I want to say I don't miss very much on it. Yeah. You believe me? I have to stay, plant. I'll show you after. I'll do it more this season. It was a very fun challenge. It was actually kind of hard though, for what it's worth. Are you gonna hang upside down? No, I'm just gonna lay on a yoga ball and bounce. Like upside down. Like I'll like my head will be down and my legs will be up. But I'll play with one hand on my keyboard. No mouse. Yeah. I plugged into a +20 Algathar Academy last season like that. It was awesome. It was legit. It was so cool. Okay, watch this last soak. Timer is fine. Kinda. Last boss takes a bit. Boing, boing, boing. I'm thrashing. I'm bouncing. I'm thrashing. I'm bouncing. That's the one. What's the point of playing a game if you're not going to have fun with it, you know? Okay. RP. I'm not going to fail. I'm going to go bear form just in case I fail. But I got this. No hesitation. Travel form. Let's go. No hesitation. Strong. Not failing. Strong. Not failing. No hesitation. Wild charge. Got it. Easy money. Dude, I actually thought that video was giga as well. I think I should have edited it to like 4 minutes so more people would pay attention. The CC on the channeler? How do you speedrun it? Can you pull both at the same time? Wait a second. Is this the Thai version of Let It Go? Bro, we're getting an experience. We're listening to the Thai version of Let It Go right now. This is 100%. That's Thai. Well, y'all are just listening we're listening to Thai Let It Go. All right, bet. This is My Spotify is really on an absolute... My Spotify is just on a weird day. I don't know how we're getting these directions that we're going in right now. This is a tie. It's so weird to hear this in Thai. On the orbs, it completes super fast. Interesting. Probably a high key thing then. Our timer is good. We're fine. This is so strange to hear this in Thai. I would take you in my keys. Just not sure if you could do it without a healer because you're a druid. I can probably live without a healer. I'm not worried about me living without a healer. I'm worried about the other people living without a healer. Tanks are pretty strong right now. Although, sorry, if Blizzard is listening, I definitely need a healer. Actually, without a healer, I would be like super dead in every single key, pretty much every pull. Now that I think about it, it's interesting. I feel like tanks are not powerful enough. You got to make it more powerful for sure. 100%, 100%. Please wait on that aggro. You're dead. When this guy spawns, I wish people knew. I try to taunt him immediately, but the way he spawns is so annoying for aggro. He does his tank buster right away. But I think I could have taunted a second earlier. I like to have fun with it. This season as well, without that, yeah. Something that I actually want to do this season is another try. I want to attempt a blindfolded key. Sin. Like a fully, like absolutely blindfolded, can't see anything. What killed me, I'll tell him after. We're kind of in a rush now for the remainder of this key. We can time it, but it's a little bit tight. I don't know. Okay, hold up. The tie let it go is sending me right now. Hold up, 1 second. Oh, I got alt tab. Not this. This song is fine. I like this song. I don't think that disruptor pulls, yeah? Let's go. A little bit of funnel. This is called funnel. Don't die. Aggro on these first. Need to take them with Thrash. This is from the movie. This is that one song from the movie. Correct. I never actually saw the movie. I just like the music. You've caught me here. I never actually watched the movie. That's okay. We might just have different tastes, and that's all right, you know. For example, there are only 2 movies in my entire life I have ever walked out of. You know that? There's actually only 2 movies in the history of my life that I've ever walked out of the theater before they finished. The first was Les Miserables. Because all I was told as a teenager was that Hugh Jackman, Wolverine, was in this new movie. And I was like, oh, sweet. I love Wolverine. And then I showed up, and I was like, bro, what is this? And I was so upset. I couldn't handle it. So, yeah. I would say that was the first movie in my life I ever walked out of. The second one was Aquaman. Because even though Jason is super cool, that movie was super bad. Alright, double strike here. I'm not really allowed to soak. I can soak 1 if like I need to. I can soak 1, I think, without dying. If I need to. Don't let me though if I don't have to. Oh, we're dead. Okay. That's not good. Not good. That's okay. You were born in the 90s? It's not GG's now. Bro, focus. I don't like people who are, it's not GG's. We're probably fine. We have 3 minutes on the timer. It's not GG's, my friend. This party chat is not, people are not having a good time right now. They don't know we're dancing. They don't know we're dancing. The vibes ain't it in this party. We have a GG's. We've got a question mark. We've got a really dude. Don't run so much. Oof, we're not. Okay, we got this. Our timer's fine. Just no more deaths. Got it? Taunt immediately. Okay, good aggro. I've got bark. I can soak one with bark up. I'm gonna soak one. Only one. Soak. Soak, guys. Soak. Everybody soak. Come on. I'm gonna take one as a tank. I have to be very careful now, though. I think the tank can take one, maybe two. Okay, good. Oh, interrupts in the end? Yeah. I'm locked in right now, though, because I think we still have time. Try not to move those too much. It's getting a little tight. It's getting tight. 1 minute? I don't know what his healer cooldowns is like. Okay. We're owning. Taunt. Ah! God, this is designed so terribly for aggro. Stop. Still hitting things with res this mod. I'm trying. I'm like on it with those taunts too. Okay. SI. More damage. I can soak one. Incarn. I can soak two if I need to. Spear Link. Heal. No. Alright, we threw it. Bro. Generational throw. A generational throw on this one. 99% this stuff. Ha! GG's. I will say though, I don't like people who are so negative, to be honest though. Yeah, there were no GMs in this key. Even if the key does not go according to plan, it's okay. It happens. It'd be like that sometimes. No problem. Not a problem, but don't be toxic. Interrupts? Yeah. Interrupts. Like that. Man, I was dancing and listening to Disney music there too. Starkey's the only warlock playing right now. Kind of want a snack, kind of need to make a thumbnail, kind of need to do some other stuff, but, you know. Do you live in Thailand? Oh, yeah, I live here. I've lived here for a while. Wow, Cloud, I don't know if you're still there. I was a little distracted. I apologize. First of all, thank you for the gifted subs. Second of all, if you are interested, I think that Bear is really good right now. And I think you'll like Bear. There are two builds you can play. Both of them are strong. This one, it's a new playstyle. I'm enjoying it right now. I'm having a good time with it. Feel very tanky. Do solid damage. Not a problem. I don't like this. Not this version of it. We're listening to a lot of The Greatest Showman. No, not High School Musical. Lion King is good. Good. I do blinding, I guess. It's gonna be hard to find keys now that we're here. King's Rest Fear. I think as a tank, I just really try to walk left. As a DK, you can AMS it, but you kind of need your team to help, basically. I would say almost expect to get feared in pugs, maybe. Something like that, Z. I don't really have strong advice for it, to be honest, though. At some point, I'm going to need to pug normal raid. I also got to do the Nemesis boss. The end of Temple for a Disc Priest. Wait for them to fix that fight. Honestly, Fennec, to be honest, like, no joke. Probably wait for them to fix that fight. I don't know what you're supposed to do as a Disc Priest. Do I stay in Pattaya? No. I live in Bangkok. I'm a responsible, wholesome individual. I believe in joy. Not the person. The love tonight. Boom. No. We had a generational throw at the end. There was a generational level throw toward the end of that key. Unfortunate. We missed it by like 5 seconds. No problem. It was not meant to be that one in particular. Okay. I can get my own key up, or I can go do other things. I do need to kill the Nemesis boss for Heroic Crest. I could do that, which is an option. Yeah. Maybe I try that. I also have to work on a thumbnail and basic stuff for the podcast tonight with Loyal X Dice, which I'm very curious to listen to again. I also need to find out how to better get to the Coiled Isle, because I don't think this flight path is the right way to do this. But it's passive, so I'll do it for now. Is true. Wait, BJYY, are you still there? Oh, right, I was going to call you Bajai, which sounds better than me pronouncing BJ every time. Are you here? Because you asked me a question about Guardian Druid stats, and I'd love to answer. There's a portal at the Prey, dude. Oh, I never did that. Yeah, I never did. I might have to, I guess, but I guess after I do the delve, I don't really have to go back to the Isle, probably. So it's okay. No problem. Guardian stats are interesting. What's up, bitch? Yo, what's up, Stargazer? Hello. Hello there. I was on top of it. Reddish. I got this. Yeah, you want to see me tank upside down? Oh, Mida, if you're still there. Hold on, wait, hold up. I was telling you earlier, I actually did this. Let me find it. I'm walking on my road. Just can't wait to be king. Yo, okay. Bajai. So, first of all, let me just pull this up. Dumbest world first ever. I got you. Observe. Yeah, don't underestimate me. Okay, don't underestimate me. Let me just get this into a different tab so I can put the audio through. All right, ready? As we're flying to this. Changing music. You're listening to me now.
Last season, I plugged into this key. Yeah, so I was the whole key. I was bouncing and thrashing, bouncing and thrashing. That's what we're doing. I want to do this again. This was very fun. This was extremely fun, to be honest. Oh, there's an ad playing right now. Druid of the Claw is playable, yeah. Yeah, Soap, I'm just going to need your keystone for this season. This was a plus 20. Last season, I was bored one day, so I plugged into somebody's plus 20 Algathar. We timed it, by the way. I just basically joined the key, and I said, hey, is this resilient? And he was like, yes. And I said, cool. Can I try something? And he was like, yeah, what are you going to try? And I was like, don't worry about it. They never knew. They never even found out. They did find out. They were very aware that this was going on. I wasn't trolling. I just said, hey, can I try something? He said yes. So voila. Yeah, I was also like, I tried to do the splits at one point. Oh, the blindfolded Priory was so good. Yeah, dude, the blindfolded challenge was amazing as well. That's the one I need to try again. I never actually did that before. Dude, let me find it right now. Hold up. Blindfolded. Here. Dude, the blindfolded run was amazing. There's two, actually, for what it's worth. Both of them were... Neither of them worked quite as well as I wanted them to be fair. This one we finished. I just couldn't see anything. I actually made it to this point of the dungeon. I'd like to point this out. I made it to this point of the dungeon. Look. Yeah. The Priory was the first one. The second one was the season before that with the plus 17 Halls of Atonement. This was so hard. Oh, sorry. I'll explain the stats later. I'm crit verse this season. I'm not haste. I'm going to try this again at some point. I need redemption. Also, look at my beard, man. Look at that beard. This is how long I've been playing Guardian Druid for. We just do it blindfolded. I remember the third boss, I was in like the corner the whole time. Like the third boss in this key, I basically existed in the corner. I couldn't see anything. Yeah, this is how I did the entire third boss. I was like, am I there, guys? This is the entire third boss because I couldn't see anything. I hit the wrong button too. Ah, good times. Good times. Yeah. I actually, so the hardest thing is that I don't know what direction I'm going. This is the hardest thing. The Priory was even harder, I think. This was the second attempt. The Priory in Season 2 was probably the hardest one. But we didn't time it. The first boss got me. Blindfolded. Yeah, this one. This was such a challenge, man. This was actually physically impossible. Oh, soap was in this one, yeah. Man, my UI was bad. Okay, turning. So I have to memorize my defensives because I can't see anything. And then I got to the corner. Look, I did it perfectly. 2, 1. Yeah, this is perfect. I miss Omni cooldown, man. Look how cool this was. I've had to recruit, well, I can't see anything, so I have to recruit friends to basically help me. If I'm gonna do something like this, I need friends to help me with it. Because I literally cannot tell what's happening. Like, I don't know where I am. I'm actually blindfolded. Like, this is not a joke. I actually can't see anything. So I have to memorize. Yeah, this didn't go well. Good times. Good times. Ugh. Okay, I've got some good steps in. I feel like I need a snack. I want to go make a snack. And then I need to go try to maybe do the Delve boss or look for some keys. Hope everyone's just watching the DKs just not move. You mean your DPS DKs is still super tanky? We can quickly look for a key I still need, but I think it's going to be hard to find at this time. Keys? Well, if I could do a key, I would, but currently there's nothing listed unless I want to play Wrestler Druid, which I'm not going to play right now. Or Boomy. And I don't have my own key. First, I'm going to go consider what I'm doing for a snack, if I'm ordering ice cream or not. Wait, Stargazer redeemed Fox ears. I never did that. Here, when I come back, the Fox ears are on. Let me run an ad. Let me think about what I'm going to do. I'll play some music. Guys, what stats and builds? Yes, Gaza. I would love to answer that. Could you give me 5 minutes? I was about to go get a snack. My builds, everything is linked in Discord. If you want to find any of that, find it in Discord. I've got all of it there. Let's play this. This is what I want to listen to, actually. This is the music I want to listen to right now. I might have to get my own key up. I should also be looking for Forset. Of the night. Be right back.
1 second. I've got some cheese. I'm gonna finish up. And then let's chill, listen to some music. Bye, Sin. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for saying hi. We had a nice little midstream break. I'm starting to feel a little bit that I've been playing so much. Good morning, Nibby. Good morning, good morning. Dude, I love showing you the Star Wars stuff yesterday. Quickly look for key. If find key that I need, we go. I actually think this is a pretty easy key. We could do 16. Try it. Already got this. Already got these. Otherwise, it's time to look at the Delve boss and try that. Yo, what's up, Spaghetto? Just found your stream? Yo, hello. Are you brand new to my stream? Have you ever met me before? Well, welcome. Hello, good morning. I always feel interesting about how to introduce myself. So, this is how I'm going to choose to introduce myself here. Spaghetto. This is a block of cheese. When I buy things, I like to buy it in wholesale amounts, right? So this was like a 1 pound block of cheese, and now there's only this much remaining. It's kind of hard because I've had it in my fridge for like a month open, but it's still good because cheese can't go bad, really. You know? I found cheese from YouTube. Oh, well, hello. I wonder... I posted a video this morning that I'm just passionate about. It's a change of pace, but I think I want to experiment with trying different types of videos, you know? Rambitos just subscribed with Prime. Do you also like cheese, Rambitos? I like cheese. Do you play Tank Spaghetto? I'm glad people have been enjoying my videos. I'm excited to make more as I have time. I'm excited to make more. Your main healer. What do you play for healer? Well, I'm interested in tanks as well. You got this. And this. Holy Paladin Resto, Sean. So you're doing well this season. Both of those look pretty good. Oh, okay. I'll take a look at it a bit. Have you done the question mark Delve boss yet? I haven't done it. I don't know anything about it. If my ping... Last time I tried this, my ping... I had internet problems. Let me see if I can do it. I don't know. I haven't done it yet. Well... In the class tuning today, Aussie, Resto Druid got massive buffs. Quite big. Except that you'll drop Nature's Bounty now, probably. So I think you'll drop Nature's Bounty, but Resto Druid got massive buffs today. Yeah. I don't know what I'm supposed to put her as, so I'm going to put her as this. And then, we'll see how this goes, I guess. I have no idea how hard this guy is. I got him to 80%, and then I lagged out last time. So let's see if that happens this time. All right, ready? One tap it. 3, 2, 1, go. Thrash, Lunar Beam, bam, Feral Frenzy, into the Incarn, into the Apex. Good luck. Thank you. You have to do this for the sake of, you get the crest from it. So I kind of need the crest. Play your power. Nice. Big burst. Whoops, excuse me. Big burst, big burst. Spaghetto, this is kind of a random question, but if you don't mind me asking, I'm kind of curious. What do you like about World of Warcraft? Hey, supportive, just ordered a treadmill and stand-up desk. Thanks for the motivation. Dude, it's quite nice to have. I end up getting a lot of movement throughout the day, but the biggest thing is that it's not like steps are magical. It's helpful, but it's not like steps themselves are the craziest thing supportive. The main thing is that otherwise I do nothing. And because keys make me lock in, I don't exactly move around that much. I try to move in my chair, but it's kind of easy to just sit here and play WoW and actually be that which has no life. Do you know what I mean? You kind of just like this. And so the treadmill just intermittently throughout the day keeps me moving, right? I'll eventually do... Well, I thought I had to do both of them. I thought I had to start here to do the other one. Can I just go straight to question mark, question mark? I thought I had to start here and do this first. I thought I had to do both. That they reward different crests. Yeah, I thought I had to do both. I mean, so far, so good. I don't know. Yeah. It takes a little bit to get used to, I would say, but... Oh, gotcha. It does take a bit to get used to. When I first started, I definitely made more mistakes. And I would be lying to you if I said I made 0 rotational errors when I'm on the treadmill. Like, definitely not 0 errors, to be fair, right? But I'm much more used to it now than I used to be. So overall, it's okay. Either way, even when you're just like doing some world activities or this or that, just having the option is pretty nice. Getting movement is good, right? I game casually, so no worries for you. Fair enough. It's worth it, supportive. You don't think about it. It's kind of like if I'm at the gym, I have to pass the time and actually think about, yo, how am I going to, like, what am I going to do to get my steps in or whatever? But when I'm gaming, you're just literally gaming, right? You don't have to think about it. So I definitely think it's a nice thing. All right, he's getting to 55%. Does he have anything else that he does, or is this just the fight? He enrages, it looks like. More pools to dodge. Is it? That's the fight. In plus, there's a memory game. And add during memory, and you'll die if you tank the memory. Okay. Not too bad. She's got a lot of health. It takes a while. Are you also raiding? You said that you love raiding. I can't say I love raiding. I'm much more of a Mythic Pluser. I love the game. I like talking about different aspects of the game. I want to talk to people who love raiding or love housing or love open world content or love this or love that. For what it's worth, I don't think I love raiding. It doesn't fill me with joy. I view it as kind of a chore, but I like the fact that there are different ways to enjoy WoW. The last thing that I want to do is pretend like my opinion is somehow more valid than anyone. I actually liked pet battles too, believe it or not. Pet battles were my favorite open world activity because I like Pokemon. I'm actually sad they got rid of it. I was pretty sad about that. Pet battles are kind of awesome. Are they not? I wonder if they did it to avoid the lawsuit that might have happened. I love PvP, but I was at the start of the season. PvP, I'll probably be bad at PvP, I think. I don't think I would be very good at PvP. Okay, you have to fight the echoes. How many of these happen? I feel like I'm not wearing my leggings today. Maybe I've been gaming too hard. I have been putting a lot of hours in. And I've been going to the gym like pretty much every morning. Take good care of myself. But oof. Vile Oz, did you like pet battles? Are you a pet battle enjoyer? I seriously did. I really liked it. I figured like there's no harm in it. I like to play with a big team. It gives a lot of options. I think it's hard for me to find a big team that I enjoy playing with. I think that's my hardest thing. How long have you guys played, Skaz? Great question. You should ask. Any vanilla OGs? So my older brother introduced me to WoW a long time ago. Supportive, you only played for 2 years? You said you went from the classic to retail pipeline. How did that happen? How do you actually find retail? Wow. Out of curiosity. Like, what video did you catch that was like, oh my god, I would love to try retail? Kind of curious. Okay, so now we just have to do it on question mark, question mark. Not too bad. Took like a while though. All right. I got some hero crests, some items. Now we do it on question mark, question mark. Through WoW private server, really? You did the same, you started with classic? Interesting. Do I have to loot anything here before I leave? Message from John Pally Tichondrius. You are not prepared. Funny. Older brother introduced me to it. That's how I got into WoW. I started when I was like 8, I guess. I was pretty young. I'll look for key real fast. See a 16 Den of Nalarak. The 14 Void Scar Arena, which would be pretty easy. Could do this real quick. But I could also just actually get my hero crest, which are upgrade for power. Ba-boom, boom. I wonder how hard the memory game is. I don't really like retail. I enjoy the crafting and classic more. I agree with that. I think that retail has devalued a lot of the classic MMORPG systems. So, for example, I think that retail it doesn't really reward you for many of the things, if that makes sense. I think it would be cool if it did. Food buff. All right, let's see how hard the question mark is. And if I'm going to die to the memory game, which I probably will, because I'm normally not good at that stuff. I don't remember my original realm. I think it was Dentarg. I'm pretty sure my original realm was Dentarg, my brother's realm. But you know how it is, right? If you have an older brother, they introduce you to games that you're probably not supposed to play, like Diablo 2, RuneScape. All of the games I ended up playing as a kid were because of that. Would be cool if they gave crafting stuff more depth. The problem is they tried to with the new crafting system, but the problem is it ended up making it way more complicated. It didn't necessarily help, right? That's one of the issues with the crafting is like now it's so convoluted that it's hard for people to figure out and doesn't necessarily make it more accessible. You know? Ice cream. Nice. Kind of frozen though. Kind of frozen. A little bit too frozen for my liking. I'm going to wait for this to defrost more. If there's one thing I hate in this world, it's frozen ice cream. I don't think the current crafting system was a W, in my opinion. I think it was pretty harmful. But yeah, classic. People debate all the time, supportive, Askaza, Spaghetto, about classic versus retail. Classic has weight to it that retail doesn't have. I think objectively, with respect, I think objectively, retail is a much better game. But what retail is missing is consequence and weight. Oh yeah, you said Aztarek Helper. I could try this. I don't mind getting this add-on quick. Sounds good to me. So when you make an action in retail, they've done so much to make sure that that action is not permanent. And so everything is seasonal. Everything's temporary. They want to make sure everything's forgiving. But the problem with that is that it's not necessarily, you don't feel the weight of doing anything. Your decisions don't have a lot of oomph to them. Even think about the argument for if Mythic Plus didn't deplete. The problem with that is that there would be no value in it. It has to have some form of failure, although we can discuss about what the right form is. But you couldn't make it so that keys didn't deplete. Nobody would enjoy it. I would agree with you. I think that Classic is set up in a way where you could play it as a solo player. Like supportive, do you play Classic alone? Or do you have people you play with, a guild or a friend or something? It's a way better game. I would say from a story, from a design, from immersion, from an MMORPG, Classic is much better. Actually, all of those things, I think Classic is like 10 times better. But from a gameplay systems point of view, Retail is much better. I've heard that people play Classic more like Retail, which I think is a shame. I don't know if Supportive would agree, but the point is, it's supposed to be slow and boring. Because the point of Retail is to get to the end, because end game content is super cool. Like if you were to ask me, hey, how do I get more people into WoW? Part of it would be how do I get people to know that Mythic Plus is so cool? Like that is actually a huge part of it. So I need to get them to max level. And then I need to teach them the basics of Mythic Plus so they can get into the system. But that's not how Classic works. Classic is fun because Classic. You just play. From level 1 to 5, it's fun. From level 5 to 10, it's fun. From level 5 to 15, that's the point. Yes, let me see, Furion. Let me see your comment here. I wasn't paying attention. I'll look at the comment, sure. Did you like that video, Furion? I'm going to make more of them. Did you like the longer pace or did you like the previous one? I made one for Blinding Veil now, and I've made one for this. Could you tell me if you enjoyed this version of it? How did you get the first offering at the start of pull 1? We didn't. I don't think that they got the very first one. I think the offerings are... That's why we needed the fishing one that happened, because I didn't pull the bird at the start of pull 1. You did the count. Somebody would have gotten it then, in which case it was a CC. I didn't actually notice that for what it's worth, though. Enjoyed the long run, both were it. Thank you for saying so. I hope that both of them help. There are two different ways to do them. Sometimes I want to make them 5 minutes. Sometimes I want to make them longer. I'm almost positive that my Blinding Veil my Den of Nalarak did not depend on that. In the very first poll... You sure that... So that would just be a CC. Are you sure that somebody got the bush near here? You're talking about this one, right? I don't think we pulled it in that key. But probably some form of CC then. Interesting. Okay. So somebody would have CC'd. That would have explained it. I might not have caught it because I was focusing on the other stuff. I'm tired. I think my head is actually starting to feel how long I've been gaming in this chair. Most classic Annies only know WoW from Shadowlands. I think that there's a huge argument between retail and classic, which I think is a shame. In almost every way, classic is better. But it wouldn't succeed if it came out today. It's hard to explain. I crave classic sometimes. Actually, I find myself a lot thinking to myself, if only I could play, like if Classic Plus came out, I'd be so happy. Because the problem with retail, and I like retail. Look, I'm pushing keys. We did 16 altar today. I love doing the competitive part of things. But when people kill the vibe, it's like, ugh, why so toxic? If I'm playing a game in my day, especially with where my life is right now, I kind of just want to have fun. And for some reason, I don't feel like that's a common vibe in retail. I don't know why. I don't know exactly what happened, but somewhere along the lines this happened. Because like retail is not about having fun. I feel like it's about competing now. Like, do you know how hard it is for a lot of players to understand that I played last season, I got 4K IO, and then stopped in May? Record the route automatically. This? The quarter behind you is what counts. Face the boss while you dodge. Quarter your back. Waves right down as a safe spawn. Turn your back on him. Okay. So face the boss during the thing. Okay. Probably. He's a little faster. He's more ferocious. But for me, I think it bothers me that people are so attached to their score, their rank, their achievements, which reset every season. Have you noticed this, Sven, Skas, supportive? Like as people who have enjoyed the different parts of the game, you said you enjoyed some PvP, you said you enjoyed some scrolling, you said, let me just ask you a question though. Do you really, how do I say? Let me first of all just make sure I live this because I'm not sure I fully understand this question mark, boss. This might actually, oh, I died. Was that the, so I got hit by a wave, I'm pretty sure. All right, noted. Here's the thing. People view this as an actual sense of personal identity. Like, this is now so important. This number is almost who you are. You're no longer a Guardian Druid. You are this number. You're no longer a PvP player. Like, you're just the score of whatever that says. And then your item level matters, you know? What's up, Vitamin? Yeah, I gotta fill out some more keys. 16 alter. The keys, you just need to find a group. I wonder, how are you feeling on your prop pally? Because Bear feels immortal. Like, even in the 16 altar, I was just coasting. I was vibing. I was dancing to music while playing. We'll get up there. Do you have your 4 set? Did you get lucky with tier? I'm trying to get my extra crest from this, and then I got to do the cracked keystone for the extra upgrade. Oh, that probably makes sense. I don't have tier yet, but I'm quite a bit more geared than that. I've gotten some drops. Did you catalyze early, Vitamin? You committed the sin of catalyzing early? I'm holding it. I won't do it. I refuse to catalyze. I was just talking about how WoW has become a little bit too competitive and min-maxy and sweaty, but at the same time, look at this. I do believe, inherently, by the way, I do believe that WoW is too sweaty and too min-maxy. I really believe that. But also, so am I. And so I will hold my catalyst charges. I refuse to waste any amounts of crest and will min-max my character. And you can clip that. That's fine. I stand by it. I am not ashamed of my clips. Many people are ashamed of their clips, Androgyny, because you'll say something out of context. You'll be like, wow, awoo, that was such a wholesome conversation. And then I'll be like, yeah, but honestly, have you ever eaten a dolphin tail? And it'll be like, what? And somebody will clip that and send it to somebody who loves dolphins. You know? It's to craft your cloak. You went cloak? So I decided weapon was my right choice. Even though the Eulatech will be this, though. No, Vitamin. Because you don't know where your other tier is coming from. Because if you send your catalyst early, you don't know what your... Because you don't know where your tier is coming from. So right now, basically, next week, let's just say that you're in raid, and the only thing that drops is your legs, but that was one of the 2-piece you catalyzed. Then you don't get tier. Because you won't have access to it. You are locked into only receiving one of the 3 items that you haven't catalyzed. And you only get a catalyst in 2 weeks. So that's 3-piece. Worst case scenario, if none of your pieces drop, you haven't got anything in the vault because you're taking bonus rolls, then it's actually 4 weeks from now you'll get 4 set. Whereas I can guarantee 4 set in 2 weeks minimum, or a single piece drops for me and I'll guarantee 4 set. I actually just need to go into normal raid. If I clear normal raid, there's a chance I'll get 4 set right away. Even though it's tempting to send the catalyst early, I refuse to because I'm not on a raid team. Yeah. Unfortunately, it is logical. Unfortunately, right? That's the thing. That's fair, supportive. If you don't feel like you communicate very much with the community, thank you for saying hi here. You're always welcome here. I love people who, however you interact with WoW, I want my stream to be a friendly place that people can come say hi and ask questions. If you did ever want to learn something, I hope that my content can help you. If you ever wanted to try Mythic Plus, it can be very daunting to try Mythic Plus, and I genuinely do hope that my videos could make you feel more comfortable with them. Because if you actually just type in how to Mythic Plus, there's like 100 videos you could watch, and none of them really answer the question. I suppose, Cheeky, that would be the reason. Like, if you were like raid prog this week. However, Heroic Euletech, I don't know if I'm pugging Heroic Euletech. Bruzza. I don't think that I am pugging Heroic Euletech tomorrow. You're doing the Race to War for a cover shift? Good night, Vitamin. Wait, you're covering it? Are you casting? Or wait, where are you covering it? Wait, hold on. Whoa. Where are you covering it? Okay, fine, go to bed. Tell me later. Very exciting. I tuned into Liquid stream earlier today, just to see what they were up to, and if they had killed Heroic Euletech. And instead of figuring out whether they had killed Heroic Euletech, I just heard about the new Liquid breeding program, where they're basically going to force their raiders to breed, and then they're going to take the children of their raiders and put them in special camps so that those children grow up to be the new generation of Race to World First raiders. And they're not allowed to be anything else. Like if they, for example, they want to be like an engineer, no, not going to happen. If they want to be a doctor, no, not going to happen. They're basically going to be raised from birth to be World First raiders. I think the initial branding by Atlas was the breeding program, the Liquid breeding program. However, I think they came up with a better marketing term after that, which was Liquid, the next generation, which sounded much better, to be honest with you. That was the only part of the Race to World First I heard this morning. Yeah. The thing is, I'm not making that up. I love the Race to World First because the casters do such a good job. They do such a good job. They make that so entertaining to watch. Do you know what the Race to World First is, supportive? Pautism. First of all, I like her name. Do I have any tips for a newish bear? Yes. I'm looking for any way to improve and push as high as IO. Pushing 14 to 15 right now, Pautism? First of all, those are big keys right now. I know I have not. He's like the best caster ever. I have not had him. I'm not him. Sorry. Hold up. I'm finishing. Explaining things well is actually quite difficult to do. I think it's not easy to do that. I think that I would be a really good caster. Wait, let me see, Vitamin. You're actually just casting on the Raider IO page. I'm not sure if I have been awake to see it. He's on the method stream. That's why I haven't seen it, though. Okay, supportive. This is why I asked. It's crazy to me that you might not know. So you said, no, I have no idea what the Race to World First is. Okay, can I explain it? It's kind of cool. Basically, the Race to World First is an event where on the new season that launches every 6 months, there's a new raid that comes out. So unlike Classic, there's new content, right? And each new content carries with it a raid. The top players in the world, the top guilds in the world, compete to see who will kill the raid first. That's basically the Race to World First on a simple level. They're racing to see who can clear it. Normally, it takes many guilds like 3 months or 5 months or 6 months, whatever. But these people try to do it in 2 weeks. It is pretty wild. They don't have the best gear necessarily, but the way that they do that, yes. So retail just came out with a new season, which means the race is happening right now. It is quite high. Now, Pautism, can I clarify? When you said 14 to 15, did you mean 14 to 15 like currently, out of curiosity? Because the biggest tips I have, I think, is don't overpull, honestly. I think that the biggest tips is straight up, don't overpull. Overpulling these Interesting. Overpulling these dungeons is how you break a lot of these runs. The dungeon timers are... Wait, how did I die? I thought I did that pretty well. What did I do wrong? Yeah, slow, smooth, smooth, fast. Correct. I think that's actually my biggest piece of advice. More than any of like your build as bear or anything like that. A lot of the min-max tips for where you're at right now is just going to be... A lot of it is actually going to come down to rotational min-maxes, this, that, and the other, but your damage will simply never be high enough to out DPS your DPS. So, for example, if you're doing 120 and I do 135 and another bear does 110, all of us are timing the 15 currently. He does 5 invisible waves, and then he does... Oh, so wait, there's other waves in that quadrant? I see. Okay. So hence the memory game add-on I have right here. Okay. So this tells me where the invisible wave is. I see. Okay. Yeah, I need to do this for Cress. I don't really care about the title. It's mostly for the Cress. Okay. I missed my kick. Oh, that kills me if I actually miss the kick. All right, never mind. I do play on US servers, yeah. Why aren't you using the markers? What do the markers do? I don't know what they do. I don't know. I'm going in blind. I just need my crest. I have no idea what anything does. I have zero clue what any of this does. That's okay. I'm learning as I go. I'm going to head to bed. I've just been following for bitches on Discord. Thank you. Supportive. Nice to meet you. I hope you have a good night and get some rest. Wouldn't it be easier to put down the world markers? What are the world markers? What do they do? Why? What do the world markers do? You're meant to world marker to match the add-on. Oh. Wow, I wasn't big. Oh, now I was doing the world marker. Okay. That's 70 memory game is long. The problem is that I have a bad memory. So that's not going to be good for me. Oh, yeah, I can do world markers. I just didn't know I had to put them down. Okay, green. Blue. Yeah. Orange. Orange. Star. Okay. I got this. Put the markers closer to mid. Okay. I don't know. Somebody told me to get this. I don't know what I'm doing. There's the reminder. There is a reason I am not playing. Yeah, it looks like that's what I'm going to do. Oof. A bit of a headache, actually. Ooh, the waves kind of hurt too on the question mark. Can't just soak them, huh? Okay. Yeah, okay. And the thing is that you can see how quickly I get tired when I play things like this. I only really thrive in keys. If I'm doing a plus 15, I'm awake and active. If I'm doing this, I kind of get a little sleepy. All right. I already died. Ugh, this is the thing, man. Yeah, I don't have... You have forest already? It's gonna take me a while. I might be too sleepy for this. I'm already asleep. How am I already asleep? I'm ready for a nap. Ugh, I'm like actually kind of ready for a nap. Ugh. This will require slightly more focus than I had originally intended. So here's what we're gonna do. Oh yeah. I've got a plan. I am a simple animal. Hold on, my toes are looking kind of blue. Well, these leggings might be too tight. Hold up. Is it just the lighting, or is my toe looking kind of blue? These leggings are kind of tight, huh? It's fine. Wake me up in 20 minutes. Oh, wait, this will make it way more. You're gonna unwrap one of the back pillows, by the way. Well, it's just backwards. Put this on. Oh, that's nice. Wiz and TH, I give you full permission to pin something right now that just goes, a Woo has been stumped by the question mark boss and is now taking a short nap to collect his thoughts. Wherever you want. I'll see you when I wake up. wish I had a dog so I can nap with the dog like this. So I take the little dog and hold him. Or a cat. I wonder if Cookie would nap with me like this for 20 minutes. 10 minutes. That song was terrible. Fine. Fine. I'll get out. I'll get out. No, I'll get out. Bro, there's no keys. I'll check back in 2 minutes. Fuck. I'm just trying to represent the general WoW community. But also, I think these are too tight. Listen, I think this is like my foot's like going blue. There's no keys listed. Well, I don't like having any friends on right now. Nah, I can't wake up. There's no keys. My spidey senses will tingle when there is an IO key listed. My spidey senses will tingle when there's an IO key listed in queue. But before that, I'm just trying to represent the general WoW community. Cause what I'm spam refreshing queue. There's nothing here. Just take a nap. Nope. I gave it 2 attempts, Eerie. I tried. I gave it 2 attempts and then decided to take a nap. A little like a small nap. Yeah. All right, it's been 60 seconds. Oof. Rough. I should off spec Boomy. There he is, everybody. Help me farm my bow. I need to get my own key up, maybe. But I also need to go to raid at some point. Whoops, I've accidentally opened the shop and bought a WoW token. It happens. I've got like a +8 King's Rest. It's Lord of the Rings lo-fi. It's Lord of the Rings lo-fi music. Reddish Angel, I think you're onto something. Is it loud? Oh, it's kind of loud. Oh, we can get 3,300. All right, let me look at 15s. Oof. There's 0 keys. L0 keys. Tough. Tough. Stokes is +15. We can always go help him. Well, yeah. If I know, Reddish, if I know I'm streaming, I'm streaming to chat with people. Otherwise, I would game like this. Oh, I'd take more naps. Good job, Gold. It's really helpful. It's beneficial, man. Just move a little. No, there's just nothing listed, Nevi. They would take me, I think, if I applied, because I have got IO and gear, but there's nothing listed. Like, I've already done this on 15, and that hires is a tank. There's only 3 keys that are listed as 15 or whatever. We can't do it just because Stokes is in here. I don't know if the Beastmaster Hunter went through. Oh, yeah. God, napping Reddish. I can do it. Up we go. Up we go. Ooh. Oh, I'm getting old, man. Yeah. I is not what it used to be. Ooh. Good morning. Ugh. Oh, shit. No, chair. Stay. Oh, there you go. Not too far back. I like it more upright. Oh, thank you. What I miss? All right, hydrate. I think I need less salt today. Oh. Good morning, Cap. Good morning, Cap. How are you today? Are you drinking electrolyte water? Electrolyte water. Key. Oh, I wouldn't mind playing something, but I think I should actually try this boss again and just see how hard it is. I don't really understand this boss yet, but let's warm up a little bit. Let's wake up. Let's give it another attempt. I got to do it for the crests. A lot of crests. It's actually fair item level, and I would send the crest right now. All right. Onwards. Let's go. Woo. What? I didn't nap that long. I did not. There's no way. How long was I? I was napping for like 10 minutes. I wasn't even. I was just like gathering my thoughts too. I wasn't even asleep. I was awake the whole time. What do we do? Wait, what? What settings were changed? It looks like you don't need a defensor there. Oh! I'm a little confused about this. Okay. Keep the boss in front of you. Okay? So you can't live that. I don't fully understand this fight. But you take armor, you take durability and delves? Wait, you take armor? Oh, damn, I didn't know that. I'm a PvE or reddish. I'm PvE for sure. Wait, what settings were missed? Set game ASMR. It doesn't look like it, Wiz. It doesn't even seem like I'm close. No. No, I'm fine. It was like 10 minutes. No, it was fine. Who's coming to help with the warrior guide? Oh, dear. That's a great question. Dire, tactics. Tactics is coming. I wasn't figuring that out. Oh, shit. I missed a lot. What the hell happened? What? I seem to have missed. What happened? Wow. Look at that. All right, take two. Does it matter what level my Valera is? Like, do I actually... This is harder than I thought it would be. Does it matter what level she is? It kind of matters. She's like level 26. No, she's like level 26. That matters. What's up, Jag? Not with the way you were playing. I don't understand the game. It hasn't been explained to me. I need to watch a guide. The game doesn't make sense. The problem is that my dopamine, I'm fighting against my own dopamine circuits because this stuff is very hard for me to focus long term. It's very difficult for me to maintain focus during this. It's like, yeah, I know. That's the problem is. It's exactly like what happens to me in Raid. I feel the same way about Raid, to be honest. I know. But like, I have to do it, right? So, yeah. My brain can't lock in, so like I'm already checking out right now. And it's like, I know I have a plan, and if you put me into a plus 16 right now, I'm gonna be fine. But if you put me into this, I cannot focus. I know. I have to do it, right? That's the issue. So we'll go. Okay. I got hit. So the memory game, it was this one. Echoes of Ulatek, this one. No. I thought I was right. I was on this. Something like that. Kinda-ish. I feel like I got that there. Okay. Now this is turn, though. Oh, that's because I'm going backwards. That makes sense. All right, no, it's the right way. I was just leaving the delve. Yeah, okay. Okay, I kind of understand it now. You get the crest with other people, just not the other things. Wait, you can do this with a bunch of people? Is it easier to do with like 5 people? I mean, I can do it. It's just, Dire, tactics. No, sorry, not tactics. Topics. I asked them earlier. Topics. I can make a basic warrior guide myself. Like, I've played warrior before. But basically, the guide is with topics. The podcast episode today is with Loyal X Dice. The one next week is with a guy who does a lot of raiding. I want to ask him about the raid and see how he feels about this new raid. And then the week after that will be topics if he's around. We'll talk about tanks. And then I wanted Tactics on as well, but he's casting for the Race World first. Yeah, that's why I don't make open world guide content. I'm not exactly very good at it. See and Rage. Taking the frontal on the edge. You could take it on the edge. No enrage. Okay, so I could save all my damage for the ad then. You could take it like here. Feels like it'd be harder. No? Okay, Apex. No, this doesn't work. This makes it actively harder.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. What do you mean taking on the edge? That makes it harder. That made it harder. I've got like a few more attempts in me, and then I'm gonna go 2 keys. You gotta watch percentage. But like, the only thing that kills me is the phase, because my memory is not what it used to be. Oh, okay. Well, I feel like that's the only part of it that hurts is the memory, like in the intermission. I pass the intermission, I'm probably fine. Okay. I can use Mark of the Wild. You playing with sound on? No, I play with sound off. I play with sound off. The add-on tells you where to go. With sound, I have to enable my sound. Oh, Blizzard asks me a high price. Does it? Oh. It's a high price for these crests. Well, nothing else hurts on this fight. Like the strike, I don't even need mitigation for. So I could save everything for the phase. Okay, let me try again. But in a few attempts here, my brain is going to check out, and I'm going to start missing my kick and stuff. Okay, so the phase is coming. Okay, it's left, right, left, right. Left, left, Echoes of Ulatek. Right, I understand this now. Left, right, left. Okay. Defensive. Launch the kick. That's it? Just like that? Okay. Cast. Ow. That's it? Is that the whole fight? That was easy. That was left, right, left, right, left, right. I'm assuming that the other ones will be harder. Oh, okay. That doesn't seem impossible. I just actually have to wake up for the phase. Okay. And then the next phase is like 60%. Oof. A lot of health. He gets an additional wave every intermission. I can do this, Equinox. I fully believe in myself, except that I actually have zero belief in myself. And will most likely fail the next intermission. But, nonetheless, I'll do my best. Yeah, eventually. The problem is that I have like 20% of this health to go through. What am I going to do for 20% of his health? Ooh, I want to go back to bed. I'm not good at being bored, man. This is the thing. This is the one emotion that I struggle with the most. This is the thing, man. Like, this is the problem is, like, I struggle so much with boredom. I actually cannot deal with boredom. I can deal with anything else. Like, intense pain, no problem. Intense this, no problem. Boredom is tough. It's a tough ask for me. It's not the end of the world. I'm not complaining that much. Because, like, you know, it'll be alright. Once I do this, I never have to do it again. But still. Force that would be nice, I guess. So now I just hold Lunar Beam or, like, don't face him.
Oh, shit. See how I'm yawning? I didn't yawn all day. 0 yawns during keys. Only now do I start yawning. Nice. He's phasing in 3%. And then I gotta wake up for the memory game. I understand the memory game, kind of. I vaguely understand this memory game. Okay, so like holding. Wrong way. Messing up. It was left first. Uh-oh, it was this way. Oh, no! I was lied to. The add-on lied to me. Okay. How much is 60 heroic crest really worth? You ever thought about that? You ever thought about that? How much is 60 heroic crest like really worth? I understand. Let me set my hearth here so I can at least come back. Is Brewmaster good? Brewmaster just got buffed. What about the Mythic Crest? I have nothing to spend them on right now. I actually should downgrade Mythic Crest right now to Heroic. Why have I nothing to spend them on? What am I going to use Mythic Crest for? I think they should buff Guardian Druid. It seems like Guardian Druid can't do that fight. I should be like every other streamer. Hold on, this is what other streamers do. I think. See, the thing is, here, let me basically just be like a normal streamer for a second. You know, now that I think about it, it seems to me like Guardian Druid just can't do that fight. Do you notice that? It's impossible. They should buff Guardian Druid. Like, everybody else is seeming to do it, but I guess Guardian Druid just can't do that fight. So they should buff Guardian. What? Oh. Go to sleep now. Yeah, Pro Warrior also should get buffed, I guess. Yeah, it's true. No. I can't go to sleep. I gotta get IO. I still got 13s. Imagine sleeping. Who would do that? Oof. No, my legs. Ugh. That's the problem. This new chair is too comfortable. Ooh, this new chair is too comfortable, man. I gotta go to the old chair. And that will help me the most. Yeah, pink's the best color. I agree. Ooh. Ah! What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell? I wasn't even here. the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I wasn't even here. I didn't even get to what my pre-in card. What about all of my buffs? I didn't even hit ready. A volley. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's right. I'm not throwing the key. No. It's the team. 100% it's the team. That's clearly a team problem. Look at the Boomy. He Boomy just sent his beam. What? There's no kick. Boomy. What the hell? My holy priest doing 4k DPS. Come on, Mulan, you can do it. You're one of my favorite movies. Honestly, I don't think Mulan would be a holy priest. I feel like Mulan should be a Miss Weaver. Okay, this chair allows me to kind of do some like movement. So I'm not going to be as asleep here. Oh, Mulan, you can do it. Yeah, I think this is. Well, what do you think Mulan should be? Mulan would be a DPS? Depends on what part of the movie. First 20 minutes? I disagree. Last 5 minutes? I disagree. Every other minute? I agree. What? Wiz, what were you talking about? I can't believe you would say something like that. It's crazy. Isn't it crazy though how I can't basically focus to save my life? In like literally, don't you notice how I cannot focus to save my life in that delve? Like basically 5 minutes and I am completely tuned out. And yet the second you put me into a key, I'm actually just, my brain is now, it's perfect. It fills that slot in my brain that needs to be filled. Because now I'm just like, oh, I'm chilling. It's actually straight up a disability. I would agree with you. I'm not even, I think that you are being, it's 100% just straight up at some point. It is actually just a disability. Because what the hell, man? Now I'm just like, yeah, am I hitting like every global perfect for perfect? No, but I'm completely locked in and awake. Yeah, how is this possible? As a paladin, set up your auras. Oh, sure. Bajai, you asked me about Guardian Druid stats earlier. So, Guardians cannot agree on this, and I think that ultimately you're going to see most people still go haste, but I swear haste is devalued this season. I think you'll see people go haste to, technically speaking, around probably something like 20% to 25%. Oh, don't pull for me. Oh, hold on, who pulled for me? I think if I had to guess, it would be somewhere around 20% that people would play with. Maybe you'll see some go to 30%, and then the rest will go into either crit or verse. But I will probably, like right now, I'm playing with extremely low haste. It just so happens that the drops I've gotten basically show, like you can see my stats here. But, Bajai, haste is a weird thing for Guardian. It makes you feel better. And if it makes your gameplay cleaner, by all means go for it. But it's not exactly like you need it. Like that conversation is, especially in season 2, is just, it's not like you need it. What is it? Doesn't, you don't have CDR on your lunar beam anymore. Your rotation in incarn is already set. And so I don't think that the tick rate, you get a few extra thrashes, but it's not like you're going to really get more frenzied regens or really reduce your GCD by that much.
So, whereas I'm sure that most people just out of habit would go haste, I think it's important to realize that you would be able to stat however you want regardless. As in, you could take 5% of Squish Vegan's haste and put it into mastery, and he'd be just fine. Or you could take 10% of his whatever he thinks the best stat is, and just straight up put it somewhere else, and he would not have a problem. Like, he would be able to time all of his keys, regardless of where you put 7% of his secondaries, I think. My opinion. Guardian likes all secondaries. Other tanks, not so much. Why do you need to track auras? Jack West, what's the reason to track auras as a paladin? Is there a particular reason that you would really want to track that? You should just stay Devil Aura. But like, where are you going to swap? Is there a mechanic this season where you go concentration? I feel like aura hopping for paladins is completely dead ever since they got rid of red aura. Which honestly, I think was kind of a shame. I think they should have. That was kind of an interesting gameplay loop if you want it to be really good. Yeah, I think that honestly, Guardian Druid not having to worry about secondaries is kind of a W. Mastery is good for you defensively, slightly worse offensively. Haste is cool if you want to play with it. I don't like playing with it that much. And crit is cool because your other stats are decent. But I think, if I may, Bajai, can I explain secondary stats in WoW to you just a little bit? I'm not sure. Have you played anything other than Guardian this season? Messed up my Apex there a little bit. Or like in the past? Because there are some specs that have unique interactions with secondary stats. And they tell us the 20% rule. What's the 20% rule? The 20% rule. My memory, I want to use the B though. I saw that you crafted your weapon. Yeah, what's up? Don't you think it's better that we craft Riz Haze back? So here's the thing, man. First time playing Druid ever. So Guardian Druid likes all. Purely for item level, yes. Right now, yeah. Like my rings are crit mastery, I think. It doesn't matter. Yeah, especially with the item level increase currently. People obsess over secondary stats way too much without realizing that they have extremely minor impact for Guardian. For other specs, there are massive implications. For Guardian, not that much. Yeah. Well, like, no one needs verse. I can't express to you that if you get 1,000 versatility, you are taking 3% less damage, which you're like, oh, that's sweet. But remember, if you have 3% mastery for almost any, for like, let's say Blood DK, for example. If you have 3% mastery, that means you get bigger shields, which in some cases can function as a DR. The verse is like a conversation that people throw around because in extremely high keys, maybe a tank actually goes to 1%. So that 1% might make a big difference. But then haste might actually allow you to do this or whatever, though. The rule of thumb. Oh, yeah. You also have diminishing returns. And you might approach them this season with the increased item level. That's true. Mm-hmm. But there are tanks like Brewmaster. Brewmaster does not like haste. Brewmaster is not, haste is not good. You are actually just losing benefit from having it. But if you think that mastery is Guardian Druid's worst stat, that doesn't mean you're losing value by playing it. The generational greed. Because if you had a piece with mastery, it doesn't mean you get nothing. The reason I crafted a weapon is because I have no idea when I'm going to get my heroic Ula tech. I would be sad for sure if my first bonus roll on Ula tech ends up being a weapon. I would be really sad for sure because that means that I would have wasted my craft kind of. But it might take me 5 weeks to get a weapon. And I don't want to have no mythic weapon for 5 weeks because mythic weapon is your biggest thing. You don't know when you are going to get it. But let's assume I get it by week 3. Then that means I would have another craft.
and I would have the Crest 2 craft, I would just be missing 1 embellishment by that point. Z, who said that? I might actually play this season. We'll see. We'll see how long my attention. I'm not good at forcing myself to do things I don't want to do. I'm not good at like making myself do things though. What about for Prot Warrior? So haste for Prot Warrior has CDR implications, as in the more you spend, exactly. The more you spend on Warrior, the more globals you get off, the more avatars you get, the more this you get, the more that you can line up your cooldowns. So there's like a minimum amounts of haste, but you don't have that as much on Druid anymore. So Warrior does like haste, Vishnu. Because you almost never have enough of your resource as well. As keys get higher, Warrior tends to like overcap, like undercap rather, on Ignore Pain and stuff. Stack roots. You get the Rage Gen CDR. I bet you, and I would be willing to bet there is a very, 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 like within 5 seconds, tops, between me and somebody who has like 25% haste on their in-card CDR. I'd be willing to bet that without actually having looked at logs. I don't think it would be a lot. Might be a little bit. Yeah. So that, the tick rate of my bleeds, but like your Moonfire tick rate is even less important than it was before. I'm not saying haste is not valuable. I'm just saying that I think it is overhyped, much in the same way the Blood DK meta is right now. Me not having Feral Frenzied because I'm being lazy, and me delaying my Apex there for a second cost me more damage than secondaries would. What's up, Monka Merrick? Hey, Monkey Merrick. Yeah, correct. There's a CDR on Barkskin? I mean the CDR on Barkskin. What? No. Buddy, no it doesn't. You can't CC those, can you? I mean, if you can, like, by all means, this is my bad. I had no idea. You can you? I know that you can cat form your own route if you want. Try it? Okay, I'll try it next. You can stack the roots or you can mass dispel them. I don't think you can incap it. That's the second boss of Temple of the Sethralis. You can, like, incap that. What do you think about Druid of the Claw? I think defensively, if you want to play it, like, you'll live. If you like the playstyle, go for it. But it is not as much damage as EC. Wait, what? There's no... Okay, let me see. I'm going to try it right now. Ooh, what? I had no... Let me try. That didn't look like it worked at all. It's a root. But this isn't a stun. You can't stun this. Hold up. I'm being debated. I don't think that's how that works. That I was fully debated. I was like believing you for a second, but I was like, I don't understand how that would work. You almost got me. All right, stack. Holy Priest dead. Holy Priest dead. Maybe Phantasm with the Fade actually, and then do the spell. No, yeah, you can't. I can like, no, you can't stun these. I like War Stomped incapped. Okay, no problem. That would have been great tech if you could. That'd be cool. I was like, huh. Like, it does work on the snakes in Temple, but that's a CC. This one's not a CC. You know, honestly, I thought that X-Boss had a... I'll tell you this, that's pretty funny, though. I thought that X-Boss had a feature on the Temple of Sethralis second boss where it announces, and basically it types in party chat, CC, when the things come out. I was actually quite certain, in fact, that it had a feature that just types when you get stunned by the snakes. I thought it had a feature that just went CC.
But it turns out that actually people were typing to me to CC because I didn't understand how that mechanic worked for a while. So like the first day of Temple of Sethralis, people would be like CC, and I would be like, turn your Xbox off, man. Like, I don't know what. Like, I understand. Like, you're stunned. Like, get out of it. I don't know. But it turns out that I'm supposed to help them break out of the CC, and it was actually them typing to me. I had no idea. I really did not know that. I actually thought that they were just like spamming CC because of some add-on. I didn't know how the snakes worked for a second. Oops. Oops. Missed the taunt. Xbox had a return. Yeah. So they bricked it in this upcoming season. So one thing that Blizzard did on the last little bit was they made it so that you couldn't track some of the things you could track before, and that bricked Xbox. So they had to like update it somehow. How do you make the tracker like that? It's called not MDT Nextball Tracker. It's MDT Helper, Rostakhan. How's Tunisia? What's the weather like in Tunisia right now? Tunisia. Yeah, they did. That was part of what they did this season. Yeah, I think our timer is okay if we don't die. Always hot and fun. Fair. Sounds like Thailand, except that it's thunderstorm, mosquitoes, and not as fun. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I don't think we're getting IO from this. That'll put you on YouTube. Watch your time, Fang16. Oh, thank you. Well, make sure you get some sleep, too. The season is long. Prioritize sleep. The keys will be here. Hopefully you watched me time the 16 altar earlier today, but not the question mark after this. No. I can almost guarantee you. In fact, I would be surprised if we pull this together. I foresee the fall of this key shortly. But we'll see if my predictive powers have been mitigated by my tiredness. Yeah. I was a bit scared. I mean, 16, like, early on is definitely a little scary, I think. I actually think... No. I'm not DOTC right now. I'm easy. This is my build. It's linked in Discord if you want it. It is kind of power. It is not nothing. All right, so we could pull this with boss. Rough frontal. All right. If we get past this, I think we could probably win. I honestly think, Wiz, I don't like this, but you know what I probably have to do for the question mark? Probably have to bind strafe. I was thinking about this, and I was like, oh... Because the add-on keeps... If I actually want to use the add-on for the memory game, I think I have to bind strafe. I can do it. I just don't want to. But I think that would probably be a good idea. You could buy a boost for the... Wait, hold on. How much is a boost? How do you buy a boost for that? Well, it looks like a brainless game. Oh, that's just me playing. Ross, that's not brainless. There's a lot going on here. I'm just lazy. That's just me. The routing add-on is called MDT Helper if you want it. It's kind of nice. I don't use it really, but I think it would be helpful for some people. All right, let me tank this over in the corner here. Here's a roar. Can buy a boost. How much gold would be the question mark for this season's dungeons? I have 2 on Patreon right now, Bart. They're completely free. You don't even need an account to see them. The crest you kill it in a... You get the crest if you kill it in a grid. I don't care about the title. No, I'm fine. I just want the crest. How much is the... How much gold are we talking? Honestly, my sanity is probably worth like 200k. But I don't know.
How much are we talking? Too cheap? Well, how much is it? Couldn't you just get some buddies and kill it in... Is it easier to kill in a group? I have no idea. I just did it for a little bit earlier, though. Oh, my sanity? Oh, yeah. Sanity's not worth much. It is something that doesn't exist. Normally doesn't get paid that much, though. Cheaper than heroic right now. Well, I bet you heroic is also really expensive, though. Can you make it? Oh, shit. My cam is still... Yeah, sorry, Firon. Dude, it probably is from when I... Oh, yeah. I forgot to reduce my cam size. You're absolutely... Why did nobody tell me this? You're right. I actually... It probably is too big. That's my bad. I actually forgot. I totally forgot about this. Yeah. Give me a second. You don't have strafe bound? No. Because you're pretty? Thank you. Oh, angel form. The timer is suspicious. He's a suspicious timer. He's a bit of a suspicious timer. Okay, hold up. Yeah. My bad. It's supposed to be like this. Not a problem. I'm gonna give it our shot. Being lazy, this key. Took me 30. Yeah. The thing is, my Valera is like level 26. And I don't know if that matters, but the one kick is not a problem. The memory game is the problem for me. I will fail the memory game. She's scaled, apparently. Oh, sweet. Nah, it's the memory game that gets me for sure. Ow! Those flowers were hurting. What the hell? Oh, I needed to dispel. The problem is the attention span. Yeah. I'm looking at it. I'm thinking like, okay, so how much gold are we talking? I'm allowed to spend gold on things. I'm not allowed to spend other things, but how much gold? Why are you not skipping potatoed? You cannot skip potatoed. At the end of PTR, they made it so that he will auto aggro if you try to walk left. You can? What do you mean you can? Did they change that back? Early PTR, you always skipped him. Middle of PTR, they changed it so that he auto pulls if you go left. Hold up. I was debated earlier with this. Skipped it earlier today. How? How did you skip it earlier today? How? Because if you go left, he auto aggros. They made it so that he basically has like infinite range. Just walk on the left. I'm like, so unless they change that back, that was something I would have to try it. Like, obviously, if you can skip him, was there maybe like Invis Tech or something? Without any stealth or anything. Huh. Just walking. I mean, if you can skip him, you absolutely will. He's an annoying mob for sure. He's super annoying. What? Dedge. Just hug left. What? It definitely still auto-pulled him? I'm getting conflicting messages. War Stomp. We have no kick. These are going off. In gap. Last second. Nice. Yeah, timer is looking very suspicious. Highly suspicious. Inaki says it auto-pulls. I'm almost positive it auto-pulls. I'm like pretty certain that it does. Yeah, I don't know how to fix the timer here. I do not know what I'm supposed to do about the timer. I can try to like aggressively chain this, but I'm pretty sure we need more than 4 minutes for last boss.
If you pulled all of this here, then you wasn't hunting left. So Furians, the reason we're all saying this is because early PTR, you won hundo. With edge. Okay. First of all, I'm actually not sure what killed people there, to be honest. Do they want to finish? It was never meant to be. May as well. Eesh. Okay, no problem. All good. No, it's fine. I'm chilling. This is a 14. I'm not actually. Just kiss the left wall, otherwise you pull it. Like hug the left wall. I mean, I'm down to try it. If there is a way to skip that guy, you should totally skip him. He's very annoying. He's extremely annoying, and it doesn't make sense for cooldowns to fight him. So if there is a way to skip him, though, I'm super down. Oh, no problem, Rasta. Here, win some, you lose some. That sounds closer than hug. I'd be down to try it. Like, we can experiment in one key. I'll have Brazil suit the potatoed Mythy WoW. The potatoed in the Blinding Veil. I'd have to look at some like top teams do it and see if they skip it. Because that mob is terrible. He's like Bubbles 2.0. It's frustrating to me almost that they basically made you take him. So this, you can skip this. Like this pack, you can skip. Yeah. This is not interesting. No, I'm super down. I'm very okay with skipping him. That sounds great. It makes way more sense to skip him. You death skip it? I mean, almost worth death skipping. That mob is pretty bad. It's almost worth death skipping too. Let me have to. No. I know I can do it. It's a buddy. I'm not worried about doing it. I know I can do it. My problem is not. My problem is that I don't have fun doing it. And if I don't have fun doing something, I have a very hard time motivating myself to keep doing it. That is my only problem. Skipping requires everybody to go at the same time. Equinox, if one person is behind it aggroes, how tight is that? It sounds like a very annoying thing to coordinate in pugs. Well, there might be some weird logic. Furians, there's also some possible, there's like some weird logic here. I don't think I could do it either, Wiz. I'm looking at it right now, and I'm sitting here, and I'm just like, yeah. I don't really think I could do it either. That's my problem. I kind of know myself a little bit too well, you know? However, because it has crest involved,
How much is a boost? I'm not kidding. How much, honestly, is a boost? Gold-wise, of course. And, like, can you do it in a group? And how hard is it is it, like, does it scale hard in a group? Or, like, how do you do it? I guess everybody would need to do the memory game in a group. Whoops, almost failed that. Remember, it took me 5 hours one day to do a single quest, and I didn't end up doing it. Just ping it. Hey, Equinox. You busy? Just kidding. I'm bad at it too. It doesn't, my brain, man. It's one of those things. I'm just not good at it. Yeah, I got bored after 2 minutes. You put me into a key and I'm like engaged, but I don't know why. Like the same thing happens to me in Raid, to be fair. I have this problem in Raid. I know that too. Like I'm bad at the later half of Raid because I just kind of tune out. It's fun figuring stuff out. It is far less fun waiting for other people to figure things out. And then I end up playing quite bad because of that. Nice finish. Good job. Nice try, nice try. I could have played that much better too. I was kind of tired. Don't make you go into autopilot, then challenge you again. That's true, actually. You drink it. I want to try it. You got the memory game right every time. Maybe I gotta put on sound then. Oof. Ah. Oh. Did they want to roll on this? I've been traded the trinket, which I appreciate. Don't get me wrong. I would love this trinket, but does he want to roll on it? Because it was fair to let him roll on it. Is this trinket good? This one? I just needed it for item level. Does he want to roll on it, though? I think he needed it, right? Healer, did you want to roll? It's fair to say you want to roll. Does he want to roll on this? There were actually two. The healer wanted it, too. I'm, like, debating if he wants to roll. I was traded this, though. What class healed? The 16. Earlier was Resto Shaman, I think. I think it was Resto Shaman that did it. That's pretty chill. Oh, okay. Oh, I take it. Well, I'm trying to figure out what music will wake me up. Now, I also need to make a quick thing for this. All right, what about the Divorced Dad playlist? Always a fan of that one. Or like dancing music. Music I might sing along to. Dance party. This works. We can listen to this. Yeah. What is he playing for H-Priest? Is he playing? He's playing Oracle. Does all H-Priest play Oracle right now, though? Wait, come to stream. Hey, do we have any H-Priests here right now? Play Blood Ticket, just ignore all the mechanics, including delivering the one-shot with AMS. That's not a bad idea, Mythy. I don't have an item level, though. Hold on, wait. I don't think we have any Holy Priests in here right now. I don't know what they're currently playing, but I think it's Archon, no? Oh, never. Okay. He said he's diehard Oracle. I was gonna say I was gonna recommend a talent build. Okay, got it. Fair enough.
Well, hold up. Hold up. Wait. Mr. Priest, where are you? Where is the... Wait. Did he hearth back? Oh, my hearth is set to the wrong... My hearth is set to the cold isle. Mr. Priest. Mr. Priest. Enchants. I'll buy you enchants. Right now. What is this? 263 neck? Mr. Priest? What is this? 263 neck? Hold on. Whoa. I'll buy enchants. Well, hold up. Where are you? Is he Horde or Alliance? He's Tauren, like me. Okay, so we're both Tauren. Let me find you. I don't have... How do I get back to the city? Wait, hold up. Wait, I'm gonna buy you... Hold up a sec. Hold on, whoa. He needs enchants. There's a chest enchant, a leg enchant. He should totally have them. And a weapon enchant. Chest, weapon, legs. Those are the major ones. Chest, weapon, legs. Chest, weapon, legs. At least a few. Hold up, I got you. I'm just trying to... I don't think I have the Argentina key, do I? Personal key, it's the Argentina. Nice. Okay, I'm waking up now. It's good. You get back to the city like this, right? I haven't used this tech before. What's up, Toxie? Hi, SB. You're not one of the... Oh, you're not the Holy Priest, are you? If you are... Come here. Where is he? Alright, I'm fighting him. Come here. I'm doing a public service. I got you, Mr. Holy Priest. Oh, why are they so expensive? They were like 700 gold before. Oh, I have one in my bags right now. Oh, I should sell this. This is good. All right, I have one in my bags. That's okay. One. Wow, they were cheap before. Enchants went up, huh? I thought you just said enchants don't make anything. World Soul Chest. Yeah, okay, here you go. Whoa, I fell. All right, chest. What about weapon enchants? How much are weapon enchants right now? Bro, things are kind of pricey. I don't remember them being this much. All right, come here. The things I do for the community. What is right of the Hashali? Okay, acuity. Oof. Worth it. All right, come here. My friend, he needs gold. He needs enchants. At least minimum this. If he's doing 14s right now, he needs enchants. I've been watching your videos. Thank you, ISP. I appreciate that. I'm about to buy this guy some enchants because I am noticing that he doesn't have any. All right, let me find him. We just did a key together, and then I inspect him after. And no problem. But I gotta buy him enchants. Enchants are kind of big value. Where is he? Trade. I got you. I got you, Mr. Healer. Here. Take him. Take it off my hands. Boom. That's like 150 primary stat. Voila. Yeah, use them. Use them. Even if you're going to replace the legs. Just use the legs are fine. You're welcome. You're welcome. I've got you. I got you. Enchants, yeah. Enchants are cheap. I thought enchants are expensive right now, but dawn crystals are super inexpensive, huh? I sometimes I miss like a head enchant. Like I think I'm still missing a head enchant. But the chest, legs, and weapon, you can't miss those. Chest, weapon, legs are like 150 primary stat. I got you. You're welcome. Welcome. GG's. Look out there. I also like your name. This is a good name, to be honest. Honestly, I didn't realize he was a Tauren, but now that I found out that he's a Tauren, to be honest with you, I'm kind of down. I like him because he's a Tauren named Mulan, but his name is Mulan. And honestly, this is what WoW is about right here. Look at this, Mulan. He's typed like this, Mulan. And I'm sort of like 1000% here for it. This is a positive interaction, even though that key did not go well. Bye-bye. The key might not have timed, but I like that healer. Personality-wise. Nice. Solid. Do you have a link for your channel? Of course. Okay. Everything is in Discord. I've updated Discord a lot. ISP, thank you for stopping by and saying hello. I'm excited to make more. My chest is enchanted? Yeah. It is, right? Oh, yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Correct. Now, I think you replace Alnseer with this new trinket because item level. I'm pretty sure that you actually you take Alnseer here and you replace it, which is kind of crazy. And rest in peace, my mythic Alnseer, but voila. What's up, Exilios? Hi. I'm doing okay. We time some keys. Yeah, you name your DK Liquilus Cage. It's a good one. What's up, Hallguard? I just got 3K yesterday on my prop pally. Which one do you think is the easiest to push into 14s? It's weird. Dungeons, there are some timers that are super free. They're all about living right now. I thought timers would be a lot tighter this season, and I think they still might be toward the end of the key range, but they've certainly undertuned things a little bit. As a tank, which is the easiest? It's a good question. No, Exilios, I do not. I wish. I've got a bunch of key drops now, so my item level's here, and that was my last trinket slot. I need to replace this trinket, but now my gear's looking a lot better. I need some gloves, I need some shoulders, and then wrist from keys. But the problem is that I also need to raid for 4-piece. And on top of raiding for 4-piece, I also need to go do the delve boss, question mark. But apparently, I'm not good enough for it. So I'm now thinking how many WoW tokens I need to buy in order to get the question mark boss down. Going once, going twice. I'm an old man, only have time for one character now. ISP, if you don't mind me asking, how long have you been playing WoW? What tank do you think would be safe for invites in that range? It's so hard to say. Can you wait 2 weeks to fully decide what tank to play? And the reason is there's light tuning right now. Like, there was tuning today. But there's always tuning after Race to World First. And that's expected in 1 week. So, for example, 1 week, we're going to be... There's a lot of... We don't know. And we haven't seen what Liquid and Echo are going to play in Raid. If they end up with 2 Prot Warriors, it doesn't matter how many Prot Warriors are in... How they are in keys. Gone. If they ever decide to play like 2 tanks or whatever, right? If they bring out a double Guardian Druid, it's Jover. Do you know what I mean? Like, we just don't know exactly what's going to happen. So I don't want to do you a disservice and lie to you and pretend. If you want me to lie to you, I can. Would you like me to? You just say the word. You say the word, ISP, and I will lie straight to your face. I'll feel bad about it, but I'll do it. You want me to? You want, for like 30 seconds, I can be like a normal streamer. Would you like me to? You just say why. Anybody types why, and for 30 seconds, I will do my absolute best here to be like a normal streamer. Just, we'll see. Going once, going twice, small stream delay. All right, bet. So I'll say myself. My honest cook is they want Blood Decay to shine. I think Blood Decay is relatively safe, actually. It doesn't do top single target. I don't think it'll shine in Raid unless there are specific AoE ad fights where the 15-second burst of Rune Weapon on a 130 are super valuable because it does do insane burst damage. I think it probably is the highest AoE burst tank outside of like Pally Wings, perhaps. So both of those tanks look pretty good. If there are ad spawns on a cooldown, that matters for them. If grip is valuable, you'll see it played, but I don't think it'll overperform on boss damage. It'll overperform in overall damage because that's what it does right now. But I don't think it's going to look too hot on boss damage. So that means to me that they won't nerf it that much. So for what it's worth, I would say that Blood Decay has good viability. The dungeons don't seem to be checking tanks nearly as much. Like PTR felt harder, as weird as that sounds. There's a world where maybe the 1% actually goes to like 22, 23. You might have some issues on Blood Decay, but I think you'll be all right. And I think that they want it to shine because Blizzard has been doing this thing where they rotate meta tanks every season. So Blood Decay is the tank that hasn't been meta in the longest. Hence, my prediction would be that Blood Decay is going to be good this season, if not dominant, if not meta. Because the last season was Brew and Bear, and they were dominantly Brew and Bear, and there was no ifs, ands, or buts it. They was like, hey guys, this is you play Brew or you play Bear. Like, it's that simple. And no. So basically, oh yeah, dude, the Bears. So this is my second prediction. But basically, my thoughts on Blood Decay are the fact that they seem to want a meta, and if I had to predict what they want, I would genuinely argue that Blood Decay is probably going to be valuable. How valuable is a good question. Like, is it going to be meta? But I don't think they're going to nerf it anywhere past what they've already done to it. And I currently think right now it's not as dominant as people think it is. So the next two tanks that I would predict are Prop Pally and Druid. The problem with Druid is that if Druid appears to be the meta tank, I think they'll nerf it because Druid was meta last season. And I swear that they do that. Like, in order to keep the meta rotating, they don't let that happen outside of like end of season, faded seasons, etc. So my prediction would be that Bear right now, if you want based on current tuning, no changes whatsoever, I honestly think Bear, there's like three, it's like Bear, Pally, and Blood Decay are the three top tanks. And then Warrior and comps that may want it, but I think effectively you're going to have a more decent tank meta this season. There's already a lot of color you can see, and I think there will continue to be more color. I don't think we're going to have a 99% representation season again. I don't think that'll happen. With current tuning and how things are going right now, well, it's Street. I don't think we're going to get close to that. So, wouldn't worry that much if that makes sense. I think, does that kind of make sense? Hopefully that answers your question. ISP, did you hear that, or was there an ad in the middle of that rant? There might have been an ad in the middle of that rant. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I think. I think that if you chose Blood Decay, Pally, or Bear outside of them buffing randomly, that's the other thing is like, what if they're like, well, we did give VDH a 24% mastery buff, but it has been a few seasons, and so actually, congratulations. Here's 200%. You know what I mean? I have no idea. Outside of them doing that, I have no idea. Do Pally still fall over? They've gotten much baseline tank here. They're significantly tankier on a baseline. You still have to be good with your cooldowns and plan properly and do tank stuff. But I think Pallies are in a much better spot right now. Outside of it, these tanks, we talked Bear and Ironfur, really helping, still struggling with Ironfur all the time. Yo, what's up, Lando? Lando Cray. Dude, there's a lot of advice sometimes with Bears to not max adjust. It helps so much, doesn't it? Have you enjoyed it so far? Yo. Hello. Hello. You're welcome. I think that macro was very helpful, yeah? Are you the crazy Pally on Murloc? Yes. Equinox has been a top tank for a long time, Hullguard. Although it's funny that you know him as a Paladin. Because he's not actually... I don't know if you're known as a Paladin, Equinox. I feel like you're mostly known for Brew. That might just be me. It depends on when people learn about you, I guess. Change your main back to Druid from Brett Pally, so starting from level 80 again. Oof. Good luck on the leveling. Yes, that's probably him. Prober is a lot of fun. I'm jealous of the Druid omnidirectional. Yeah. The add-on name again for the next route, MDT Helper. Well, I hope that you enjoy both your Paladin and your Druid, Lando. Game is meant to be fun. I think Druid's looking pretty good. Community perception will matter a lot, but if I had to guess, this season will have like an 80% meta tank and then more representation of others. Last season, it was 99 between Brew and Bear. There was actually like next to 0. I think this next season will be better. The way the dungeons are feeling right now, I'm not sure. They seem to be better. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Whoosh. Bro, look at this. Look at this. Watch this. 3. Look at this. Egg. And you can clip that.
This is some genuine short form content. I'm sorry. I'm ready. I apologize. I'm basically ready. First pull. First. I kick. First volume. Warrior. Second. Mage. Can you get shout? You have to actually assign kicks on this pull. Equinox, what is your read on, if you're still here? What's your read on the current tank meta? No, it's like it helps me breathe better. I'm more of a mascot for kicks. Yeah, that's why we assigned the thing to the mage. We have to get this right actually. What is your read on current tank meta? I have a feeling that this is actually going to be significantly better than last season. But what do you think? Why not sheep first brawler? So you could, Rasta, honestly, you could. That's an option. I don't like doing any CC in keys because it almost always messes up. Yeah. I think you should just not take mini boss. I think you should do single into single. I think you do the first pull and then you take mini boss after and you single it. It's way better in pugs. Even though it's less than cooldowns. No problem. What's up? We missed the second kick. We also missed the first kick, by the way. But we're alive. Vortex Typhoon. Easy. Warrior kick. Warrior kick. No, warrior dead. I kick. Shout. I kick. Okay, I sent my kick on the shout. Better kill the mini boss. We're alive. Good job, healer. Healer is pumping. Healer is doing their job. Healer is covering all mistakes in the ski. Well done. Well done. Well done. Solid job, healer. Nice. I actually think that I missed a comment. I think it was you, Heal Jaw, right? You're in this key. Hopefully, I'm the easiest tank to heal. You tell me how I feel to heal, by the way, comparatively to any other person you've done the keys with so far. I'm curious. Like, I'm assuming you haven't seen a lot of bears. I am very curious about this, though. Yeah, you can just ask him how I feel to heal. My current read, and I don't think that it'll be that check this season. Honestly, Bear is like redonkulously tanky. No, Enforcer. I did not. Why'd you go right side instead of left? So you definitely go right. I will tell you in this dungeon, left is a trap, 100%, because 3 demoralizing shouts on top of the slam dude is just is death. I think you should go right. In pugs and lower keys, like weekly route, definitely just don't pull the mini boss with it, and you'll be all right. Yo, Minako. I still need to pronounce her name better. Minako? Minako. Hey, Minako. What's up? Yo, I'm glad you remembered that, by the way. Hi, bitch. It's still so aggressive. I feel like it's almost off-brand. You know what I mean? In so many ways, I feel like it's like very surprising if people tune into stream and they're like, what did you just say? Camera, wow, wow, wow. What would I do? I did not enforce her. I'll go back. And also, hi, Peace Child, yo. It's crazy how much comfy Paladin is this season. Yeah, I wonder if it gets nerfed. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that. Yeah, yeah. So we're going to go Boomy form in a second. 3, 2, 1. Get a little closer. Go Boomy. Bam. Starfall for aggro on a big range gather like this. Pull all of it. Don't know why I tried to combat potion. I don't actually have combat potion up right now. Easy. Bernardo. Do you know what I really want? I've been thinking about this. I think I want a golden retriever, but I also kind of want a Saint Bernardo. I like Big Dog. It was like a song. It was like a slightly different song. They were talking about snakes, but there was a very famous song that I kind of relate to, except that I feel the same way about dogs, except not exactly the same way. It's just kind of loosely related because there was that song about the snakes, and it was like, I like big snakes and I cannot lie. Do, 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 right? But I'm just not really, I do also like snakes, but I'm a kind of equally a fan of small and medium-sized snakes. All snakes are cool. I like reptiles in general. I have 2 lizards. But basically, I also want a dog. Mostly the dog. Very excited about the dog. I have ultimately decided as well that this mini-boss hurts enough that I will not overpull it in the future. Oh, Caesar, I've seen how much you bench. I don't think you do. No man benches as much as you do without something to compensate for. It wasn't snakes in that song. I am aware that it was not snakes in that song, to be fair. Oh, King. Holy shit. Wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of you. I don't think the right side. But anyways, the point is, I am aware I'm just insanely sarcastic. And toward the end of the night, right? How do you see anything with this UI? What do you mean with my UI? Do you even know what you don't even, oh, lazy X, holy, you want to see my UI? If you think this is bad, wait till you see my actual UI, because I have way more on my screen right now. You just can't see it. It's an overlay. You are in the middle of my screen. It's a lot of practice and reps. Yeah, if you think this is bad, I'm going to hold on. You want to see what my actual screen looks like? Here, say hi to your mother. Ready? I'm going to just live this pull in like 3, 2. I'm in incarn right now, so let me just do some damage. But after this incarn, I'm going to show you. No, I got this. One more charge, and then I'll go watch the other ads here. How do I see anything with this UI? You've awakened. All right, hold up. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to die. I need to alt-tab to here first. Cool. Wait for it. Wait for it. I'm going to lunar beam in a second. I need to kind of pick up the other ads, but I also need to make sure I have a bunch of iron for rolling before I just casually alt-tab out. I'm going to scroll down on here. I will die immediately, so I'm missing globals. I'm going to get head bashed over here because I actually need to, and I'm going to let him charge over here as well because I do need these packs. Okay, now this is an opportunity. Once he dies, we go pull this back, and then this back, and then everything is good. Perfect. Now we're going to time this key, but lazy. In like 2 seconds probably, when I'm just know that I'm not going to die because I'm a little bit like slightly concerned about this, but I've got this. So I'm gonna miss some damage in my lunar beam window. I'm gonna overlap it here. 3, 2, 1. This is what my UI actually looks like. This is what my UI actually looks like. I don't know what you're talking about. You were like, oh, yeah, you see anything with your UI? Like, you don't even see the half of it. This is you. What do you mean, what is this? This is you. Say hi to your mother. Yeah, that's how I play all the time. Yeah. Dude, honestly, with Saya Bekalaka, your mother would never have assumed that you would make it here. And I just want to say that I'm proud of her for raising such a good Wisakayaka Laka. Did I get your name right? Close enough? The MDI is actually normally behind, like the MDT helper thing is just because it's hiding behind here. Close? Fair enough. I'll take it. Yeah.
Can't really die to puddles and stuff. Have I died a single time today to puddles? I thought I've been tanking pretty flawlessly. Except for the question mark thing, though. What happened with the bouquet? What happened with my camp? Oh, my screen capture is probably on. That's why. We'll be as chill with that. I spent most of the time in WoW raiding with the Aussies, so I'm good with that. Fair. That's fair. That's fair. How do I pronounce? Well, there's two names. I'll have a hard time pronouncing this as well. Hold up. Hi, Wisak. Yeah. We're good. You just dodge. Just pull this back a little bit, and you just dodge. But it's one of the reasons I do move a little bit weird, and occasionally it does distract me. And like sometimes what happens is though, if I click on the overlay, then I can't click in game. Yeah. Dude, imagine that my stream was actually how babies were made. Did you hear Liquid talking about their breeding program earlier, King? It was very funny. Did you hear about this? On the Liquid broadcast was talking about the new generation of Liquid Raiders. Yeah, they were like, so what we're gonna do? It was obviously a joke, but it was very funny. Yeah. It was hilarious because I like tuned in. I was like wondering if they killed heroic Ulatek, and it was like earlier today. I tuned into the broadcast, and they were like, "Yo, so what if we actually just made a breeding program? Like we called it the Liquid Breeding Program, and we're gonna make all of our raiders have babies, and then we will raise the babies on a farm, and then the farm can be where they get trained to be the next race the world first raiders. And if they want to be like a doctor or something, then I don't know, we'll just make more babies. And if they want to be like an engineer, then like nope, they're basically going to be bred to be the next generation of race the world first raiders." But I think that it was correctly identified that this might be not really cool. And you can't call it the Liquid Breeding Program because there's just some obviously ethical concerns with it. So they started calling it Liquid Next Gen. And I thought that sounded a lot better, to be honest with you. Doesn't that sound better? Liquid Next Gen. I thought that was much... I agreed, basically. I think the first one had a potential branding issue. Tank privilege. But anyway, seriously, this is how I actually always play. Sometimes I make it bigger if I want to be more social. Sometimes I make it slightly smaller. Like in the middle of a key. Like, how did I get hit by that? So anyways, I can make this a little smaller like this, or like do it mid-key. I can adjust as needed. Oh no, I DC'd. I DC'd. I'm fully DC'd right now. What is this? I can't hit buttons. Oh, no. Oh, I'm like 100% DC'd. Uh-oh. I can't hit anything. What is this? What happened? Is this because I mentioned the Liquid Breeding Program? I promise you it was actually a reference to their actual broadcast earlier. It was a joke. I'm sorry. No? Other people? Okay, hold up. It looks like it's kind of solving itself. No, hold up. First of all, hi. Hello. I'm still here. This isn't pre-run. Okay, I think I'm okay now. It looked like it was just a spike. Just a spike. Oh, okay, we're back. No, we're back. You could pull all this. This is a pretty normal pull. I mean, it's annoying that this is single target, but I think that you should go left, especially with our comp. I'm the only poison to spell. Well, actually, no, sorry, we have a Holy Paladin. I think this is, unfortunately, I think this is better to go this side. It's just sad. I know it's frustrating, but it's way healthier. Yeah, you're supposed to pull the first 3 in there. Oh, I missed the group suck. I'm sorry. I think that this side is just better. You walk to the left, and then it's different. But we only have 2 poison dispels, and you have to fight the double poison guy if you go right, plus double screamer kick. So I don't know. I do think that. I mean, I'm PTR, I went the other way, but I think you have to go this way. Maybe not have to, but it's just annoying for single target. You just walk around this, and then you go single target, single target. This one you just walk around. I don't think this one's that hard, actually. You just go here, and then you come this edge. As long as you go over, it's no problem. Easy. Yeah, just come over that edge. No problems. Okay, after this, I gotta get the podcast up tonight. Hey, Kalakalaka. Void cores come out next week. You can take the bonus roll from the vault, but do you know how it works? You have to forego your vault to take it. You don't just get bonus rolls, right? To your ribs, is that for posture? It's for breathing. It's actually just for breathing. It's normally because if I get like a headache like this, I'm normally not breathing right. Or I need water, which to be honest, I should have water up here because I don't think I'm hydrating well either. Yes. I actually think it's probably a hydration thing today. I'm realizing I should have like regular water. Maybe too much salt, believe it or not. Or not enough. You are what now? The bonus rolls, you only get one if you don't take your vault. Did I just hear a breeding? Oh, that was like 10 minutes ago. The breeding was like 10 minutes ago. Yeah. Dude, it feels like that a lot, though. It really does. Yeah. It's because I've been going to the gym like every morning and stuff, though. Yeah, it's just annoying that it's single target, but I do think that that side is significantly better. Take bonus roll if you raid. No, even if you're not raiding. No, that is the good clarification, because the way you phrased that made me think that you were talking as if you just got it correct. Geeks to you, yo! Did you like the Star Wars thing yesterday? I swear it was really good. I was so excited to share it, even though it wasn't like, I was like, I don't care. You have to see this. It's actually just amazing what fans can make in the Star Wars universe. Yo, it's good to see you again. So basically, no. Well, no, so there is one. There is now one scenario you take. I will not take a bonus roll out of my vault. So here's the deal. There is a world where in this following vault, I do not take a bonus roll. And the only world that exists is because I want Forset. If I go to normal raid, which I'll do in the next few days, I don't know if I'll do heroic. There are two situations that happen here. Number one, heroic Ulatek is kind of overtuned. I don't know if I would reasonably be able to kill it next week without them nerfing it. If they decide not to nerf it for whatever reason and make it a chase goal, bro, I don't want a chase goal. I want a loot pinata. That's the thing. And I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, some people are going to be like, guys, like, you know, like, I just don't really love raiding, which is true. But the truth is that I want loot pinata. I don't want to have to work for it. And it kind of looks like I'm going to have to work for it, which I'm not looking forward to. That's the truth. Like, I'm going to be honest. That's the honest admission, you know? And so because Ulatek may not be a loot pinata, I'm kind of on whether or not I'm really going to be able to get it. If I don't think I can kill heroic Ulatek next week, I might. Not might. I probably would. Because they'll nerf it eventually. I think I would take a tier piece. If I do not get my Forset out of normal raid and one of the remaining tier pieces actually comes, I will 1000% in fact take a tier piece. I know I will. So that would be the opportunity for me not to take the bonus roll. But other than that, I will take the bonus roll. There's no world where you get like a trinket or anything like that. Heroic is much harder. Yes, significantly harder. Like, no one was expecting it to be this hard. Seemingly, I think this is true. The hardest heroic end boss we've had since... when? When? I don't know. Ever? Like, this is a new generation of heroic end boss. It's, like, quite difficult. Which is different. Yeah, very. Extremely hard.
So the early bosses on Heroic are fine. The end bosses are like quite difficult. That's the difference. End bosses here. I'm gonna have aggro problems. 1 second. This is a hard pack. First three, no. First three are fine. Like you can totally do first three. I think you could do them pretty easily. It's the end bosses that are much harder. We just need one screamer kick here. Make sure I'm on this. This is a very difficult pack if I do all of this. I think I can do it, but I have to be kind of aware here. Yeah. No heroic end boss. And yeah, and you can see like, and they're only getting better. It's kind of crazy that the heroic end boss. Let me focus a little bit because this poll even doesn't matter that this is only a 14 right now. This would kill me. Bark right now. You must have defensive coverage here. Like you will so giga die otherwise. He's devouring the mob. Mad Shriek goes off. Yeah. It is pretty interesting. This one has to be SI. And then this next one is just Frenzied Regen. But he is devouring mites. So, if I don't think I can kill Heroic Ulutek, it would kind of change my plan. I still am going to end up doing exactly what's written in my Discord. But there are two factors that change. Number one is we do actually have a ton of bonus crests. So that's like first and foremost, is that there are a lot of bonus crests that were previously unannounced from the question mark boss, plus the Delve, plus the Crack Keystone. That kind of factors a little bit and changes the math a tiny bit on what I would do, because you were definitely going to have enough to craft upcoming. But basically, I need my 4-set. 4-set is kind of my non-negotiable right now, where I really don't want to have to struggle to get it. 4-set is so much power for Guardian and kind of completes the spec. Like I'm having some defensive coverage moments in this. I don't have if I have 4-set. Oh, the Shriek, holy. Incapper. Don't let that Shriek go off. I would rather let the Shout go off than you can let the Fear go off. These last packs, if I pull it this way, maybe there is a different way to route this, because this actually hurts a lot. Kill that totem behind me. My bark skin. I go back in. But because Heroic Ulutek is so hard, I think I might change the math. But even if you're a Mythic Pluser, you still take bonus rolls because of the lockout. I also think that they could fix that by simply having the item removed from your pool if you get it in your vault. I don't think that that would hurt anyone. And I kind of don't know why they won't do that. Oh, I've never actually gone through the puddle. Thought I was dead. So, I'm not sure. I've gone to 9 so far. I've been dying a bit. I've been very unlucky with gear till 295. No, gear is not going to help you. Arcanite. Gear does not help you at that key level. Just raw reps and dungeon knowledge helps you. Like, what you're actually looking for is getting better at the dungeons. Gear will not help you. At 295, you can time whatever key you want to do. Not a problem. So, watching one of the Patreon videos, which is completely free. I just put the routing stuff there for now. It's there, though. Which for? So, because I have been smart with my catalyst and I have not catalyzed, which is also, if you're playing Guardian, by the way, just irrelevant. Your 2-set is like, eh. It's good, single target, but it's eh. It does not help you live. It's a tiny bit of single target damage, which is not needed for these keys. So, your 4-set's good. Don't get me wrong. Your 4-set is good. Your 4-set is, like, amazing. Your 2-set, that's all right. It's not bad. It's very good. But you really want 4-set. You don't really care as much. Kill the totems, 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 kill the totems. I'm not gonna die, I'm not gonna die, I'm not gonna die, I'm not gonna die, I'm not gonna die. Holy hell. Totem, 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 totem. Hiya. That was crazy. I almost died. This is actually, I don't know why, this part of the dungeon is doing ridiculous damage. Hold up. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. It's these jellyfish on top of these actually hurts. Okay. Lunar Beam, 5 seconds. No, I saved myself there. But I'm going to have to SI on the next hit here. It's not the bolts. You don't have to worry about the bolts. Just kill totems when they come out. I have one more SI, and then I'm dead.
Brutalize right now. Perfect. 3, 2, 1. Maybe this is actually just... I even had Incarn going in here. But I think the totems are what actually skyrocketed that damage. Ooh, yeah. That was scary as hell. I thought I was dead. I thought I was super dead. We're going to go here. And then I think we pull this, and this should be percentage. Surviving at plus 10. But I have no idea what... So there's like routing hacks. Not hacks, but like routing tips that I can give you that are pretty generalized, but I think, in my opinion, work fairly well. Yeah, those packs hurt. Don't underestimate these end packs. Two things. If you're using... Are you using my Platinator Bart? Because if you're using mine, basically you just think no more than 2 bright red casters. If you see a bright red mob like this shaman, no more than 2. Everything else is fair game. No more than 2 of these, no more than 1 blue nameplate in a pull, and you will actually be alright. Okay, we pull this into boss, and somehow I'm missing percentage. No? This is not percentage. I need jellyfish. I need the jellyfish from this corner and this. It's these guys that go into boss here, and those... Oh, fuck. I need somebody to pull the jellyfish for me. I actually realized there's a big dude in the way. Hold up. It's... Where are the jellyfish? They're right here. Okay, last time I had somebody pull these jellyfish. They're these jellyfish. I think that they pull no problem. You can go into boss, though. Yeah, thank God. If they social something, I'm going to be really upset. Let me aggro them. You go into boss. There we go. Ooh. Favorite popular just because of boss utility. So there are going to be many times as a bear player that I'm going to say, oh, I wish I was prop pally, especially with like kicks and stuff like this. There are also going to be many times where I would say I wish I was a bear because bear would be immortal here. I think I'm going to be torn between them though. I wasn't really happy with it. If you get my Platinator, I genuinely think if you just follow the rule of no more than 2 casters, no more than 1 mini-boss in any pull, you cannot be wrong. It's not a perfect rule, but I think it's pretty helpful. General thought process, though. If you didn't have a group, I don't have a group right now, and you can see already what my plan is. My plan is to socialize, because WoW is a social game. So I'm doing keys early on, and then I see who's good, and then if I like the people I'm doing keys with, I add them, and if I don't like them, I note them that I don't like them. That's my plan, Johannes. And Johannes on YouTube asked me what my plan was if I don't have a group. That's the plan, is to socialize. Use the start of the season to make friends. I've already made friends with people who I would not have touched last season, simply because I stopped pushing in May, which means my IO stopped at 4,000 instead of 4,200. And therefore, that IO, in my opinion, is not very high. And it isn't considered high in the key pushing community. It's considered, it was safe for 1%, but it's not 0.1%, and I wasn't close to it. So I didn't put the effort in, and that's very fair. That doesn't, I don't feel bad about that. I thoroughly enjoyed how I spent last season. I got sick, and I was very okay with it. If I actually, you can see, from today, if I just play my bear, and I don't spend crazy time on alts, and I also just play for the next 5 months, I will get whatever score I would like. And I just, that's my problem, is I tend to play for like 2 months, and then I stop, or just get lazy. And I just don't care enough to like get the final score. But I'll push hard early on. I enjoy the early push. It's my favorite time to play the game. Like right now, for example, I'm actively procrastinating something I should do. I am supposed to be making a Shadow Priest thumbnail and description for the podcast tonight that I was going to post. Interesting podcast episode. But I'm not doing that because this is a key. I would kind of agree with you, Equinox. But the problem with that, using that as a logic, if you're thinking about filling dispels and stuff, we have no idea what they're going to do, not just for tank balance, but also for DPS balance. When you start talking about filling slots and like what you're going to need at least one person with X dispel,
their tuning is all over the place these days. I just think that there's almost no way to figure out what they're gonna do, right? Yeah. That's the thing. That's normally what I think as well. So I can't really commit to suspending the whole season on the character. I normally accomplish and then I'll just stop. Oh, percentage! What the hell? Percentage. Whoa. Come. Percentage. Brother. Percentage. Where were always these jellyfish in the corner? I was supposed to pull this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Percentage. Don't chill yet. Don't chill. We're not actually at the end of this dungeon yet. We're not done. We're not done. I'm just keeping it. Don't die. Fucking bubble. Defensive. Bubble. Defensive. I've got you. Taunting. I'm just keeping it interesting. They were all ready to relax. They took a sigh. They said, whew, man, we almost bricked it. And I was just keeping them away. I want them to, nobody's asleep now. Good. Excellent. Yes. Correct. I think it was this corner and these jellyfish I was supposed to get. All right. Easy time. No problem. Zero problemo. Yep. Easy time. Yeah. I need to look at this last area because I clearly missed something. Which add-on, guys, can help me to filter things into a section of key range and other stuff? You mean like this? When you go look at Group Finder, you just actually go to Dungeons and you type in whatever. If you want that, you can just go like 15 like this, as an example. Dude, I didn't play that very well. That's my bad. Okay. I got a belt. I do not need. There's no other leather person. But on to the left. So I'm thinking, like, I was trying to figure out where I missed. What's up, JJ? I've got a podcast. Yo, Street. You know, it's only the end that rocks bear. Cutting down to tuning. Yeah. Nothing I couldn't cover. The end is hard for bear. I don't know if it's just hard for bear or if it's the way I pull it. I think it's hard for everybody. Oh, he logged off. I think it's hard for everybody, but the end rocks me. The end of this dungeon is the hardest thing for me to tank. I'm pretty sure out of all that, even harder than altar. Yeah, the totems are the thing that almost killed me there. I saw my health. I paid attention, but that almost got me, and then otherwise, like, I'm chilling until the end of this dungeon. I think I'm misunderstanding something potentially, to be honest, though. That's what I think I'm doing. I think I'm misunderstanding fundamentally, like, a mechanic here. No cheat death trinket and also no good tank trinket. Zero good. There's, like, very, very lackluster. Yeah, I don't think so. This new trinket, though, let's see what it did. 1.2% damage. What does it actually do? Nothing. This trinket, bad. Bad trinket. It did nothing. It's actually 1.2%. Oof. But that's a fair read. All I can say is that if other tanks have a hard time living, I think Bear is going to be really good. Although I don't understand the end of this dungeon. And count dents to go right. You can skip the overseer on the left to get 20% for 2 pulls. On right, you have to do minimum 3 pulls if you want the same count. It's much more annoying. Right is in the poison dispels and the screamers. You just go left to go the big harrower, and then you skip the next 3 with the overseer, and then you go big harrower, yeah? Yeah, I agree. I think that it's less fun, because it's just single target into single target pretty much, but it's like kind of clearly better. Because they're also not that dangerous. Yeah. That's interesting, Johannes. You're welcome. Fair. Okay, so this is going to be an interesting podcast episode tonight. I'm going to upload that. I also probably have to stop streaming this late soon, just to clarify. most likely, I'll be limited on how long I can stream this much. I might be starting to feel the effects of being old. Also, what are we listening to? Okay, uploading is a podcast that is due in 2.5 hours. It's 8 a.m. here. It is 7:30 p.m. here. Dude, I feel old, Smoked Ice. I do. I'm starting to notice the signs. You look 16. 16? You want to know what I look like when I was 16? 16. I'm 29. I turned 30 in January. I'm getting close. I'm closer to 50 than I am 0. 16. I missed my time to trial for the new season of Teen Wolf 10 years ago. Like 7, actually. Damn. Oh, shit. Okay, you guys are old. I guess I'm apparently middle-aged. Y'all are old. I'm middle-aged. Fair? We set with that? All good? I've described you as looking like Stifler's little brother. Oh my god, I love his mom. Old enough to get that reference, Drogon. A kid? Fair. You know, honestly, I think age is relative because how many times have you met people your age that seem to be lacking the intelligence you might expect of somebody that age? I definitely think that life experience can equal wisdom, but it occurs to me that many people who survive to an older age are faster than the wisdom that is attempting to catch up with them. Let's go on a stoic rant. I think my favorite thing about stoicism is eudaimonia. I love the concept of eudaimonia. All right, our 20-minute episode. This is an interesting podcast. I'm going to listen to it. I haven't listened back to it. I'm really curious what this sounds like. Wait, I can't hear it. Why can't I hear it? You need some years under your belt. I think that's fair. You know, Smoked, when I was younger, I really thought for so long. I really thought that I knew a lot more than I did. And if there's one thing I have learned to say, it's never say never. Because I was so sure about so much 10 years ago. Turns out I was wrong. I didn't know nearly. There's one thing I've learned, it's that I don't know anything. Yeah. My perspective and opinion is one of many. I've lived in different countries now, and after living in Thailand for 8 years, I can tell you that people are just fundamentally different. Like, you can't account for the variabilities that go into people's lives. There are certain fundamentals I believe, and then the rest is impossible to cover. You know what I mean? Okay, so first of all, let me listen to this for a second. Okay, so the first part of this, 30 seconds into this, is definitely eye-catching. It's ear-catching, I'll tell you that. You guys want a sneak peek on the podcast today? Here, listen. You have to actually watch the whole thing. I'm just saying I forgot to turn his volume down at the beginning, and he is an interesting guy. All right, I will show you. We're going to stop the music for a second. I've been doing a WoW podcast, and tonight is number 8, I think. Or I think tonight is number 9, actually, with the podcast. So we're getting there. And I will try to keep it as active as I can all week. Ooh, I forgot to put this on as well. Trying to find the Xbox profile. Remind me in a second, Faria. I keep forgetting to update it in the actual part. I put it in the Season 2, the channel underneath Season 2 UI. Okay, so basically... Thank you. This is a good episode. It's not a bad episode. It's just the way he starts is I gotta warn people. Because he's a character. Okay.
First of all, his profile is a dog. And that dog is amazing. That's a beautiful dog. But this is the podcast. Observe how it starts and tell me what you think for a second. Also, my lighting may or may not be really bad. Extremely bad. This is the most low budget podcast you ever seen in your life. I have no idea what I'm doing, but it's good content. All right. Observe. I don't edit them. I haven't listened back to this. He's not a caller. He's not a caller. He's the rank 1 Shadow Priest on NA. Bro, okay, listen. Here's what you need to know. Okay, first of all, Kitty, I'm very loud downstairs. Second of all, it's one thing if I call you because I'm like a new content creator. But you know he did, I respect this so much. Now called him. You know now? The legend, the man, the myth, the Chad, now? He also called him for Shadow Priest. And he did the same exact thing. On Now's stream, on a live video, he did exactly the same thing. Consistency, genuineness, honesty. These are values that I can appreciate and respect. Because he did not change his personality even when contacted by Mr. Now. It's not a bad episode. It's actually a good episode. But that first part is very funny to me. Okay, so we're going to post this. I am not upset with keys today. I think the 16 altar is actually like a decent key. I don't think we're getting 17 this week. Probably in pugs. Yo! How are you? How have you been? I haven't seen you in forever. I haven't seen you in months, Bitter. How are you? You're on when I'm awake. Are you still I haven't seen you in forever. Are you streaming right now? I feel like I have not caught your stream in actually forever. Bitter, are you currently streaming? Do you go live super early in the morning? I do. It's the time difference is still crazy. Yeah, it's very hard to coordinate though. Wait. Have you been streaming recently? Wait, Kitty, you remember Bitter? Not at the moment. Tonight. You're coming back tonight. Welcome back. I hope you have a fantastic stream. It's good to see you. There are very few people that fill my heart with a sense of joy. I have now met a few streamers that genuinely fill my heart with a sense of joy. You are one of them. I hope you have a fantastic... I hope you're doing well. I hope everything's all right. How's Sky? How's the dog? I've been doing a WoW podcast recently, and I'm doing all right. I want a dog soon. Basically, my plan is setting up my life so that I can get a dog maybe at the end of this year or like start of next year. I was wondering about that. That's why you heard me when I asked. I thought that might have happened. Sorry. It's always the hard part. Sorry. How different is the Shadow Priest rank 1 overall damage? Well, that's the podcast tonight, Royal.
Yeah, we love them and then lose them. Kitty, Bitter had 2 huskies and very, very beautiful sweet dogs. I was wondering if that's why I hadn't seen you in a bit. I don't know. I don't have you as a contact or anything like that, so I didn't message. But I actually had a feeling that as you came in to say hi, I was like, Well, I hope. I feel like there are social things to say, and this type of scenario, but the truth is, in actuality, blech. There's nothing. There's no like comforting words, right? Are Archon GG numbers accurate? No, not start of season Royal. I would be careful about using them start of season. Yeah, somebody, you're not the only person. Somebody said to me the other day that they had just lost their dog, and it's, in my opinion, it's those moments you can't. There's no like words to make that better. Just finish your Guardian Druid stuff on Patreon. I was doing the same as last season. Now about 40k more overall DPS. Ha! Yo, thank you, Bikronos. 40k, that's a lot. Congratulations. I think Guardian is really good right now. I'm glad the guide helped. I want to make it. I don't know when I can actually post it. It's probably going to be a little bit. How are you enjoying the new season? Pretty good. I've been progressing fast, so I'm already kind of geared. I've gotten. I'm already 3,200 IO. I've gotten a 16 and some 15s done. We're just making our way through keys, making friends. Yeah, I played. I'm in a little bit of a rush. Not really a rush, but like we are already kind of geared and already progressing. So we're up there. I think actually the 16 altar, there was only 8 done on North American Realms when we did it today. But just plugging, trying to make friends, being more social. Thank you, Mikronos. And Johannes, you said this earlier on YouTube. I completely agree. You said that people who haven't suffered very rarely learn about things or the ability to see through other people's perspective. I think it's important to always clarify the difference between empathy and sympathy. I feel like sympathy is just being nice for niceness sake. I feel like empathy is the ability to actually take the perspective of someone. Like you have to take yourself out of your own shoes and put yourself in somebody else's shoes, so long as they've showered. And that's a difficult skill. And I personally believe that if you've been through enough hardship in your life, the only reasonable outcome is to hope and try to ensure that no one else has to go through it. I think that the result of, but I hurt, so I want to make other people hurt, is simply not. It's the step below that. It's a lack of maturity. It's an easy out. But the actual answer to suffering is the fact that you don't want other people to suffer. Also, sorry, if you don't know, I multi-stream, so responding to 2 different things. Okay, I gotta lock in a little bit. There is a podcast I just did, and I gotta lock in a little bit. I've got to, first of all, I've just got to put the like sneak peek here. That's Loyal's dog. It's pretty dog. And this is the podcast. It is a good episode about pugging as off meta and whatnot. I just asked him whatever questions. They are unscripted. The lighting, not so good. Thanks for saying hi, Bitter. Bye, Bitter. Good to see you. Okay.
My PC is at 2 gigabytes free? Dude, that's not good. Bruh. How? I gotta get an external hard drive. Yeah, that's not good. It's all the videos I've made. I'm a hoarder. I don't want to delete them. I worked hard on them. Eh. I'll figure it out later. Okay, so I need a background for this. Think about it. What would be a good Shadow Priest background? What the hell do I do for Shadow Priest? I need a background for Shadow Priest. What do I do for a thumbnail for Shadow Priest episode? Off meta. Just needs to be off meta. It doesn't need to be a Shadow Priest. It could just be off meta. Thank you for food.
This chicken is extra juicy.
Wait, whoa.
It's just chicken and salt. I don't know how it's so juicy.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
50 gigs. Really? WoW combat log. Okay, that was a reference to last season. That's why I gotta post these timely. For what it's worth, if you are watching this, keep in mind, I am learning how to do these podcasts. I am very down for feedback if people have feedback. I'm not actually an expert at this. Some people have said that I could work on my host skills. I absolutely agree. I am actively getting better. Hopefully every episode and every time I record something, I am getting better. Not worse. It is a work in progress. Like how to make these. I just ask the questions that I want to ask. But I'm also noticing that if you look behind me, that is chocolate ice cream sundae that spilled. And I didn't clean it up right beforehand, so that's kind of bothering me a little bit too. And this is bothering me because they're not equal. That's okay. All right, WoW logs. This PC. Warcraft logs. Retail logs. Bro, there's kind of a lot of logs here. Okay, I'm deleting all this. You don't need to keep any of these logs. Okay, deleting logs. Okay, retail. Wow. I'm deleting most of it. What are you talking about? Don't delete all the stuff? Like this. Huh? Beta? I deleted all this stuff in here. Yeah? Wow. Qatar. All this. Anything that says WoW combat log like this, right? Just delete this. Like that? Like that, right? Yeah. Okay. You just go to logs. Okay. I just freed up 30 gigs. Bro. 30 gigs. Wow. I'm an idiot. I didn't know that. Thank you. That was very helpful. Nice. Yeah. I have been doing that, TH. I know. I gotta work on it. Yeah. I know. I'll do it later. My PC is also being held up. To be fair, my PC is also being held up by an extension cord hanging in midair. Okay? Okay. Off meta representation. Think about the thumbnail. I need a screenshot. Okay, a Shadow Priest thumbnail would be good. What's your videos online? No reason to keep it saved offline? I worked hard at them. There's probably like 500 gigs worth of videos. I don't want to delete anything. I want to save them all. I was very lightheaded this podcast day. I never get to watch these back. I don't have time. I can do that, geeks. I like this podcast. I would listen to this podcast. I don't know if other people would listen to it. I would listen to this. Okay. Okay, if you're listening to this, what would you do to make this better, this podcast? Imagine you could do anything. What would you do to make this podcast better? I'm going to keep doing it. What would you do to make it better? Thinking about a background for Shadow Priest. I think I talked a little bit vampiric. So for me, when I do these, I'm kind of torn because he's an expert in his class. I'm torn. I like this conversation. It's a good conversation. I'm always torn between making it hyper specific. Like I got to talk to Kyrasis. Do I talk to him for an hour about blood decay and make it hyper specific because he's an expert? Or do I try to make it more general so that more people can listen even if you don't play blood decay? Because if I made this episode only for Shadow Priest players,
it would get 7 views. There aren't that many of them. And so I'm kind of torn between that decision at all times, right? Like I'm always thinking like, hey, I know that you're the Shadow Priest guy and we can make a separate video about Shadow Priest. But I kind of want to ask you, like, what does it mean to be a Shadow Priest as an off-meta spec? Like, you're not exactly desired. Like, what is that like? That's what's more interesting to me. Although I don't mind learning for an hour about Shadow Priest because I do want to understand different classes in this game. And I have the opportunity to talk to people who are rank 1, which is super awesome, or like very competitive. That I'm kind of torn between that on the podcast ideas. Here's where I'm at, by the way. I've got a Shadow Priest. I don't like this background. I need a different color. If I'm in void form, what's a good color that will pop it? First dungeon. Ruby life pools. Wait, is this not account wide? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Danny, I think. Go to Priest Order Hall and Legion. How do I even get there? How do I get there? I don't even know how to get there. Dalaran Hearthstone? Does it really matter that much? I'm going to blur it. All right. I know what I know. What? Well, I can't. Well, that's not going to work. Okay, this doesn't work. Now it's a reasonable. I told you it was a reasonable question. Okay. Other idea for background about Murder Row. I think Shadow Priest will pop in Murder Row. Let's just do that. Wait. I'm not level 90. Can't go in there. Okay, that's why I can't port to the dungeons. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do. Normal? I don't think so. No, you are right. Good call. What is this guy next to me? What is this guy? Oof. What is this guy next to me? I kind of need him out of the thumbnail. Ooh. Offhand from... it's a trinket. Damn. Clever. Okay, I feel like that pops. That's kind of like a different background, right? Smart. Good. I don't really think. Little translog, maybe. Oh, wow. That's not a Shadow Priest. Well, hold on. Don't judge. Don't judge. Something's not right about this. Something's not right about this. It's not my fault. It's not me. I didn't do it. I think that one's decent. To change a weapon to something cooler. Yeah. Two-handed weapon. Where's... Okay, it's got to be like a different staff or something. Something cooler. There you go. That's cool. Save. Solid. I mean, it's okay. That just looks cooler. It's a much better... No, a two-piece is okay, Cineos, but you want four-piece. Four-piece, Giga Strong, two-piece, single target. It's good damage, but it doesn't help you live. It's good, but it's not like crazy. Okay. Nice. Background. Good? I'm listening right now to the podcast episode I did. What about that, Sifu? If you're listening to this and you have some criticism against that, what do you think about that? But that's true. Same with Raiders, in my opinion. I'll call him out. If I may, as somebody who is now making content, Sifu, if I may, I'm in an interesting position where I kind of understand it's very difficult to figure out you can't have a take that everybody in WoW likes because the amount of people who play WoW is too varied. Incredibly varied. It's impossible. Literally, legit. There are so many people who play World of Warcraft. However, the most important thing is to recognize that whatever your opinion is not reflective of everyone. And that's what I don't like about some of the bigger content creators, in my opinion, is they don't recognize that their own opinion is actually not a perfect opinion. Like, you have to get off of your high hill and just realize, like, hey, Sifu, I have a way that I view World of Warcraft. Some people agree with me. Some people don't. And the people who don't are incredibly valid and correct. So when I share a video, I try very hard. I'm going to offer a perspective. And I can be upset or passionate because I care about the game and the way I interact with it. But it doesn't mean I'm right. It's just a perspective. When for example, I'm upset, Sifu. I don't really love raiding. Not my thing. And I feel as though I have to raid. That upsets me. I also understand that many people absolutely love raiding. And I'm glad it's in the game. I kind of wish that they could separate it a little bit more from M+, because I love M+. And I would feel happier if I didn't have to do it. I kind of wish I didn't have to do the Delve boss just to get some crests for the things I want to do. And so, but basically, at the end of the day, if I'm good at one thing, it's not letting my own bias affect me as much as it could. Because it's very easy to say something like, well, it's very easy for me to say something like, well, of course you need a druid. Or if we're going to predict the meta, like there's always been a druid. However, 3% versatility for the average person who's doing plus 20s is not nearly as important as picking up a person who is slightly better, because people will be playing it. This is the real take. This is the take that goes outside what a lot of top players don't understand about WoW, if I may. Like, honestly, okay, let me put it this way. If I could be so bold as to say, what most top players don't understand is the fact that many DPS players are playing at 70% efficiency, and so saying things like you need a druid buff for 3% versatility is actually not applicable to the vast majority of the player base, even people who get the 1% title, because taking somebody who plays at 80% efficiency automatically is more value than having a druid. If you take a druid and the druid is not good, then it doesn't matter, because 3% is cool, but it's not game-breaking. When you stack 3% on top of this buff, on top of that buff, and you get 7% or 8%, that's cool, but there's an assumption that happens where the top-level players assume that everybody in your group is very good, because everybody they play with is good. They could swap their S-Priest or swap their Mage or swap their DK, but all of them are going to be very good. Whereas when you're pugging, it's completely hit or miss. You'll have an unholy DK who might be meta and should be doing 210k DPS, but does 150. Because they just straight up brick their rotation and they're not good at the game. No amount of group buff is going to save that. At the end of the day, it's RNG, but like you don't take a druid to buff your unholy DK in that scenario. You take the person who's going to somehow overcome that barrier. Does that make sense? Like even plus 20s and plus 21s are normally not gated by group buffs. Although the meta perception oftentimes argue that it is. And that you can clip any of that. But I believe that that's kind of the problem is like, it's the same thing as when I hear top tanks talk to each other. When I hear tanks talk to each other, one of my biggest problems of like high level tank creators is just this constant thing of optimization. It's like, but you don't understand, like most tanks are hitting the wrong button 7 times in a row. So like their stats don't matter because you need to get the foundations right, you know? Tip of that and make it gospel. It's true, and I get clipped out of context. That does happen. It's okay. It be like that sometimes. All right, I'm trying to. I've in 20 minutes I've gotten like one part of the thumbnail done. Okay, so I've got a Shadow Priest here. I'm gonna make a cutout for the podcast. I'm just thinking about what it's like to. What's the good cutout here? You can help me with this. What do you think? I gotta get better at this. All right, so we go like this. Boom, bada bing, like this. I think we go like maybe something like this, and maybe you put the Shadow Priest. Okay, maybe you go like voila. Last boss in King's Rest is a prop heli. The part where you need defensives is the main part of what you need defensives for is the Gilded Destruction. So I would time my bubble, my kings, or something major for each Gilded Destruction, 12 seconds. You need coverage on that. That's when he claps you and also when everybody's moving and you're going to have to run. So save horse for the run phase and save defensives. Make sure you have something up. Don't just send it on pull, Vlad, but make sure you have something for each Gilded Destruction. That's the title. So we go something like this. We put the Shadow Priest icon here. We can make this bigger. Voila. Nice Shadow Priest there. Maybe a little bit lower than this, though. The clap line clapline? Like voila. Now his icon is a dog, so I don't have to put his image in this thumbnail, but basically this shadow priest will represent him. So you go featuring loyal X dice. Put your hands in your pockets. Nah, unfortunately, Sifu, I'm not a douchebag. It's a different life. Give yourself a shadow aura. You think so? Like doing like a little layer, like a little drop shadow for me, like this? I think it's too much. Okay. So we go like bam, like this, and then you go like, this is the podcast, so you go wow, unfiltered. Voila. Numero 9. I think this is number 9. Well, next week's podcast should be about rating. I wanted to get somebody who basically spends all their time rating to talk to me about what they feel this current raid feels like and like what's the joy of raiding actually is. I wanted to get somebody to represent basically the heroic raiding community, not the mythic raiding community, to be fair. That was intentional. I didn't want to get like a world first raider. I wanted to get somebody who is actually just decent at the game, plays a lot, but is somebody who basically spends all of their time raiding, because I'm very curious to know what they would say about raid difficulty, tuning, etc. like this. And also, for what it's worth, the argument that raiders have to Mythic Plus is completely false and completely wrong. And I will argue this if you want. Can we have a conversation at least? I will tell you why it's completely different. It's fundamental, especially this season. But I will tell you why. It's not the same whatsoever. I don't like that argument. If you would like context. Raiders don't have to Mythic Plus in the same way that Mythic Plusers have to raid. Shoot, easy. A plus 10 is normal raid. I have to kill Heroic Ulitek, which is not a plus 10. If you have to fill your vault, like even last season, if you have to, it's a plus 10. You can knock out plus 10s in one day. It's 5-man content. Spend 3 hours of your night, do it. I cannot knock out Heroic Raid in 3 hours. I am thinking already next week. If I could do Heroic Raid in 3 hours, I would do it. No problem. And also, you only have to do it for the first few weeks. I guess the way it's been is that you have to do consistently. But this season, you don't even have to fill out Mythic Plus. You can just actually fill out your Dell vaults or get 3 vaults for bonus roll. But let's assume that you even have to think about it. It's normal. Pugging normal is like easy. I'm actually not totally against having to do normal raid. Heroic raid is a difficulties curve where I'm going to spend, how many hours do you think I'm going to do this? How many hours do you think I'm spending in heroic raid next week trying to kill all 8 bosses? It's not comparable. It's an actual difficulty curve. That would be like saying all raiders have to do plus 16 right now. Like, I'm spending 5 hours, 10, probably 10. I'm assuming that if I actually have to do heroic raid and I try to full clear it next week, we're talking 10 plus hours, and it's chaotic and it's not fun. But I could at least decide for Mythic Plus to do it on my own time, and yeah, but the last 2 bosses is the only thing I need, Baron. I need the last boss, so that's basically irrelevant because I need the last bosses. I don't care about the rest. I would probably just do Ulitek, to be honest. So I don't mind friction. I don't mind having to spend time on something. I mind the fact that that thing will take me an immense amount of time. And the difficulty of having to find groups with 20 plus people consistently is going to be very tough because I don't have a guild. Need some dinner. This knife is a butter knife. This is not my knife. Salt. Finding the groups. Yeah. It's very hard to find the groups. Well, plus 10 is not hard to find a group for. Not bad. I'll see you later. Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with how this podcast turned out. I like this one. I went to listen back to it. I don't really remember it. Maclet, I kind of agree. I mean, I honestly kind of agree. I gotta come up with like thumbnail and title and stuff. As someone who enjoys rating is not the difficulty. I mind spending time. Okay. Even when you win, a 10 is easy. I find extremely boring. That's fair, Renchias. Just like I find raid a chore, I just imagine, for me, for what it's worth, imagine that. So first of all, Renchias, I want to say that although I have that perspective, I also know that many raiders feel exactly the same way about keys, for what it's worth, right? No, what gifted subs? Well, what I miss? Gifted subs? From who? Sifu gifting subs, 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Wait, thank you for the gifted sub, Sifu. This is very nice of you. I didn't realize you like the podcast that much. Well, thank you. I appreciate that gifted subs. This is a nice way to end stream today. You think it's time to answer my shit? Bro, I always answer your shit. You can ask me questions anytime, Sifu. So first of all, I'm not a Sifu. I don't consider myself to be. But I love, for me, if I'm streaming, it's because I'm trying to talk to people. I like questions, and I like engaging in conversations like Renchia's, for what it's worth. Thank you for sharing. I just want to let you know that if I have this conversation, it is important to me that that you know I understand there are raiders who don't like doing Mythic Plus. The middle ground is somewhere where both forms of content are good and necessary, but yet somehow are separated. I think that's the middle ground, where to push competitive rating, you don't need to do M+, and to push competitive M+, you don't need to do rating. But to push average level M+, rating will help you, and to push average level rating, Mythic Plus will help you. Does that make sense? I feel like that is the middle ground where I'm thinking to myself, well, hey, I'm pretty good at keys. I've gotten some 16s already. I'm doing pretty good this season. You know, at the end of the day, the advantage of me doing heroic raid for those trinkets, like I'll accept the loss. But the problem is that eventually I'm going to get to a level where I do kind of need them. And raiders having to say, well, there's a chance that, you know, the plus 10 is going to give me something in vaults. It's like a 5% chance or whatever. Like, that's annoying. And I think that what if it was just for competitive CE rating, you did not require M+ vaults because M+ vaults were either capped in raid or, for example, the raid items were capped in M+. Therefore, I still want them and they'll help me, but at the bleeding edge, it's not going to matter. I think that the cap system would kind of work. Like, imagine that, not crazy, but imagine that they were capped at 4 out of 6 mythic. So that, technically speaking, a regular weapon from M+ would be 6 out of 6 and be competitive with the cantrip item. Maybe the cantrip is then 0.2% ahead, but not 2%. Does that make, like, what if it was? And then what if your Mythic Plus items were capped at, again, 4 out of 6 in raid, and the way to get 6 out of 6 items was to progress raid, which would also incentivize a different structure of raiding. I think that something like that could work. You don't want to make it worthless. You don't want to separate it entirely because that wouldn't exist. Like, WoW needs to have both. But I think that for the cutting edge, if they want to make it fair for competition, they should do something like that. Or just have slightly different scaling. Like 1 or 2 tracks would solve it. I mean, I don't think so. Ideally, we got completely tuning. We got separate tuning. But I don't know how likely that is. Thank you again for the gifted subs. Sifu, what spec do you play in WoW? Because I'm about to upload a podcast for tonight, and it's with a Shadow Priest player. No one knows more about being unfortunately tuned for Mythic Plus and Raid than Shadow Priest. This is like the spec because of Psychic Link and the history of Shadow Priest with tuning. Huh. Probably. Psychic Link is the most changed ability in WoW by far. But I think that one boss raids, for me, is it's kind of like, it might be monotonous, it might be challenging, might be even might be several hours, time consuming. Wait, more gifted subs. You don't have to give more gifted. Wait, hold up. Micronus is matching gifted subs. This is 20 gifted subs. This is more gifted subs than I've gotten all month at the end of stream today. And to think I almost ended the stream. Holy shit. Micronus gifting more subs. That's a lot of gifted subs. 20 subs. Thank you. Micronus, what do you think about this? Like, this is... No, but seriously, like, I want to explore it because I think there is a solution somewhere in here. I think that there is a middle ground. I really do think that there is a world where this happens. But I think they just need to be willing to take the leap and try. Midnight Season 1 was a little bit too far in this direction. Gearing felt, This season, gearing is weird. Gearing is weird this season. Nobody can agree on exactly what the right thing to do is. It depends on your spec. And also, we're progressing. Do you know they added more item level to gearing this track? Like going into Season 2, we have a higher item level jump. That's why you feel so much more powerful. But the dopamine spike of it, like I am, by the way, in game right now. Look at my dungeon drops. I've been gaming dungeons a lot. Look. Oh, I'm not on my druid right now. Hold on. Here. Dude, my druid is like 309. I think I'm 309 item level. I feel as though I have to raid, but Rentia's, I guess my main criticism is I'm really concerned, actually, about how I am going to get my items next week. I'm good enough to do it. I know how to raid. I'm good at Guardian, and I'm good at Druid. If I need to play Resto or even Boomy, I could probably swing. But how... I really am sitting here, and I'm like... Like, how am I... Like, without a guild, how am I getting Heroic Ulatect next week? I actually don't know. Like, currently, without more nerfs to that boss, I'm looking at Liquid struggling on it, and I'm just thinking... Dude, there's no way. Whereas at least you'll get plus 10s without too much issue. I don't think I'm plugging it without nerfs. This is my item level right now. Dude, I'm kind of geared. It's not Bish, but still. What's up, Murph? Micronos, thank you for the gifted subs. I'm glad you guys enjoy my stream, and I hope... Listen, the point of the podcast... Hold on a second. I did. Nope. Maclet. Raids are a cornerstone for sure of WoW. It's not, yeah. That I would agree with Renchius here. So, exactly. What's important to understand, Maclet, is we, in this conversation, if you're watching a stream titled Guardian Druid Keys 3.2 KIO or whatever, we are insulated. We don't know what most people, the vast majority, by the way, of people who sub to this game, what do you think they do? Oh, what's up, Saffron? You can wait on this conversation. We're talking about having to raid or like just a general representation of WoW. Hi, Saffron. The idea was basically that, so the vast majority don't care about many things that we think we do. And what I mean by that is, I would argue that 70% of active WoW subs probably never do a single Mythic Plus or single raid. They don't even know what dungeons are. I think that if you actually polled the community and you could somehow get every single active WoW sub who logs into this game to play, who has logged in the last 7 days, the majority would not know what the Race to World First is. I as crazy as that sounds, because you're like, dude, there's no way. I really feel as though that would be true. 70 seems high. I think that participation in M Plus is higher than raid by numbers alone, but it doesn't necessarily mean that bonds and friendships are built. What Blizzard seems to bank on is that raiding will create the bonds that make people get into WoW. And I think it used to be like that, but I don't find it to be like that anymore. I find raiding to be kind of a system where if you have a guild you love or people you like playing with, then it's great. But if you don't, dude, it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. We had somebody in here earlier, and we were talking about the race, and he goes, "What's the race?" And I go, "What? You've been talking to us for like 30 minutes about WoW. You didn't know what the race is?" He said, "No." I said, "Oh, there you go. Here's what it is." And he said, "Huh. It's doable solo." I mean, I've had the privilege at this point, and what I hope to do with the podcast, I am not trying to, make this an income source. The podcast is not an income source. I would be I'd probably have more success, or I get more views, quote unquote, if I made a video that was different than the podcast. But there's something special about exploring WoW from different perspectives. I would say that there's something special about, I want, Renchias, your perspective represented. The next week's podcast is with someone who really likes raiding. And I'm not going to tell him that he's wrong. And I'm not going to tell him that shut up, let me tell you why raiding sucks. Never. I want to offer my perspective, which is that I'm not a huge fan of raiding. It's kind of a chore, and I do it for gear. And I want him to tell me why he spends almost all of his time raiding. Also, last week, we had a conversation with Obley, who, again, he loves raiding, and he's like, I think the Season 2 gearing changes are excellent. I said, okay, tell me why. Why do you think that? Do I ever raid? Let me show you something. Not a brag, just a statement. I will show you something, okay? I think it's kind of cool that this is true. I don't know how it'll be next season because I don't have Forset, and you can't parse without gear. So let me just point this out, okay? Here. Do I know how to raid? Or do I raid? Okay. So that's my average mythic parse for doing chimeras 4 times in Season 1. This is my average parse on chimeras. Killed it 4 times for my all-in-seer. I got unlucky. Took me 4 weeks of bonus rolling. Yeah? Average parse. This is my average mythic parse, not heroic, mythic parse on Sporefall the first day. I killed it 3 times back-to-back in the first day. I know how to raid. It's not hard for me to find a raid guild because I am good at Guardian, and I know how to raid, yeah? I just don't like it. But it's not lack of ability. And I do think that that's cool to know, because some people will be like, oh, like, if you can't heroic raid, like, you don't even deserve the gear. It's like, this is mythic par. I can, you can look back at my character. I have parses from way before as well. This goes back. Like, you can go back to Shadowlands and look at my parses back in, I don't know if they're still listed because my character is not quite right, yeah? Because I changed realms or whatever. Why can you see, like, Sanctum of Dominate? I rated Mythic and Sanctum, but you can't see it? Is it because my character changed? I don't know why you can't see that. I think it's sad that I can't see my old parses. Is this because I changed eventually, like, servers and stuff, and you'd have to find my old character, whatever this is, of how this works? Because, like, you can look back and look at, like, Sanctum or Sepulchre or Aberrus and Dragonflight. I rated that season 2. But for some reason, it's not coming up. So the point is, it's not a lack of access thing. But yeah, I don't know how I can't find these. I just don't like it. You need to understand the science behind it. Firstly, basically, that's also true. That's a very good point. Yes, Ranchius, you're absolutely right. The fact that I think you should calculate basically from like a +5, probably, at least. Like, the fact that any single person who does a single +2 counts against the statistics are interesting, for sure. Yes. Although, Sifu, I also believe, and Saffron, you said your rating for you is kind of like a chore as well. It's not your favorite thing. I believe that if they took rating out of the game, this game would be significantly worse. I believe, for example, that if we, as Mythic Plusers, never had to interact with it, the game would be worse, not better. What I am asking for is not to not have to raid. What I'm asking for is maybe a look at the access of what I must do to be competitive. And I don't think, by the way, if there was no incentive to gear from Mythic Raid, I bet you most people would still do it, in my opinion. Yeah, they need to keep raiding. Raiding's a huge part of WoW. Accomplishment in WoW has so much to do. Get the calorie, thank you. No, I need dinner. Thank you, Sifu. I'm taking care of myself first. I've been gaming hard, obviously. I've been gaming a lot of hours. Sorry for the eating dinner behind you. Is Bear still good? Very. Yeah, Bear's really good right now. Extremely good Druck. Everybody got this wrong, in my opinion. I think if you want to look at like meta, Bear is quite good. Is it a good idea to full send craft right now? Good chance I'm not getting far in heroic. That's what I'm thinking too. Lulu, at the end of the day, it is not the most long-term power you can get, but I straight up crafted a weapon. If you take a look at my game here, I crafted a weapon. I think it's probably worth crafting a weapon. You don't know when you'll get the heroic Ulatech weapon. You're not taking a weapon out of your vault. Even if you killed it every week, there's a chance you get unlucky and you get the weapon only in 5 weeks, and you don't want to be without a mythic weapon, which is large upgrade for power in that late in the season. If you end up looting the weapon, you lose your embellishment slot. You do not lose the crest, you lose 20 crests. Because remember, if I have a 331 weapon and I loot a mythic track, it's still at 1 out of 6. So I have to upgrade that with myth crests, and I will be able to upgrade it for free to 331, and then the last track I have to spend crests on. So I lose 20 crests, which is actually going to be fine. The math says that the 20 crests are not going to be a problem if you can do the question mark delve, because you are already, look, this week, as an example, look, you are sitting on as many, you're sitting on 100 myth crafts, you spend 80 on a craft. Next week you have 120, but there's only one item. So you have 40 left over. With the question mark, it's actually more than that, but you have nothing to spend it on. So you get another craft 2 weeks from now, which you're going to send on a ring or an off slot, but you still only have enough to upgrade one item per week. The myth crests are weird this season because you do earn them this week. It would be harder if you didn't, if you were 100 behind. But since you're 100 above, plus the question mark, you have no worry about this. So what I would say, though, is it's going to feel unfortunate. If you get the weapon on the first roll, then you kind of are like, oh, man, like I'm not going to have an embellishment, and I technically have wasted some value. But it's not the end of the world, because eventually you'd replace it anyways. I will craft in 2 weeks. Also, the crafted weapon kind of allows me to say one thing. I don't like this, but if they don't nerf the heroic Yuletech, which I think they will, we're going to all imagine. We're all kind of in agreement that they're going to nerf it again, right? Does everybody agree on that? Please. Plus, they're going to nerf it again, right? Like at least a little bit. Probably. Right. You think it's super intended? I think they got, I mean, even like 5%, like even a little bit. Maybe not. Yeah, I know it's intended to be hard. Like it does seem intentional, but like not this hard. Not this hard, right? Okay, so the point is, if I have a weapon, the cantrip items are cool. If I can't bonus roll the last boss, I will still have a weapon, for what it's worth. That's called MDT Helper. It's kind of cool. They'll nerf it only in like 2 weeks? Dude, if this is the only nerf, I think it's hard, man. Yeah, this is the hardest end boss we've ever had in Heroic. Jorkin. Good night, Saffron. Thanks for coming to say hi. I'll just cookie for a second. No. Do you not expect a Blood Decay nerf? No. I don't think Blood Decay is overpowered. What's up, Meeps Legend? Yeah, I've been kind of gaming a little late now right now. I don't think Blood Decay is as far ahead as people think it is. I really do not believe after the recent nerfs to it that I should just make this video. I'm pretty positive I'm right on the tank balance. I'm quite certain, in fact. Maybe not certain. I'm pretty confident that I've been right, and I think my tier list was very accurate. People are getting this tank meta wrong. Blood Decay is not nearly as dominant as many people think it is. It wasn't already. They nerfed it now. It's like 3 tanks that are looking pretty strong. And the question of which tank you're going to play, I don't know. But I don't think it's... I think Blood Decay is one of them. I don't think it's the dominant tank. I think it's okay. Vengeance? Dude, do you see Vengeance got buffed today? Did you see the buff, Sifu? I have it open right now. I'll show you. Yeah, Vengeance got buffed today. Raid towns for bear. I haven't raided yet, Rhinos. Raid towns are going to be weird this season. I have a feeling you're going to play something weird, though. Yo, Daddy Ops. I was just talking to you. I was just talking about you, actually. What's up, Nitro? Oh, you were from Daddy Ops' stream. What's up? Yo, I was literally just mentioning you. I hadn't actually announced that I was going to... Next episode I was going to be with you. I was getting this week's podcast episode with today. Yeah, they did buff Vengeance. You've come at the perfect time, but save your takes. Don't send your takes yet because I am just finishing up the podcast episode for tonight. And tonight was an episode about playing off meta with the #1 Shadow Priest on all of NA Realms. And I was asking him what life was like. We talked for a while about off meta, and it did get buffed. It did whiz. You see it? I'll show you. It got buffed. But so, Daddy, still gonna be so weird to say that I'm gonna have to ask. Maybe you call me Steve and I call you whatever your name is, because I don't know if I can actually make it through an entire podcast episode saying Daddy this much. Ops. You know what? Ops works for me. Honestly, I'm super good. Ops. I'll take Ops. That sounds good. Yeah, I'll take Ops. I want to represent different specs in WoW. And it's cool because, for example, if he's the toupee dude, then he's the perfect person to ask Nitrogosa because I've been interviewing mostly young people. So it's nice to get somebody who's a little on the older side to kind of tell me what their thoughts are about this game that they play all the time. So that'd be great, actually. That's perfect. Thank you for letting me know, Nitro. And the idea is, right? Exactly. So, what I want to do with the podcast is try to represent different parts of the community. I will tell you, and this is going to be interesting when we have this conversation, when we can schedule the time here. I don't like raiding. I am not a big fan of raiding, but I know that you raid all the time. So hopefully you like it. I want to ask you about it. As I want you to kind of represent and tell me why raiding, just from your perspective. We are going to disagree. Yes, I know. I have spent my entire time, look at my IO right now. I'll put my camera down for a second. I have spent my entire day and all of my time, I haven't stepped foot into the new raid. I have, however, gotten many keys. I got a 16 today. All I want to do is Mythic Plus. I have zero desire to raid. In fact, I actively dislike the fact that I might have to even step foot into raid. So, but what I want to know, it's not about getting somebody from Liquid or Echo. I actually just want to know, what do you like about it? I want to ask. I want to have a straight up like a whole conversation. Raid design. Do you like that it's a little harder this tier? Do you want this? How do you manage your time? What does raiding mean to you? Do you play alts? Like, how do you engage with it? Because once you've cleared it once, like, so let's say you got it on farm and you do a normal raid on this character, but then it's locked to normal. So do you do it again? Where's the joy? Is it part of loot? Do we need loot and raid? I have no script. I haven't thought about it, but all of these questions are what we've been discussing. And I thought you'd be a great person to ask all of that, because we are going to have different opinions, and I want to represent different opinions. That's basically the plan. Although I think I'll be calling you Ops for the episode. Instead of, Floor power about rating will be fun. Well, so here's the thing. And I can't say I know exactly how Ops raids, but if you're a floor pov all the time, why do you keep doing it? Why come back? Unless that's just part of your personality. In which case, hey, man, no judgment. To each their own. But, that's a good question. That's what I will. I don't know you that well. What I do know of you is you raid all the time. That's all I know. So I look forward to scheduling a time to actually talk to you. I think that'll be exciting. But tonight. Sorry, I choked. Right. I might have to message you about the day. Might have to change the day a little bit, but I do want to talk to you. I'm excited. I uploaded a fitness video today. Actually, first time I ever did that. So I have this up. I don't use it, but it's called MDT Helper. It's an overlay for MDT for people who want it. It's quite nice. If you're a new tank in Mythic Plus and you want to use it, it's good. So, thank you for saying hi, Daddy. Fuck. Man, it's tough. Also, Monkey redeemed Fox ears for a minute. I can do that. Let me put it this way. If I was doing the horizontal marathon with my very attractive, very smoking hot girlfriend, and she said daddy in the middle of it, it would be the swiftest end to this mumbo jumbo that has ever occurred. It would be an instant. It would save me on some cardio. Let's put it that way. I would have to get extra steps in on stream. Said Poppy. It's a little bit more ethnic, and I can appreciate that. A little bit different, but ultimately would just laugh. Now, the future's right. We would just laugh together. Yeah, I listen, some people, for some individuals, there was a milk incident, and now the parental figures are a large part of their gratification. And for other people, there was like a potential, like a belt incident, for example, and now the belt is a chronic part of their gratification, and we don't judge. This is fine. I understand. But when I am in the moment, I'm not thinking about my parents, which would be kind of awkward, a little weird, right? So it's not a judgment. You do you. But I'm not sure that I fully understand. Yeah, like that. See, that wrench is, we're getting into some territory which I can understand a little bit more, because it's a totally different vibe. Because saying in that moment, for example, when things are heated, daddy, it just doesn't work. But for example, saying father, well, makes a little bit more sense. What about just dad? That's just sad. No, that's just sad. Yeah, father sounds pretty exactly. Now you're getting it, Nitro. Nah, they call it meat ung now. They call it meat ung. You are saying you did not do an 18 yet? No, I haven't done 18 yet. I know I'm slacking. I don't know. I'm slacking. I'm washed up. I'm washed up. Here's what it is. All right. Let me look at something real quick. Okay. Listen, I've got to finish this thumbnail. I've got to do it. I'd be excited for that conversation. What childhood trauma do you need to have become a furry? The werewolves. The nightmares. The teen wolf. Did you know Teen Wolf is actually not a bad show? Like, you can hate on it all you want. It's not a bad show. I know, Wiz. Isn't that weird? In a different life, I could have been on Teen Wolf. I know. That's the thing. If you think about it for 2 seconds, I'm thinking more like Luke Skywalker in a Tauntaun costume. Mod yourself. I'm subbed to Amazon Prime right now just for Teen Wolf. Okay, seriously though, like I'm not. I can't say it's like my show. I don't like scary shows. I actually don't like I don't like scary. You need more fish there for Teen Wolf. No, hold up. Wait, hold up. Now, Sifu, hold up. I used to model. And when I was modeling, when I was younger, I swear I had there's some potential here. I feel like, I wouldn't say, I would, hold up. Let me find a photo. When I was young, I feel like I could have done it. Let me find something. Okay? I mean, just look. You tell me if this is not just, I've got something in my Discord. Let me look. It's got to be somewhere here. Social media. No, I'm old now. No, body paint, cosplay stuff. Yeah, okay, none of this is actually modeling, unfortunately. I've done some cool stuff. I actually don't know where any of the modeling stuff is. I think I took it all out. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I got distracted. Called Big Wolf on campus.
Okay, I've taken it out of the Discord. But basically, the point is, yeah, I feel like I could have done it. Sabrina, yo, hey Sabrina, hello. We're talking about Teen Wolf. You like Teen Wolf? Modeling is on your Discord? Yeah, I don't remember. It's okay, no problem. I've got to finish the thumbnail. Yeah, I can do this. I can do this. I think it's something about the life of off meta. I think that's a good name for it. I just gotta put my thing down. I gotta make the life of off meta pop a little bit more. And then I make this like pop this more, and I put like a little blur on the background or like a little darkness on the background. And then I'm supposed to study Mr. Beast's color theory, apparently, in order for me to better understand how to make stuff in this game. And how to make thumbnails. Because my thumbnails are bad, supposedly. Like, I don't think this is very good. Yeah. Alright, let me figure this out. I'm very bad at this. Oh, my phone died. Oh well. I wish, honestly, I don't think that I make enough money to justify this, but I would probably pay somebody for thumbnails at this point. I'm so bad at them. I wish I was better. I don't know how to do this stuff. Does anybody want to make $5? Yeah, is anybody interested in making $5? What's up, Soul Guy? Oh, you're done with rock? Really? Thank you. Doing what? So, I'm kind of thinking something like this right now. More headphones? Well, I can pay more. The videos don't earn enough for me to pay more. What headphones? I got these like 5 years ago, maybe a while ago. I don't remember where. They were from a Thailand store. They were like $10. I've had them ever since. I'm not paying $5. How do I like Thailand? I mean, I love Thailand. Thailand's amazing. Yo, what day is it today? Whoa. We're fucking today's Saturday. Right, whoa. It's Saturday. Bro, I have work in 20 minutes. God damn it. No, shit. Oh my God. It's Saturday. Oh my God. Okay, I gotta wrap this up. Okay, here's what I got going so far. So this is the thumbnail. No. I've got like 5 more minutes. I gotta finish this anyways. There, window capture. This is the thumbnail I've got going on right now. I had a little shadow priest in the background. The podcast is with a shadow priest. First of all, I spelled this wrong. All right. The off meta life. What do I do for work? I work in health and fitness. I get to help people with their health. I enjoy it very much. I work as a trainer online. So I basically just have to go to a different room and take the call there. In my little gym area. Or in different... Sometimes I just take calls in different rooms. Alright, now off meta life. Depends on the time. Okay. This is what I got right now. It's not looking good. I don't think this looks nice whatsoever. This is all wrong. I don't like this. Okay, so a second plan is to potentially think about blurring this or somehow cutting out the figure. Honestly, I think I have a way to fix this. And it probably involves going something like this, right? Yeah, so the dead space in the middle is no good. What I could do, because the background doesn't make any sense, but I have a solution. It'll just take me a second. If I go to the magnetic lasso and I zoom in just a little bit, and I just magnetic lasso the character, I can cut the character out. I don't know if it'll look nice, but this could work. So we're just gonna go like this. Got a magnetic lasso. I chose the wrong weapon to magnetic lasso though. Okay, we're gonna go all the way around. I'll clean this up later. Yeah, like this, magnetic lasso. La 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 la. Do 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 do. I don't have software to do this, so I'm just gonna go like bam. Yes, like this. I'll clean that up later. I can always fix this. And then I go like voila. Up here. No, I'm gonna go like this. Voila. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This is gonna work. It's gonna work. Yeah, this is Photopia. It's listen, for as long as I've been streaming now and making videos, I'm glad people like my videos. Rengios, thank you. I'm glad you like my videos. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Listen, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Don't judge. Help. Don't judge, help. All right, that looks terrible. But here, file. Wow, how come Shadow Priest looks so dark? How come? What was this? Why is this character so dark? Export is PNG. So I've got a plan. Now what would happen if? Wait, I gotta put the. Wait, shit! I don't have a background. Okay, hold on. Let me just show you what I have in mind. So the thought process, because he's a shadow, well, that makes a lot of sense. All right. So now the idea was to basically, oh shit, blur background. No, deselect. Okay, so now watch this. I go to like, I'm learning, watch this. Claude taught me how to do this the other day. Gaussian blur. You go to filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Voila. And then you make this like super blurry. Yeah? Now all my thumbnails are going to use it because it's the only trick I know. So I've got a figure in the background. I think I need to find a different background. And then I just put the Shadow Priest like this. And then I put myself. Okay, it was the wrong colors for the blur. But this is the way. I think I'm onto something here. And then I just have to cut that character a little bit better. I put a woo thumbnail. But I think this one's pretty good. I think this one's good here. Boom. Right side. Left side. Yeah. But no, I don't get claw. I can learn how to do this. Listen, I'm making videos. I'm gonna keep doing it, so I might as well get good at this. Okay. Now, this is the way, but I need a different background. Okay, so I'm gonna look at my screenshots folder, and I'm gonna go find something that might work. Like, what about, as silly as it sounds, what if I use this but blur the hell out of it? Select, filter, blur. Gaussian blur. Okay, that reads as wow. See, this is the thing. I think that could work. I logged into Demon Hunter. So here's the actual thing. I actually don't know what the Demon Hunters talents are right now. I have to look this up. I have to ask somebody what Demon Hunters are playing. I do not know their current build. It's the only tank I didn't play on PTR. They did get buffed today, though, to be fair. No. 24%. 24%. Not bad. Would I ever get a cat? Unai, are you being serious? I can't give you a talent breakdown. 24%. It was what? 24% is right here. No, look. What are you talking about? 24%. They got buffed by 24%. It's right here. What are you talking about? It's right there. Look. I'm not lying. I wouldn't debate you like that. They got buffed by 24%. I know. This is the type of buff that makes me feel like they use Claude. This is the type of out of touch, completely random set of notes that just makes me feel like they use Claude. Honestly. If I could be so bold as to say, always. That's funny. Yeah.
Scheduled weekly maintenance. Not yet. Okay, so. Boom. Look at that. That looks so much better, right? Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. That's actually not, that's not nothing. Okay. So, I think this looks a lot better now. But, how do I zoom in again? Oh yeah, like this. Perfect. Alt. I take the eraser tool. I just clean this up a little bit. Still same problem. Okay, I have a plan. First of all, let me just get the eraser tool and do this step by step. Okay, brush tool, eraser tool. I can do this. Listen, I can learn. I rasterize the object. Blah! I'm on the wrong layer. No, this one. I'm on this layer. Yes, rasterize. Nice. Oh, I put this here. Duplicate the layer? Why? What's the point of duplicating the layer? Okay, like this. No, what is this? How did this happen? Okay. Eh? Like this? Nice. Okay. Is that a human or night elf? Night elf. Okay, rasterizing. Nice. There we go. Now, if you mess it up, I hope that people appreciate how much effort I put into my videos. Is this worth my time? Nope. Am I doing it? Yep. Burp. I think that can stay. I got work in 5 minutes. Okay, wait, that was too much. That was circle, the circle, bad circle, bad circle. That was zoom. Zoom. You remember that movie? It was actually not a bad movie. It was a good movie. It's actually a really good movie. You remember Zoom? That movie that could have been. Like, it was a good movie. Okay, perfect. That's nice. That's good. Just like... Bam. Okay. Nope. Nope. That was... that's okay. Uh-huh. Nice. I think I'd leave this one. I think that one is kind of okay, to be honest. Maybe, like, I don't know if I could really... It does look like an arrow. Sounds like a Pokemon. All right, bet. This one. Yeah, this stuff takes me longer than the actual video. And I still gotta write like the quick description or something. This is fun. I like this podcast. It just takes a lot of time. Perfect. Nice. No, narcissists reach the backgrounds agree to make this hella easy. So it doesn't work the way I have narcissists, but it doesn't work like that. It doesn't. Everybody says it works like that. It doesn't work like that. The character is at the wrong angle when you do narcissists. It don't work like that. It doesn't work like this. I don't know how to get it to work like that. It makes no sense. I know how to use it. Like, I have it. I just don't know how to get it the way I want it to. Also, I don't know how to remove backgrounds anyways, even if they were the same color. No, I don't know how to use AR, okay? Listen, I'm old. It's okay. It's coming along. Magic one. I don't believe in magic.
It's working. It's working. It's still working. Okay, that's bad. 9:15. Because people don't need the hour. An hour is simply too long for most people. Okay, that's already much better. I think maybe I have to do the weapon, but look, as I zoom out, that's pretty good now, right? I don't do hour calls. None of my clients need a whole hour. It's between 30 and 45 minutes. Okay. I think that looks pretty decent. All right, I'm shipping it. So, then we go the off-meta life. Like this. Nice. Remember, guys. Yeah. Nobody does an hour. An hour is too long. You just end up filling the time. If you do an hour, I'm going to give you nonsense. Because you can't work out for an hour. Off meta. Okay, so I've got something to fill the space here. I just put this in. And put like, I have it here somewhere. It's from a long time ago now, damn. I'll find it, 1 second. Boom. Boom. Nice. 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 Yeah, good. Nice. Beautiful. We like it. Make both characters larger. Okay, can do that. I think I could change my expression too. I don't know if my expression truly works here. This image. Like so. Huh? What's up, Earl of Cockwood? Discord for the Shadow Priest? Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, fucking, if you got, listen. If you have a Shadow Priest PNG that would work better than this, please send it to me because this doesn't look that nice. I agree with you 100%. If you have a quick Shadow Priest, you have like 45 minutes. Please, if you got an image that would work better for the Shadow Priest here, I would gladly appreciate this help. I am very bad at this. I would, if you can come up with something better, you send it to me. I'll put this on. Mine is a meme-ish though? No, like give me like a real... Okay. I need all the help I can get. It doesn't even have to be Shadow Priest. I mean, he is a Shadow Priest, but... it could be whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't know about that. Look at your thumbnails. That's where. I just achieved KSM with your Paladin. Nice. Solid. Isn't Guardian Druid off meta life? No, not after last season, Macronos. I mean, maybe this season, but I don't know about that. On YouTube? Okay. I believe. All right, hold on. I don't know how to make it. You can show me, but I don't learn by seeing. Like, even if you show me what it looks like, I'm not going to know that's. Thoughts? Wow. All right. Yeah? Let me see. God, see, your thumbnails look fucking awesome. Well, hold on. Wait, there's a Worgen. This is a good view on this whole... Oh, wait a second. Yeah, this looks solid. I don't know how to make thumbnails like this. Is this AI? Are these not AI? These look pretty decent. No, it's Photoshop, not AI. That's not AI. I would have assumed. I didn't know. I don't know how to do this. I think these look pretty good. I don't know how to do it. Listen, I should learn. I know I should learn. Hear me out. I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, well, compared to yours, mine looks less good. I accept. But if you have any suggestions, by all means, I don't know how to do this. I accept that I don't know how to do this. I'm okay with it. But I really should come up with a system to learn how to do this better. I used to ask AI, but I don't know how to do it. I'm accepting submissions. I'll give you $5. Let me see. Direct messages. All right. I think this would be funny. All right, I see the image, but to be fair, this is actually kind of fucking funny. Okay, you're actually not wrong. No, hold up. This is pretty good. Okay. You know, this is kind of fucking funny. I'm kind of, hold up, Macklin. Hold up, wait a second. You might be onto something here. All right, guys. What do you think? Okay, I'm kind of for this. One second. This is way better than I thought it was going to be. Hold up. Bro, that's hilarious. Can I use that? Can I use this? This is very good. I'm super down. Hawk and Ember. Yo, thank you for the resub. Hawk and Ember, what do you think about this? This is kind of funny. Hold up, wait, am I showing you this? Yeah. Hold up, that's hilarious. I kind of want to make that bigger. How do I make this the feature of the thumbnail? I am 1,000% for this. See, this is the type of creativity I don't have. This is the type of creativity that I simply do not have. The teardrop is kind of perfect. I'm going to make this bigger. And then I'm going to change my own expression. What time is it? Fuck! I have to go. Okay, hold up. Can I use that? Seriously? I'm serious. Like, can I use that? That's actually pretty good, huh? This is okay, you got to give me more suggestions. This is actually really solid. I bet. So I just got to change my own expression. And also, Engay. And you asked me if I had a cat. Bro, I have cats. You asked me if I would get a cat. Yes, I have cats. Look at my social media. I've got a lot of cats. You didn't know that? Here, look. Hold up. Look at this. Thank you for the sub, Hawkins. You subbed in advance, too. I appreciate this. Oh, okay. First of all, I need to post more, but, like, look at the Instagram, and then there's also a Facebook and everything. My Facebook is my name. Yeah, look at this. Daily Steve. That's my TikTok. Working fuck. I've already got it set up. I can do this. Working T-1 minute. You're absolutely right. Raid. First person I see Nethia on. I raided her the other day. That's fine. We raid her again. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Nethia. Okay. Yeah, bye-bye. Oh, fuck. No, I typed this in the wrong spot. I can do this. Okay, bye. Talents are in Discord. This challenger is follower only though. Okay, bye. No cancellation. I'm good. Hi. Easily on time. Sorry, YouTube. I didn't have